And I swear to God, I will hold you in my
It sounds bad, but the Oceanic teams literally have no excuses anymore. We've had some great domestic finals. I mean, we have some of the fiercest rivalries. But that last hurdle of going overseas and winning never really has come through.
The C representatives have just manhandled the Chiefs in this last game. They came out swinging in the first series with a 26-minute victory.
Our esports players have been up against it. They're going up against professional players that do this full time. Our players, a lot of the time they're at home in their bedroom. I mean, they're paying part-time. They have university, they have work. These guys really haven't been given the freedom, haven't been given that luxury of being able to dedicate everything to League of Legends and really become that full-time professional player. This year for Oceania, it's finally an equal playing field. It's finally a fair shot. I mean, when you have a look at it, they're in gaming houses now. They've got that infrastructure behind them. They've got coaching staff. They're going to be coming into the Riot Studio on Saturday, Sunday to play those live LAN games that are so hard to emulate when you go internationally. This is really the year that everything's coming together, and the professional esports players in Oceania should be able to take that next step. This definitely isn't going to be easy, but this is the first year that Oceania can compete internationally. This is the first year that they can qualify for the World Championship.
Hello and welcome to this new year of Oceanic Pro League. This is day one, round one, split one. It is a brand new season of League of Legends. It is a brand new patch. We've had roster swaps, competitive rulings, and massive, massive changes over the break. So there's a lot to cover. And we also have two big ol' heart matches for you today.
I'm so excited to be here today. I can't wait to see what these teams are prepared for us.
Yes.
And I can't wait to see what the, all the changes to discuss that we have to talk about today. We've got so much both inside and outside the ref. It's going to be great.
Yes, and rounding out this band of brothers, obviously, we have captain of last year's OPL Minor Premiers and jungler for Legacy, Tim Carbon Wendell. Thank you so much for joining us. We appreciate your time. Now, the last time I saw you, we were in Barcelona for All-Stars. And what have you been doing the last couple of months since then?
Pretty much just planning for this year. A lot of work to get done. Obviously around the gaming houses, we're playing in LAN, everyone's living in Sydney, so it's a really big year for the OPL this year. So yeah, pretty much just every spare minute planning for 2017.
All right, well, let's get into the schedule, shall we, as we bring it up on the screen. Today, we're going to be kicking things off with a replay of a semi-final from last year. It's a bolstered Direwolves squad taking on the Chiefs. Dive's obviously fresh from a Korean boot camp. Chiefs who've spent a lot of the off-season competing overseas and had a few struggles over there. After that, we'll be seeing the debut of the newly promoted XL5 team take on Tainted Minds, a side who've seen some North American imports and some bolstering there. Then tomorrow, we see Abyss take on Sin Gaming. And finally, tomorrow night, we're going to be taking Tim's boys, Legacy, take on AV. Now, gentlemen, let's get to these big changes that have happened over the summer break. Let me start with you, Mendrix. We're gone from a 6-band system to a 10-band system. Is the sheer amount of bands we're seeing now going to see a bigger diversity in champions? That's the goal of it, presumably.
Absolutely, and you already see it happening as well in internationally when it comes to the LCK, the LPL. All those sort of picks have actually diversified quite a fair bit, and a lot of these players have to pick up these more pocket-type champions in order to compete. So it's a lot of differences coming through, especially the fact that it's sort of changed things up around. There's two major ways you can go about it. One of them is to sort of pinch rolls. The other way is to sort of try to hide everything you're trying to do and surprise them at the end.
Yeah, and Carbon, obviously, the picks and bans are done in several phases now. You ban, then you pick, then you ban, then you pick. This means that you're not going to be able to get that perfect comp that you're going for, right?
No, I think one of the really cool things about the 10-band system is, as the opposing team, if you see 3 very obvious picks going towards, say, poke composition, you can use your last 2 bands to single out those last remaining poke champs and make them change their comp to something that's a little easier to deal with.
Yeah. I also want to also go quickly, very, very quickly, ask you guys about some Dark Horse champions. If we're going to be seeing any new picks we haven't seen before in the next couple of weeks.
Well, we've seen internationally so far a number of, I think, pretty unusual picks that no one really would have expected. We saw Claired and Nocturne, both in Europe. We've seen Singed in the LCK, I think. And I think with the introduction of the 10-man system, you're going to see that more and more and more. You know, over the last couple of seasons, it was kind of like if you had a champ pool of around 4 or 5 strong meta champs, you're probably going to get one of those every game. Whereas now you might see, you know, the full 10 bands might go to mid lane, and you might be playing. You might be playing Xerath. Who knows?
All right. Well, let's take a look at today's first match. It's going to be Direwolves versus Chiefs. Now we look at the boys there. Well, that's not the right graphic, obviously, but that's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's day one. Mistakes are going to be made. I'm sorry about that if you're viewing at home. I'd like to apologize to the teams as well for showing the wrong graphic, but we know who these guys are, right? We don't need to see their pictures because we know them. They're two of the biggest teams in the OPL. Last year's winners of the entire split versus semi-final Direwolves. Now, let's get a bit of context for this because I spoke to the captain of the Direwolves, Fantix, earlier today. Let's see what he had to say. Let me start by asking you about the Korean boot camp you guys just got back from. What did you feel were the main positives and takeaways from that experience?
The biggest positive out of it is that we were humbled by it, and we were shown that the skill ceiling is very, very high. And so basically, it showed us that we had a long way to go, and now we It didn't immediately make us the best players, but it allowed us to learn how to become the best players.
And in terms of today's match, do you feel like that skill's going to, or that outlook is going to transfer across? Are you feeling confident about today's match?
Yeah, for sure. But we're not really going to think about who our opponent are because we see them as all the same. It doesn't matter who our opponent are as long as we overcome our own obstacles, which is ourselves. We'll be fine.
Wow, that is very zen. Thank you so much for spending time with us, and best of luck with today's match. Thank you so much. Is that interesting for you guys to hear? He views all the opponents as the same, right? Surely there are individual differences to specific teams.
Yeah, I mean, it's an interesting perspective. I suppose if you kind of look at the game like, you know, this is the best way to play the game, and as long as we play the best we can play, we'll be better. But I think it's pretty naive to assume that every team is the same. I mean, if one guy plays only Singed and you don't ban Singed because you just need to play well, I think that's a pretty big mistake.
I mean, Mendrix, do you feel like the Direwolves, like Fantix said, their biggest opponent is themselves? Do you believe that?
Well, to a degree, yeah, because at the end of the day, if you can't really beat yourself and know how to get to that same level as everyone else is playing at, that's something that is going to hold you back. And the big thing is, like he said, you know, they've learned how to reach to that next level or that next skill ceiling. They know how to get there now. So they've gained some guidance from this boot camp. And I completely agree with what Carbon says. They need to actually make sure that they learn to beat their opponents and also make sure they can have some confidence in themselves.
All right, well, let us take a look now at the Direwolves lineup. We're going to see these boys getting ready because obviously all the games are going to be played right here in studio this year. So let's take a look down their roster, shall we? In Direwolves, we have Chippies in the top lane there, and their jungler, Sybil. Interestingly, they've got 2 junglers now. They're going to be looking Shenfire as well this year. Fantix there, Captain just spoke to him in the mid lane. Their new AD carry, former Legacy, former teammate of yours, Tim.
He was.
That is King. And finally, their support, Destiny, former AG player, I should say. AV?
Yep, that's the one.
Hey, look at those images. We got the right ones this time. Excellent stuff, everybody. Yeah, we I mean, let's talk about these guys fresh from a Korean boot camp. They weren't able to get a lot of Korean scrims with Korean teams over there, but they're working a lot on their own individual play, I think. Is that kind of what you've heard?
Yeah, I know they definitely did scrim some teams. I think there were a lot of teams over in Korea at the time for boot camps, so I think they played against maybe some NA teams, and I don't think they played against Koreans. But from what I've heard, it sounded like they definitely focused a lot on solo queue. In my experience, since they've come back, they've definitely seen like mechanically better players. I definitely feel like they've improved mechanically from the boot camp. But whether that'll translate into competitive, we'll have to see.
All right, well, across the rift, they'll be taking on the Chiefs, of course. Earlier today, I spoke to Swiffer about their upcoming games. Let's see what he had to say. Swiffer, let me start by asking, you guys have been traveling a lot in the off-season, maybe 4 or 5 different countries in about a month. Was that experience exhausting for you guys?
I think it really took its toll on me, especially after our crushing loss in Brazil. After that, having to pick yourself up again mentally and everything was actually quite difficult. And then having to go to Shanghai for the boot camp and put like your all in, and then Paris and qualifying for IEM, and then coming back to Australia for a week, and then leaving again for America, and then eventually Barcelona for All-Stars. It was really, really draining, especially like when kind of like halfway through our trip over in America, I got tonsillitis, and then that was really draining, and I thought that I could just kind of like power through it, but I really couldn't. I needed antibiotics and lots of medication. But like, yeah, apart from that, it was really good, and overall like a positive experience, definitely.
And you've had some time to prepare now, some time back in Australia.
Yeah.
Are you feeling confident ahead of the start of the split?
Yeah, feeling really rejuvenated after New Year's and everything. Got to spend it with family and friends, so I'm really happy about that. And then straight after New Year's, back up here preparing for our 5th consecutive title. So yeah, fighting words, but yeah, really, really looking forward to it, and lots of preparation.
What are you expecting from today's match then?
From today's match, so the Direwolves boot camped over in Korea, which I'm sure like everyone's kind of familiar with. And from what I heard, that they actually really mainly focused on kind of like their individual play, which I mean is really good, but I mean you can kind of do that almost anywhere. So I think that whilst on a micro level they might be really good, I think they've always kind of struggled on a macro team and a team-based level. So I think that maybe perhaps those tendencies will shine through.
All right, well, thank you for spending time with us, and best of luck today.
Thank you.
That is Swiffer, the captain of the Chiefs there, seeming very, very confident ahead of today's match. Now, why don't we take a look at their roster of the Chiefs as they're getting ready, plugging in with peripherals, etc. Look at them, looking pretty confident, I would say. Look at Smiley, singing, happy. Look at him. All right, let's go down their roster, shall we? In the top lane, we're seeing Swiper, Big Swips himself. Jungler, and looking at Spooks, a man with some very defined cheekbones. Swift, we've already spoken to him. The captain and mid laner, AD carry, Raze, joined at the end of last year. And finally, EGM, happily bopping along there in support.
Why is Ray so upset? They're all singing except him. I feel like he's the only one not in on the joke.
Well, he's only just joined this team at the end of last year. He's still learning the ways of the Chiefs, obviously.
That's true.
Let's take a look at this team very, very quickly. Talk about how Raze is going up against his old team in the Direwolves, yeah?
Yeah. Raze left Direwolves at the very end of Split 2 last year, I think just before the semi-finals. He played the last game of the season with Chiefs and then went to Direwolves.
He's going to be going up against King, obviously your former teammate.
Yes, who's also gone back to the Direwolves, who had a really good year last year, I think, and I'm expecting big things from him this year. But yeah, I think this matchup will be one to watch. They both kind of consider themselves the premier AD carries in the region, and I think it'll be really interesting to see who comes out on top.
Yeah, Mendrix, if this game isn't decided in the bot lane, where else are you looking? Because the meta is shifting away from the bot lane, right?
That's right. At the moment, ADCs aren't really the strongest roles out on the Rift. And I'd be looking more towards the jungles to sort of be the ones to dictate the pace of the game, make everything happen. A lot of the bans are sort of focused around the junglers at the moment. So you find that they take out the Kha'Zix, they'll get rid of the Rengar, especially the Rengar at the moment. Quite a priority pick.
All right, well, let us know your thoughts as well in terms of who you think is going to come out on top tonight, or today, I should say. Hashtag IamOPL on Twitter. In fact, if you're on social media and you want to get involved, we do have a social media competition. Which OPL team do you support? Go on Facebook or Twitter to tell us who and why. The top 5 most creative answers will win their team's summoner icon and a mystery prize skin, the courtesy of Riot here. Now let's go straight back into this game though. Let's work out who you think is going to be taking this series. I want numbers and I want names from you guys. Let me start with you, Carbon. Who's going to be winning and in what factor? What way?
I think Chiefs going to win 2-1. I think Direwolves have definitely improved, but in a lot of ways they've also kind of gone backwards to the team that they used to be. I think Chiefs definitely feel like I feel like Chiefs have a better grasp of the macro right now. However, Direwolves are really strong laners, so I expect them to pick up at least one game purely through their laning. I mean, they can win, absolutely, but no, I think Chiefs macro will take them to a 2-1.
All right, Mendrix, do you agree 2-1 to the Chiefs? What are your thoughts?
Definitely an outcome. I'd definitely agree with that. However, I sort of want to look at it in terms of it being the idea of history. Since 2015, Chiefs have never beaten the Direwolves. basically. That's a big thing.
In the regular split.
In the regular split. In the regular
Sure.
split. That's what I meant. That's what I meant to say there specifically. In the regular split. However, in the finals, that's when the Chiefs step up and they take the win there. So statistically speaking, Direwolves have the advantage on that. So I'll be going 2-1 to the Direwolves, but if the Chiefs take the first match, I feel like they're the ones who are going to come out in the end to win.
All right.
I will say, though, that all the games that the Direwolves win, they play from home, right? And when Direwolves lose is when they play on LAN. And unfortunately for them, or maybe fortunately for the Chiefs, every game is on LAN this year.
Yeah.
So we'll see whether or not Direwolves can perform on LAN, because that was always an issue for them.
All right. Well, I'm going to throw in my predictions as well. Let's say 2-0 to the Chiefs. I'll say it right now. It's a LAN. They're hardened veterans. Let's make it happen.
Biased hostcasters.
All right, that's enough from here at the us here at the desk. So why don't we get into game one by throwing to our casters? It's Spawn and Fish.
Thank you very much, Hingers. I'm Matthew Fish Stewart. Joining me to cast the first match here of the OPL in 2017 is going to be Jake Spawn Tabiri. Are you excited for this game, Jake?
Yeah, I was super pumped. And then Carvin just kind of stared daggers through me at the end of that analyst test segment. So, I'm still trying to recover. One thing I do want to point out, though, Fish, is we like people that commit. Mandrix, I know it's your first time on the desk, mate, but don't flip-flop on your vote. Just get 2-1 into the Direwolves. You'll be fine. However, this is such an important match coming up, Fish.
It certainly is, yeah. Mandrix, don't do what I did, because Jake gave me a lot of flack for that when I was on the desk last time around. But enough of that. We are into Champion Select for the first match of today. The Direwolves will be taking on the Chiefs.
And this is such an exciting game. So much history between these teams. We heard it, Direwolves being able to take those regular season games, Chiefs always beating them in the LAN performances. You've got Rays against his old team. You've got King versus Rays one more time. That rivalry is so fierce there, and we'll see which one of these teams really has prepared better off the offseason, because, one, boot camping in Korea, very solo. The other playing in a lot of tournaments, and, we'll see which one comes out ahead.
Definitely have to see, because both these teams, it is the semi-final rematch from last year. They've definitely prepared for the start of the OPL, both in gaming houses now, living in Sydney, coming in for LAN events every single week, and this is the first match for them here. We are into picks and bans, and it is the new pick ban phase, so there will be a total of 10 bans and 2 different banning phases, and we are underway for that first ban phase. On the side of the Direwolves, they've taken away LeBlanc from Swiffer, and Kha'Zix is going to be banned out, as well as Zyra towards Ejim, whereas on the side of the Chiefs, they've taken away Camille as well as Rengar.
And one more time, Chiefs, they're on the red side. They just don't want to give away the ridiculous OP champions right now. Rengar's pick potential is so good, and Sybil's always been a great Rengar player. Camille is obnoxious in the top lane, even after she got tapped a little bit. And a little bit of a surprise here, taking away Elise, which has always been a Sybil pocket pick. However, on the other side of the rift, the LG Direwolves, they're just looking to hit specific champions. LeBlanc's really strong at the moment. Swiffer, historically an assassin player. Zyra, Kha'Zix, they're just generally strong champions right now.
This does leave Ryze up and available, and it will be instantly picked up here. Should be heading into the mid lane for Fantix.
And I love this for the Direwolves because, they've been talking about their individual game. They want to play things like 1-3-1. I expect a split pushing top lane, Ryze to be locked in, go into the 1-3-1 as soon as you have that 1.5 item. And it's very hard to get Ryze out of a 1-3-1 because he's got a semi-global. And unless you pick something like Talia, he out-shoves, he out-duels, and then he can still make it to the team fight.
He's just one of the perfect mid laners for the perfect mid laner for the Direwolves of Fantix, where we also see Chiefs locking in their next 2 picks. Lee Sin is going to be picked up for Spooks heading into the jungle, and Jin has been locked in for Raze.
Yeah, and Jin has historically been Raze's best champion. I mean, this guy picked it up very early, likes the utility, also pumps out a lot of damage. However, internationally, Raze really didn't have that good of a showing for the Chiefs and has to be able to step up. He had ice, cold blood running through his veins at the final against Legacy, was able to perform, but internationally, his bark was a little bit bigger than his bite, and he did fall on his face a little bit. So he's a young guy, 17 years old, interested to see how he picks himself back up and learns from that experience.
Well, hopefully now that he's back in Australia playing in the Oceanic Pro League here, he will be able to go back to his form that we saw him have last year when he started off on the Chiefs lineup, getting close to the semi-finals there, moving over from the Direwolves. Speaking of the Direwolves, they have locked in Rek'Sai for Sybil, and still waiting to see what their third and final pick of the first pick phase is going to be, and it's going to be Poppy.
And this is just a perfect comp. I mean, already they have 2 globals, semi-global and a global in the Ryze and the Rek'Sai. Now they've got a strong tank. Whatever they put behind this in terms of damage dealers, whether it's going to be something like, a Ziggs, or whether they go for a more traditional AD carry, I know they've been practicing both, means that they're going to have that good front-to-back comp. You've got Rek'Sai, you've got Poppy at the front, you've got Ryze in the middle, then you've got your AD carry and support behind, and you're able to draw up those battle lines and go toe-to-toe with the Chiefs, who will, at this stage of the game, maybe struggle with a little bit of scaling because Poppy, Rek'Sai, and Ryze all head into the late game incredibly well, whereas Lee Sin historically falls off a little bit.
And we see the final pick from the first pick phase of the Chiefs is going to be that Maokai, not going to allow Direwolves to ban that one out during their second ban phase.
And this is really interesting because we're seeing the adaptation of the second ban phase come in, because when they go Poppy, if you don't take Maokai, all of a sudden they can ban away Maokai, they can ban away Singed or Nautilus, and you're stuck with a suboptimal take, maybe something like a Scion that we've seen floating around international play. So that's really nice adaptation out of the Chiefs. They are under a new coach at the moment. It's Coach Volt as opposed to Jish, who's over with the Immortals in North America. And I like to see that the new young coach really securing a good draft for his team.
You can already see the second ban phase. 2 bans coming out already. Direwolves yet to pick up the AD carry and support, so Malzahar is going to be banned out by Chiefs, not allowing Destiny to pick up that champion, whereas Chiefs still looking for a support and a mid laner, so they're going to get Cassiopeia banned towards them, and they ban out a second support, being Misfortune.
Yeah, really interesting taking out the Misfortune. Now we're really into the second tier of supports. You know, Karma is going to come out probably at this stage. Maybe something shoving like a Nami that we've seen a little bit overseas. I like the Cassiopeia ban from Sharp. I mean, that's the coach of the Direwolves right now. Historically has been one of the few champions that can go toe-to-toe with Ryze in machine gun damage. Ryze does so much. Cassiopeia, if he does land the ultimate, is able to lock that down and get enough done. And also get rid of the Taliyah, which is that semi-global presence that I was talking about. All of a sudden, unless you go Twisted Fate, there really is nothing to match that part of Ryze's kit.
On top of that, Swift was one of the first players to pick up Taliyah last year when she was introduced.
He's a good Taliyah player, yeah.
And he definitely is a great Taliyah player. And like you mentioned, Spawn, immediately Chiefs, they're going to lock in Karma as their 4th pick.
Yeah, and one more time, this is a really nice pick because it gives the shove, it gives pseudo tankiness. There's just so many things, and the fact that all of the OP supports are now off the board and Karma's been left alone leaves them in a little bit of a bind. Do they go a Braum for a little bit of engage? This is really hard now for the Direwolves. And their new support, Destiny. He very good mechanically. Played AD carry for Avant at a stage, played support for Avant. TK is interesting, but really they're going to struggle with the push in the early laning phase and lose a lot of priority in that lane.
Certainly will. We have seen a lot of Tahm Kench being played internationally since the start of the 2017 season. We are going to see Ashe being picked up by King here as well.
Yeah, and that's a premeditated like 2 pick, because if you leave it at your solo pick to grab the Ashe first, all of a sudden they take away Tahm Kench. If they pick up Tahm Kench, you know, you can do some funny things, ban away the Ashe, so I like that they left it till last. Ooh, Syndra getting through. I mean, with so many mid lane bans, that's a pretty strong champion to leave up on the board.
You know, be picked up by Swiffer heading into Fnatic's Ryze in the mid lane. But already we can see, like you mentioned, the adaptation of this 10-ban pick and ban phase and the double pick phase coming out from both the Chiefs as well as Direwolves. And it seems like both of them have gotten pretty decent team comps here, Spawn.
Yeah, they certainly have. I mean, the Chiefs will be a little bit frustrated that they couldn't get Ejim on a very big lane bully to, you know, be able to poke out something like a Zyra, something like the Misfortune. However, he is a good supportive support at the same time. At the same time, Direwolves, they look at their composition, they must be so happy. They have initiation out of their AD carry, they have globals everywhere built into their kits. For a team that likes to play the map, likes to split up and never team fight, that's pretty much ideal.
Especially when you look at their first 3 picks, Poppy, Rek'Sai, and Ryze. This is a team that historically plays towards the top side of the map. They're going to be really happy with these power picks.
Yeah, they certainly are, and I mean, when you able to grab all of those picks without having to, you know, invest anything for it, really. I mean, they gave away an okay comp, but it looked like they got exactly what they wanted.
It certainly does look like that. Chiefs, they pretty much have got what they'd like as well. You know, maybe not the support they want for Ejim, but still great picks for them on the bread side of Summoner's Rift. For now, though, before we get onto Summoner's Rift, we're going to go over to Hingers, who is going to be talking to one of the coaches.
All right, I'm here now with the coach of the Direwolves. So let me ask about this new 10-ban system. Did you guys feel like it was a bit of a struggle to draft today?
I think we prepared pretty well. I don't think we had any issues about draft. I think we're pretty confident, and each of the people on the team have very diverse champion pools, so it wasn't really a worry for us.
And do you feel like you got everything you wanted out of the draft then?
I think we outdrafted 100%.
Yeah, so confident going into the match?
100%. Yeah.
All right, well, that's all we have time for here. Let's throw it back to the casters. Direwolves feeling very confident.
And we're about to get into that game really shortly there. We just heard from Sharp. He is really confident with that pick ban phase, and I don't blame him.
Why would you not be? I mean, as I said, it looked like they gave everything they wanted.
got everything they wanted without giving away anything they didn't want to. So, you know, they got rid of the Talia. That would have matched the Globals. There's just so many things that they were able to trap the Chiefs on. And I feel like they got initiation out of a surprising place. I mean, normally you don't see King running around on utility all that much. But if he's going to be on this team, he has to learn how to play towards the top side of the map, because historically, Sybil's just bounce between chippies, bounce between Fantix, and they really do play that 1-3-1. So it's a good comp. The one thing it might lack is wave clear when they do go into the 1-3-1, and they need to make sure they don't get dove. Because if any of them eat unwanted CCs, the Chiefs are really relentless on how quickly they will dive, especially with Lee Sin and Syndra.
It certainly will be, and a fantastic pick up from King as well as Destiny. The Ashe and the Tahm Kench, both of them have great global presence to help them play towards their top side of the map, where direwolves are historically direwolves are historically known to do. For now, though, still waiting to see where the two junglers are going to start on Summoner's Rift. Right now, it looks like Spooks is going to be starting on his blue buff. We're going to be seeing Sybil start on the... Sybil's going to be starting on the blue buff as well, getting a little bit of a leash from Chippies on the top side. We saw Swiffer pick up 2 of the Raptors.
2 Raptors. I mean, Lee Sin doesn't clear Raptors in his first time round because it really is a painful camp for him to go past. So we'll see whether that is something that gives him the EXP lead, maybe hits level 2 on wave 1 the way you want to. But I like the fact that Spooks is willing to start bottom side of the map. This will really confuse the Direwolves lineup. Generally, Lee Sin is a top side of the map and hands off blue buff first time around. Instead, Spook's going for a little bit of power farming right now and wants to be able to continue to, you know, grind through that. If he gets to level 6 first, he can make a big impact on this game.
You can see Fantix is able to match Swiffer's early level 2 advantage there by pushing a little bit harder to start the game off.
And I mean, that's why we like Ryze right now. He has great pushing in the laning phase, huge burst damage. I mean, doesn't deal with tanks great late game, but if he ever gets onto your squishies, really is left, right, good night, as Rusty likes to say. That's exactly how Fantix wants to be able to play. Isolate the side lane and be able to pick up some nice early kills.
Meanwhile, just checking in with the jungler, Spooks has hit level 3, yet to take his red buff, but is making his way towards the mid lane. Fantix is going to hit level 3
and he's
himself.
on the wrong side of the map. I mean, not expected to be there.
Stun comes out. Fantix taking a lot of damage. He tries to clear out the wave. Has to flash. The Q's going to come out from Spooks, but goes in the wrong direction. Fantix will live to fight another day.
And that's big because Fantix turned around, got the shield. This is why we like Ryze in the meta because, you know, able to pick up that shield, couple of extra 100 health, then get back out through the creep wave. Spooks' Q, maybe a little bit of that nerves because that was high, wide, and not very handsome right then, Fish. But, you know, still good to burn a summoner spell early and live to tell the tale.
Certainly, as Fantix did not have to use his exhaust there, so still has 1 defensive summoner spell remaining.
Which is really important because you expect Spooks to be coming back when that level 6 is hit by the Syndra. Bottom lane, they just want to shove this one out. A little bit indecisive out of the Chiefs there. They're down in CS in most lanes apart from mid. Really starting to struggle.
And this is something we see a lot internationally against a Tahm Kench. Only he will be pushed underneath his turret quite heavily.
But you want it to hit level 2. You don't want it to hit level 3 because you can see right now he has a grey health, he has the tongue lash, and he has the consume. So he's actually in a good position where if he flashes onto maybe the support or the AD carry, he can guarantee summoner spells because he does a lot of burst damage at this stage of the game. Because the way we changed his passive to apply at all stages, not just at level 6. And really is a lane that the Chiefs can't be too comfortable in. They're still up, they still have poke advantage, but this lane can turn on its head in an instant.
And besides the gank in the mid lane, it's just been relatively quiet between these two teams. King,
really nice bounce.
Take quite a bit of damage there. Raze pushing out quite nicely for the Chiefs. Moving back into the mid lane, Swiffer and Fantix just going toe-to-toe against each other for now, fighting the minions more than they are each other.
And even though Swiffer got the early gank, he didn't have the 900 gold to go for the Lost Chapters, so he's just gone for a second D ring. Still not bad. I mean, he's going to be able to survive a little bit of Ryze's burst that comes out because of it. But the ideal back timing for Syndra is to be able to pick that up. Another gank coming in.
Fantix going to put the exhaust down towards Swiffer. This time Spooks is going to hit the Sonic Wave, Resonating Strike, and it will be first blood picked up by Swiffer.
And that's huge because Sybil was there waiting for the counter gank, but there were so many minions, he didn't want to go into fight at the same time because it would have been a double kill. The return gank comes out, and as we said, as soon as you give up flash against the Chiefs in the mid lane, you expect Spooks to be there.
You can already see Chiefs using their bottom lane to try and move towards the mid lane as well, making sure they can help their team out if they need to.
Sybil trying to guarantee a freeze in the mid lane for the Ryze. However, Swiffer harasses him out as well. Means that he's going to be able to shove this into the turret. And the first meaningful objective. I mean, he's going to go back now. He's got the first blood gold. He must have the 900 gold for that Lost Chapters. And
That's when the lane gets hard. As we take another look at the replay, stun hits, exhausts the wrong member, in my opinion, because the burst combo would already come out of Spooks, and Swiffer, and Spooks is able to put in so much work.
And there is that lost chapter being picked up by Swiffer as he heads back towards the mid lane. Fantic still just sitting on his Tear of the Goddess as well as the boots that he just picked up. Going to be a little bit of a struggle in the mid lane for him for now. No summoners available for that rise either. Swiffer yet to burn his Ghost or his Flash in that mid lane.
And because of all the pressure around mid, they're kind of guaranteed where Sybil's going to be. Because if Spooks is concentrating mid this hard, and it's a rise that you need to get ahead for the 1-3-1, you know that Sybil's going to try and match. But at this stage of the game, especially with summoner spells being burnt out of Fantix, there's no way they can... So that's just good awareness out of the Chiefs to keep going back home. I mean, Spook Swiffer, it's a recipe as old as time. We know it's coming, but they have executed on it this time around incredibly well.
You certainly have, and yet to see Sybil have any impact on this game so far. Has spent most of his time just holding the mid lane for Fantix.
We've got first meaningful shops coming through right now, Fish, so let's check in on that. I mean, Berserker's Greaves on Ash, that's a weird first item. That's 1,100 gold. Maybe didn't have enough for the BF. Goes back a second time and picks up a longsword, so presumably going towards an Essence Reaver. You're more an AD carry player than I am. But the Dirk is a really interesting one, because that means we're going to see a Ghost Blade first item, presumably into the IE. Jhin likes to still be able to bully the lane.
We've seen a lot of interesting Jhin builds coming out.
We've seen some downright banned ones as well. I mean, IE double Zeal was seen the other day, and I was just like, that's a very old, poor build.
We've seen double BF swords as well. Some really interesting things being picked up by Jhin. We'll have to see what Raze decides to pick up as his first item. Berserker Greaves is going to give King a little bit more utility for his team. Going to be able to run fast, stay away from the tanks, slow down a lot of people on the side of the Chiefs.
And I wonder if that's what it is. You know, he thinks that the pressure's going to start coming into the bottom lane. I mean, Teleport was burnt by Chippies, but not by Swiper, which means that, you know, there is the opportunity to heavily dive this lane. You see the ward just around the corner. Something that the Chiefs like to execute on. And it is a play that we see a lot internationally.
Yep. Spook's going to be able to eat a couple of fruit there, heal himself back up, takes down one of the vision wards.
Definitely, and you can see right now that Chiefs have kind of left top side of the map. Like, Swiper's got no attention so far, he's just farming peacefully towards the direwolves, and they are very heavily focusing bottom side of the map. You see the water around the corner, they're looking for a teleport. The whole river area has been blacked out, there's absolutely no vision at the moment. This is how Chiefs like to play. They like to play bottom lane focus. Swiper's a great carry player, but we very rarely see it just because of this play style. And at the same time, Direwolves, they're having to alter a little bit. I feel like they would have liked Chippies to be further ahead.
We can see constantly Raze and Ejim pushing up that bottom lane, moving in towards the river to make sure that the Direwolves are constantly guessing where they're going to go.
A little bit of an invade here, but Swiffer's by himself. He needs to be careful.
Sybil's still going to be able to pick up his red buff. Miss smites by 1 hit point. Still be able to pick that one up.
That's a tilter.
Now Fantic's getting a lot of damage down towards Swiffer. Has to pop his ultimate. Will get crowd control out of it, and Swiffer throws down the ultimate for Spooks to pick up the second kill of the game.
And one more time, Swiper's right there. So even if he had have run up, there was no way he could get out. And the Chiefs just continue to control this river. Spooks is ducking out of Fog of War. They don't know whether they're going for a teleport play bottom. They don't know whether they're going to keep camping mid. And Spooks is out jungling the pants off Sybil at the moment.
It certainly is. The Lee Sin pickup for the Chiefs has been doing wonders for them at the moment. We take a look at that one more time.
And this is Fantix going aggressive without having vision on the Chiefs jungle because of how dark that river is. But the rule is if it's implied pressure, you just don't go for the play. As I said, Swiper was even cheating down. So best case scenario, that port goes off. You're just in the waiting arms of a Maokai and they kill you anyway.
Speaking of Maokai, Swiper's been left to his own device up in the top lane, sitting on his island, just happily farming up.
Maybe the first adaptation out of Sybil, given the fact that Shermfire has been helping mentor him a little bit. Shermfire's a heavy carry jungler. I mean, I haven't seen him play live and in person in a very long time, but around 2014, you know, when Vi just came out, he was destroying teams on that champion. So the fact that Tiamat's been picked up, the fact that there's like 26 CS already on Sybil because he's just hard farming, really, to me, is more of a Shermfire trait than a Sybil trait. Sybil was a big Elise player,
Some action in the bottom.
Agent's going to get locked down here. Arrow comes out from King. Destiny will eat him up. Spooks is coming down. But Sybil's here too. Teleport's being thrown down. Agent will be the first one to fall and actually will be cancelled there by Swiper. Direwolves make their first play of the game.
Yeah, and over-aggression, I mean, right then the Chiefs bite off a little bit more they can chew. As I said, Destiny at this stage of the game actually does a lot of damage, and now he's flashed forward.
Yep, flash forward, forces Raze to flash away. Did not want to be eaten up by the Tom Kench.
Great trade. I mean, Destiny pulling his team back from the brink. They're able to make up that 1,000 gold that had been picked up through the Chiefs' solo lane. And all of a sudden, that CS advantage for Sybil and that heavy power farming style is coming out. Take another look at this in the bottom lane. I mean, Ejim set up for it. You could tell he wanted it. They cancel the back. He misses the empowered Q, although now Swiffer in some trouble. Had to burn one summoner spell already.
He's going to be jumped on exhaust, goes down. Fantix will pick up the kill, but Spooks takes down Sybil. He's going to use the port to go a minuscule distance away, and Spooks still trying to chase him down, but will miss the second proc of that Sonic Wave resonating
I mean, it's
strike.
only rank 1 fish. Doesn't go far at the start of the game. However, that is a good one for one trade because Fantix picks it up, can guarantee some farm, and the kill went over on Spooks. And as I said, eventually Lee Sin's fallen off. I mean, this isn't solo queue. We're not going to see a hard carry Lee Sin game. So they need to start getting other members farm because this game looked like it was going to be all Chiefs, but the Direwolves have bitten back really hard.
We certainly have, and the gold is dead even between the Direwolves and the Chiefs here, despite it being a 2-3 scoreline. No turrets yet to be taken down so far.
Gold does get a little bit deceiving when it comes to junglers, however, because they're only going to be so effective. I mean, they're both going to be tanks at the end of the day. Maybe Sybil gets there a little bit early, but the utility that comes out of Lee Sin still can't be undervalued. So I do agree, they've done a great job to keep it this close, but when it is the junglers carrying the gold on the side of Direwolves versus the mid laner on the Chiefs, still is a little bit skewed.
So yeah, it's Fantix still showing that he can still go toe-to-toe against Swiffer in lane.
And there you go, you see it on your screen right now. I mean, actually, it's not even there. It's the AD carry and support that really have the advantage right now, whereas mid lane, it's 800 gold for Swiffer, which at this stage of the game, when you only have 5,000 gold, that's a big percentage of the gold. I mean, he's got 20% more gold than the other AD carry.
That's a full component above his counterpart. King going to take a little bit of damage from Ejim as well as Raze here. Arrow's going to come out. Ejim takes a bit of
Sybil's
damage.
there as well. Ejim's in trouble.
Looking for it. The exhaust will come down. Ejim does get locked down, and Sybil will pick up another kill for himself.
And you have to ask, is that King baiting? I mean, that's a great setup there. He just eats the damage, but was never in risk of dying because of the TK. Sybil just pops over the wall, able to pick up another kill. All of a sudden, this Rek'Sai is really rolling, starting to get himself back in the game.
Ejim has been taken down twice in this bottom lane.
Yeah, he's playing a little bit silly aggressive. When you're playing ranged against melee, the idea is you build a CS advantage, not you build a kill advantage, especially with someone like Karma. So at the same time, you really have to question what's going on there. Teleport coming in out of the Chief, see whether it's matched.
They want to try and contest for this. Teleport is going to
be a
come down
5v4.
from Poppy. Fantix is getting into this as well. Swiper taking quite a bit of damage. Direwolves want this fight. Maokai will go in. Destiny is going to try and get away from this. He's not going to take it down. Instead, it's Swiffer that falls to Sybil. Spooks is the one that's in trouble next. He'll get taken out by Fantix as King's going to flash aggressively forward. The double kill comes out for Rise. Swiper's trying to run away, but everyone from the Direwolves is collapsing. The Wolfpack is here, and they've taken down 4 members of the Chiefs.
And that was just such a bad call out of the Chiefs. So we're fighting a 5v4. It's only a Mountain Drake, and the decisiveness out of the Direwolves to call, yep, we're going, be able to get in there. Really impressive play. They get themselves their first meaningful advantage, and they're also going to pick up the Dragon.
They certainly are, and that gives them a 3,000 gold lead almost ahead of the Chiefs. I can't do math. 2,000 gold lead ahead of the Chiefs at the moment.
1,400. That's all right. We'll get closer and closer as we start doing the math. But yeah, just such a swing because all of a sudden now Fantix, who was shut down in the laning phase, negative 20 CS, picked up 2 kills in that fight. Let's take another look at it. So Swiffer, a little bit too close. Swiper gets chunked out at the start of this fight. As I said, Rise at the early game does so much damage. And then firing an ultimate into Destiny and not killing him is just a poor move by Swiffer. Sybil gets saved over the wall by a mistimed kick. And from there, it's just King and Fantix cleaning up the back end of the team fight. Really well executed.
When you see as well King using his aggressive playstyle, flashing forward, not to pick up kills, but to save his teammates, really bringing utility into the team when it's previously known to be a hard carry, AD carry.
Yeah, it certainly is, and this is what we're interested in seeing. Can the Chiefs, can the Direwolves,
make that change in playstyle? Can they play utility on one member? And now Chippy's found Spooks, but everyone else is here as well.
Going to take quite a bit of damage. The Curtain Call is going to come out. Chippy's getting taken down really low. One final auto attack from Swiffer. It's all it takes. The Chiefs get a pick in the top lane.
And this is where the Chiefs say they struggle with macro play, because you see the mechanics came out in the Dragon fight, and then all of a sudden, the rotation came out of the Chiefs. They've called top lane as a target, and instead of just trading, you know, getting some power in the mid priority, they try and match it. They lose out on the first turret blood, and they also lose out on a kill, which means we're going to equalize the gold temporarily. As this turret falls down, it will go back up to about 800, but it's a little bit of an unnecessary play by the Direwolves to give away the extra kill. The turret was going down. It's just that Chippy shouldn't have gone down with it.
It's an unfortunate play coming out from them. Chiefs do bring the gold lead back slightly closer towards what the Direwolves were able to pick up after the Dragon team fight they got earlier. King still down in this bottom lane, just farming up against Swiper, who's going to head back to base.
And now where does the next rotation come? Because the Chiefs have put their 80 carry and support in the mid lane. But against a Ryze, that's kind of what you want. The earlier Ryze can get unlocked to go to a side lane, the happier the guy is. So I don't know whether that's really where the Chiefs want to leave it at this point. Although with Swiffer heading down into the bottom lane, maybe it is. Maybe they can just set up the 1-3-1 here and continue to beat away at the Chiefs' turrets.
You can certainly try. Like you mentioned, Raze and Ejim still in this mid lane, just farming up, making sure they can protect their mid lane outer turret.
And it's kind of the perfect storm for it, because if they can match Ryze against Maokai briefly, Maokai hasn't built up all that much magic resist, just has a Merc Tread. So Ryze is going to be able to burst through a lot of that, continually pressure Swiper. And the great thing about Poppy is she pretty much is undiveable. So even if they shove into the Poppy, it's going to be really hard to execute on a dive. So Chippy should be okay. And he's also gone with a lot of magic resist. So you would expect that he's going to be matched up against Swiffer if they can get their ideal lanes. However, it doesn't look like they're going for it. This might be a little bit of a, you know, just a little bit of poor setup. I think there's more kill threat on the other side. Spooks has been hit.
He's been locked down. They're going for a fight
DK's
here.
in
Time
behind.
Catch is coming in. Destiny, but it's going to be King that gets jumped on by Spooks. He has to flash out of it. Jumps to his teammate. Egypt's down the one that gets locked down. He has to try and flash away. The Direwolves are still chasing, but
Here
it's now
comes a
Chiefs.
re-engage.
They want to try and fight back. Gurnikor comes out, misses a lot of members. Destiny incredibly low. Will get locked down. Spooks goes back in, gets back to safety. Now Big Swips is in amongst it. Fantix has to flash over the wall.
Raze, you can't go too close.
Swiffer's trying to wrap around. Fantix has to be really careful. There goes the Dark Matter. Fantix will fall. Raze gets the shutdown. Swivel's trying to run for his life, but it's Raze now that flashes aggressively forward. The Rek'Sai has to try and get the heck out of there. The rest of the Chiefs still looking to try and chase him down, but he's going to pop his ultimate and he will get to safety.
Yeah, so he gets to safety, and they've lost a little priority in top lane. Can they get the turret off it? Because it's a good team fight out of the Chiefs to turn around the re-engage. However, push is on in the top out of Chippies.
King's going to be able to run away from Big Swips eventually. Pops the fruit and he's able to heal himself back up. Poppy still pushing on the top side of the map. Chiefs looking to try and get some damage on the mid lane outer turret. Tom Kanch as well as Ash will slowly make their way towards it to see if they can get any defense down.
This is a really important push. I mean, if the Chiefs are able to pick up 2 turrets, that would be a huge boon. Right now, it looks like it's going to be a 1-for-1 trade, so not the end of the world for Direwolves. I mean, the gold will equalize after this turret falls down. 500 only, and I feel like when it comes to map positioning, the Chiefs are reading the Direwolves like a book. If it ever comes to outplay, the Direwolves are setting up so cleanly. This all starts because they think Spooks has been caught out, and maybe they go a little bit too deep because King can't follow up here because of all the damage that comes out. And then as soon as Raze gets to safety and can guarantee his ultimate, there's really no way you can run away. Right now, they have to turn around and fight because Raze is just able to continually slow. Destiny gets caught up. And that means that, you know, Fantix overextends, get caught, and they're on the wrong side of the map. This is all just because they didn't hard commit, and Raze was able to guarantee the re-initiate. This is why we like the utility out of Jhin, maybe more than something like an Ashe.
You can see a lot of the members from both teams have been able to go back to base after those couple of plays, pick up a few items from themselves. Swiffer getting a very early Void Staff, making sure he has magic penetration for the Poppy,
Trust
for
me,
the Rek'Sai.
in the League of Tanks, when there's a Tom Kench, a Rek'Sai and a Poppy running around, as well as what looks to be an Abyssal Scepter Merc Treads Rise running at you. You want to Void Staff as early as possible, Fish. I'm surprised you waited to the second item. No, I'm not. But yeah, it certainly is something that you look for Swiffer to have as early as possible in the game.
See Raze, after picking up his Yeoman's Ghostblade, looking to pick up an Infinity Edge as his second item.
Yeah, it certainly is right now, and that will guarantee him a nice power spike. You see,
Essence Reaver into presumably Hurricane coming out right now. Maybe Phantom Dancer if King feels like he's in real danger.
So we do have the Dragon respawning as well. It's just a Cloud Dragon. We'll have to see if either team decides to go for a fight on it. Spookstone trying to lock down Destiny. He's going to get stunned up. Pops the Grey Health. Going to take a full ultimate to the face. Swift will pick up the first kill.
Swiper's in.
Top laners are teleporting down. Swiper trying to get into the back lines. Chippies will be able to knock the Karma away. Swiper taking a ton of damage, but still taking everything up. Sibyl's going to get back to safety. Spooks is back in the action. Chippies now in trouble. As the Dakota Core gets popped. First bullet's not going to connect. Neither will the second. And the Direwolves will just lose their support.
He was fishing for Sybil. He didn't want to fire them into Fantix or King. Of course, it's an execute. That is a 1-for-nothing. Potentially a Dragon going to go over. However, once again, very close team fight. Actually saved by a clutch twisted advance out of Swiper, who was able to dodge out of some damage that would have killed him and got another auto attack to guarantee that sap magic. So little things in this game right now. A big error out of Ejim, however, that I do want to point out was the fact that Chippy's got exhausted in that team fight. I mean, I know people say that Poppy does a lot of damage, but she really doesn't do that much sustained damage in a team fight. I feel like you either want to exhaust the Ryze or exhaust the Ashe. Maybe not the Poppy in these team fights.
And still Chiefs were the ones that were able to get the single pick there off the back of
Ooh,
Spooks.
King's in
kickback.
trouble.
Takes a lot of damage there from Swiper.
Can just be eaten, but you don't want to have to give it to the chance of Destiny, who's playing his first game back in pro play. Sybil maybe caught out a little bit here. Ejim looping around.
Sybil will be able to pick up the red buff, trying to get onto the explosive plant, but good move from Ejim. Knocks him up as soon as he steps on top of it.
He's very tanky and he has support coming in now.
There's Destiny, able to eat up the Rek'Sai. Will get him back to safety, so successful invade coming out from Sybil.
But, you know, that does send a message. If you come into my jungle, I am going to force you back out. Sybil's hard farm. I mean, he is incredibly tanky at this stage of the game. And after what was a pretty poor start, has bounced back terrifically. However, Spooks and Ejim still showing they have that synergy to be able to communicate and kick people out of their jungle.
And now both Direwolves and Chiefs just looking to try and farm up whatever they possibly can on the map. 5 members of the Chiefs grouped up in the mid lane. We have King on the top side of the map, just trying to push on his own. Destiny going to take a little bit of damage from Spooks, hits the explosive plant, gets back to safety, but Chiefs take down another turret from themselves.
Yeah, they certainly do it. You can see that they've got King in the side lane at the moment. They obviously want him to get towards the last Whisper as soon as possible to start dealing with the Chiefs tanks. But when we think of 1-3-1, we typically think of Fantix being the one in the strong side of the map, pushing, Chippy's weak side, and then AD carry historically has been with the team, which is why I used to sing the praise of Raze a lot when he was on the Direwolves, because he played that role with very limited resources incredibly well.
Well, Direwolves now looking to try and get the counterplay here, looking to get damage on the mid lane out of turret. That one should fall. Only 3 members of the Chiefs here to try and defend it. Arrow will whiff coming out from King, so no engage coming out from the Direwolves. Sybil now taking a bit of damage. Poppy will stop the knockup coming in from Spooks. Sybil now trying to run away, going to get stunned up by the Swiffer in the mid lane. He gets the first kill. King gets kicked back, but King will be able to flash back to safety. Fantix, he's been exhausted. Not going to be able to deal enough damage on the Ryze here. But look at the burst that comes out as soon as he gets into position. Gets the shutdown on towards Syndra. Trying to get on towards Raze. Spooks tries to get in amongst the action. Destiny will be able to eat up the Maokai. King still in this fight, trying to do what he can. Gets the damage on towards Swiper. Direwolf still pushing forward. Fantix will flash onto Spooks. He's going to get taken down for the double kill. And the Direwolves again pick up 4 kills against the Chiefs.
And one more time, they just burn so much onto the tanks. That's a Syndra ultimate. Pretty much a kick as well, trying to get rid of the 2 tankiest members, and they're just not able to clean up the team fight a lot. Direwolves run away with it. They're going to have access to the Baron because of Rek'Sai, and that's going to be the first Baron of the game.
Let's see if they're going to be able to take this one down fast enough. It seems like it's definitely going to be the case here. Direwolves, they get 4 kills against the Chiefs, move straight towards the Baron. They're going to be able to pick up the big purple worm. And the Chiefs now have to do something to stop the Wolfpack.
Yeah, they certainly do. I mean, that's a huge gold swing. One more time, they go into Sybil, they go into Chippies. And Fantix is kind of on the right-hand side of this team fight. Just watch him. I mean, it looks like the Chiefs are winning, but he's continually putting spell rotations in. They isolate Swiffer, and then as soon as this exhaust expires, huge burst damage coming out, able to pick up both members, and then no one can really kill him. Good use of the ultimate. Gets on top of Raze, who's put himself in a bad situation. Doesn't have access to Fantix anymore. They keep kind of chasing after Fantix as opposed to just hiding backwards and getting on better terrain. And that's just a, you know, little error like that. Not reading the terrain properly. Giving Ryze access to that backline. that cost them the Baron, and now a huge push, huge momentum swing coming in for the Direwolves.
And I love the way King's been playing this game as well. That entire fight, he literally did next to nothing for the first 20 seconds or so, and then stepped in when he knew the damage threats were taken out by the rest of his team. Direwolves are playing really well at the moment, and they're looking to press their advantage. They've taken down the bottom lane inner turret. Chippy's now looking to try and get some damage on the top lane inner as well.
Well, it's kind of coming in waves, honestly, Fish. I mean, it looks like they're playing well, and then they give up a little bit of a team fight. They get caught out on picks. However, talking of picks,
Trying to get one on towards Spooks here, but it's King that has to get eaten up because he's going to take a lot of damage. Redemption comes out, but Raids comes to bullet, is able to take down King.
And one more time, you say they're playing well, but don't overextend. Go into your 1-3-1. Rise ult is available, and there is no one that can match Fantix right now. He's got 6 kills. Instead, they group up in the mid lane. They all get stunned. Over-aggression out of the Direwolves, and this is what we were worried about. Can they mechanically stand up to the Chiefs? Yes, probably they surpass them. Individually, these are 5 of the best players in Oceania. However, just a couple of little mistakes when it comes to decision-making. Chippies would have had that top lane turret if he wasn't called away.
That does give Chiefs a bit of breathing room here. Now they're able to get the pick on towards King. Direwolves don't want to go for a 4-on-5. They still have a slight gold lead of about 3,000 gold.
Ooh.
The Baron buff is ticking away.
Let's talk about AD carries for a second, because both AD carries, as Razor's caught out,
He's going to have to try and pop his Yomus to run away. Fantix going to use his ultimate raise, trying to get the heck out of there, but it's not going to happen. Direwolves get a pick.
Globals. I mean, we talked about this in Champions League. That's a great read. Able to pick up the young AD carry of the Chiefs, who had no business being there. So really nicely done from the Direwolf. But both AD carries have gone for builds without Last Whisper third items. Razor's just picked his up now because he can't, after shooting the Rek'Sai, he was like, I do no damage. However, interestingly enough, King's followed suit. King, see whether he's able to deal with the Maokai, deal with the Lee Sin, who's going to be diving on him pretty repetitively.
And he's gone for the Essence Reaver into the Hurricane here. Next item looks to be an Infinity Edge, so going for a lot of crit.
And I like the build, don't get me wrong. However, I just think that at this stage of the game, to guarantee your damage, you probably go to something like a Last Whisper. And then the utility of the Essence Reaver Hurricane is still going to be there. Ooh, you can see that Swiffer now takes damage.
Spooks is looking to try and see if he can get an engage going on towards the Direwolves. Hops over to a ward. Try to get the jump on towards the Rise as well. Meanwhile, Sybil, he's moved towards the top side of the map, helping out Chippies, and they take down the top lane in a turret.
And great read out of Sybil. I mean, he has the global available. Didn't really have a tunnel to go to, but there's always that implied pressure that there's going to be one in the blue side jungle. And he's able to secure the turret now, steals himself away another red buff, and the Direwolf starting to become a little bit suffocating for the Chiefs. It's up to a 6,000 gold lead.
Destiny going to be eating up King nice and early there, making sure he can't get
Teleport
caught out as
coming
well.
in. Both teleports, actually.
Sybil sitting on top of Swiper, gets the knock-off. Swiper tries to flash, but King gets back to safety before anything happens. Destiny's now the main target, but that's a lot of great health. Now they're trying to lock him down. Egypt's going to get hit by the arrow. He's going to get taken down first. The rest of the Chiefs are chasing on towards the lonely Rise. Egypt is going to get the shutdown on towards Rise, but it's going to be 2 members of the Chiefs that do get taken down. They're still trying to chase on forward. Chippy is at full health.
Going?
He gets splashed on. Poppy smacks him into the wall for the double kill for Destiny. King will get eaten up as well. Going to keep him alive. Tywell still chasing on forward. Good stun from Swippers, but Chippy's, he's not done yet. Still looking to fight.
And Swiffer is putting in so much work, but right now Raze just keeps going into areas that he shouldn't. Swiffer gets picked off, and that's 4 kills now for the Direwolf. And they are absolutely smashing the Chiefs in these open terrain fights because Razor's positioning just questionable time and time again.
Certainly is, and only Fantix getting taken down, who was holding up the entire back line of the Chiefs. Immediately, Direwolves move towards the Dragon Pit, looking to take that one down after taking the mid lane in a turret.
I mean, that's the right call. If they can trade Fantix, get rid of, like, what is it, a 7-4-4 Rise at this stage of the game, so much of the damage, and then reset up the fight correctly, that's a 1-5 for the Chiefs. But what happens? Raze splits away from the rest of the team, gets popped, flash, wallbang from the Poffy. Let's actually just take another look at it. So this is a good opening. Swiper gets stunned up, but they're able to refocus. Off screen right now, the Rise is going for a flank, and they're going to be able to pick him up. Meanwhile, it's just a big tank off, nothing else really happening. So, you know, Swiper dies, Egypt dies, but at the same time, Fantix is taken out. However, when we look at the rest of the fight, Raze needs to run up right now. He runs down, gets indecisive, and then flash, wall slam, and look at the damage that's still coming out of Swiffer.
Swiffer could have been able to clean up the back end of that team fight, but 2v4, there's absolutely nothing you can do.
He's even got his Luden's Echo now for Swiffer's going to be dealing a lot of burst damage as the Syndra.
And a member of the Direwolves that you have to point out is Chippies, because this guy's a hard carry, you know, known for his Aurelia, known for his Jax, plays a lot of Fiora in solo queue. However, being able to pick up a tank, this is kind of like the Huni story, right? Able to do that team thing and be able to get onto a different champion that we don't necessarily think of Chippies when we talk about Poppy is really big for the Direwolves. And if they can play, you know, ooh.
Sybil going to try and go for a flank here, gets a good knock-up, but he's the one being locked down. The rest of the Direwolves still trying to get in position. Spooks takes a bit of damage, so does Swiffer, but now they're the ones that are backing away. Swiper jumping on top of Chippies. He's trying to hold the tank at bay, make sure he can't engage.
I feel like they needed, like, right now, the Direwolves are way stronger than the Chiefs. They're 8,000 gold up. Stop forcing. Just, you know, go into your lanes, get them all pushing up simultaneously, set up for that Baron that's coming up in 15 seconds. Do the right thing. Instead, they're going for another forced play.
Let's see what they can do. Chippies gets a knock up on towards Swiper. Fantix pops his ultimate, trying to get even closer. Redemptions are being put down. Swiper will heal up massively. Chippies another one that's the target. Big Redemption comes out. He's going to get eaten up by Destiny, making sure he stays alive.
Fantix is on the back line.
Taking a lot of damage. Fantix tries to get the ease up on towards Swiffer, but they do get back out of range. The stun narrowly missing coming out from the Syndra there as well.
Yeah, certainly does, but all of a sudden, the Direwolves force them back enough that the ward lane is guaranteed they can head towards that Baron. Instead, they're going on to Spook.
They found him. Explosive plant over the wall. Spook's trying to do what he can. Destiny will eat up his AD carry, and it will be Spooks that gets taken down, and Baron is live and on the table.
And that means now the Direwolves have access to the Baron without the jungler. That is such a good pick. They had the vision to be able to track him towards that top side of the map. You see Spook scratching his head a little bit. The Chiefs look a little bit flabbergasted because the Direwolves, slow to start, starting to get those rotational plays down pat.
And right off of the back of that Baron, they're 10,000 gold in the lead here, Spawn. Chiefs, their first game against the Direwolves here, not looking that fantastic.
Yeah, and you know, we were talking about how Chiefs were feeling confident going into this one. They said they didn't know whether the practice that Direwolves got overseas was going to be enough. However, does it look like it right now? Sure does. Trinity Force going to be picked up for the Poppy after saying, you know, great tank play being there. Chippies wants some damage to go with the rest of his build. I would have honestly liked to have seen Iceborne Gauntlet. The only reason is I actually don't mind Trinity Force on Poppy, but against Jhin, someone that relies on movement speed, Iceborne Gauntlet really does wreck his day. If you're able to get one proc off through that buckler, means that he can't run out of this field as quickly as he would like. And saying that, still a fine choice.
Certainly is. And Chippies, we already talked about him. He is known to be that carry player, you know, giving him that little bit of carry
Gives
potential.
him a split push out. I mean, that's what it does right now. See Frozen Heart going to be picked up from the Maokai.
Chippies trying to stop him from picking up red buff.
He wanted that so bad.
Raze will still pick it up. Ultimate being used by the Poppy. That's on a short cooldown. We'll come back up shortly.
And without a pick from Swiffer, you know, blowing up, maybe a rise.
They're trying to look to see if they lock down Fantix. Ultimate is going to come out. Destiny's going to get amongst it as well. Fantix still chasing on forward. Teleports are coming through as well as the Redemption to get them back up to close to full health. Now sieging the bottom lane inhibitor turret. They're trying to look in for this one. Turret at half health. The flash kick comes in. Fantix going to get jumped up by Swiper, but Destiny eats him out. The double takes from the Direwolves are in the backline, getting a lot of damage now. King trying to kite back. Maokai now soaking up a lot of damage, but it's just a wet little fight to start things off, but it will be Swiper that falls. Spook's going to be next. It's a double kill for the Rise, and they're chasing on towards the back line. Flashes coming out everywhere. Swiffer's back in. King tries to run away, but does get taken down. Swiffer does pick up that first kill. Poppy still chasing down on top of them. Throws down the hammer, gets the auto attacks they need, and another 4 kills for the Direwolves.
And that might even be the game because right now 4 are dead and only 1 is still alive. It looks like Direwolves are going to pick up the first game of the series.
They're on top of the Nexus turrets here, Spawn. They might have blinking health bars, but there's only Aegium left to deal with them. The second turret is going to fall. They're onto the Nexus, and Direwolves, they will be the ones to pick up the first game of the 2017 split of the OPL.
And what an impressive victory. I mean, early game looks like they were being out-rotated a little bit. The pressure mid lane was suffocating, and they took that big breath that the Direwolves in the past haven't been able to do on land. Regrouped, got some fantastic team fights for themselves. And honestly, the Chiefs couldn't go them on an individual basis. Raze caught out, Swiffer caught out. This was just the story of if Chippies or Fantix ever got access to that back line,
the mistakes were there out of the Chiefs.
And it looked like it was going to be a slow start as well for the Dials because the Chiefs were doing really well to kick the game off, shutting down Fantix, making sure the Spooks was always in his lane, but they just couldn't capitalize on that.
Yeah, exactly right. And when you have a look at this, what do you expect out of the Direwolves? You expect big 1-3-1, you expect side lane focus, and you expect them to, you know, when they do fight, be very scrappy. However, what we saw was they were coordinated in the use of their globals. I mean, running a triple global comp, not easy to do. They're able to pull it off. And King on utility 80 carry was incredibly impressive. I mean, as you said, picking his windows, not overextending, able to really set up a lot of good fights for his team. So hats off to the young 80 carry. Over from Legacy, we were wondering whether he could fit into a more supportive role. Answer is yes.
He certainly did. He was still able to use that carry-like play style that he used to be really well known for and adapted it into this team. Direwolves looked fantastic in game number 1, but it is a best-of-3 series. For now, though, we're going to throw it back to the analyst desk.
Thank you, Vish. Thank you, Spawn. Well, turns out I was wrong, obviously. My bad, you guys. Well, Mendrix, Carbon, it's a win for the Dials that picked up. Turns out that Korean boot camp, it paid off, yeah?
Yeah, I mean, I thought they played really well. I actually think both teams played really well. That was a really good way to start off the season, I think. Absolute cracker of a game. A lot of big notable plays from a lot of different players.
Yeah.
A lot of big team fights coming through as well. I really did enjoy that whole situation there as it happened. And what I really like to point into account that the Direwolves, like you said, they had a really strong laning phase, and they were just able to capitalize on every single team fight that came their way.
Well, because we have with Carbon here on the desk, and you obviously play jungle for Legacy, I want to get your thoughts on the jungle, on Spooks' role in particular, because he kind of was doing well early on, and then kind of found himself out of position a little bit towards the end.
I think both junglers actually played quite well. The way that matchup works is that the onus is definitely on Lee Sin to make plays early. Like, Lee has to, because Rek'Sai is going to outfarm him and be more relevant in late game team fights. So Lee really has to make things happen early, and he did do that. So I thought that was really well played by him. But I don't think Sybil was doing nothing. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, he was waiting in the wings a few times, but really he was power farming pretty fast. So I think. And you could see that late game, he was very relevant.
Well, let's bring out some stats now in terms of the jungle as we look at this graphic. It'll come up on the screen any second now. Here we go. So we're looking at Sybil versus Spooks. Now, Sybil's obviously been training a bit with Schoenfire. Do you see any difference in his play? Because he's known for playing these top carry champions, but obviously today playing more of a tank and poppy.
Well, Sybil's usually very gank-heavy jungler. Like, he likes to gank a lot, and he doesn't like to farm so much. And maybe in the past, his pathing was not the strongest part of his play. But I would say that the Rek'Sai he just played was pretty good. Spooks also played well, but you could see there that the CS lead favoured Rek'Sai. And to be honest, that's purely the matchup, I think.
Yeah, Mendrix, thoughts on the game so far?
Yeah, absolutely. There. And one of the things I do want to point out specifically is the reason why Spooks was able to get some of those early kills is because Fantix was being a little bit aggressive as he was going in towards those fights, which allowed him to sort of make something happen, whereas Sybil's going around looking for it, but just didn't have those opportunities. So he did the right thing, continued to power farm, and became much more relevant in the late game. And
in terms of the team fights that you were talking about before, there was an early dragon fight I know you wanted to talk about, the 5v4 where the Chiefs kind of took a poor engage. You want to take a look at that now?
Yes.
Let's bring that up.
So as you can see here, that's at the moment, Swiper's a little bit early into the team fight here, and there is no Karma, so it's a 5v4 up against the Chiefs. Immediately, Swiper takes way too much damage. He's forced to get out, and he can't really be in the middle of those team fights. And then, because they've got that extra brute power, they're able to get the kills early. Karma comes into it a little bit too late, or as you can see, Ejim comes a little bit too late, and it just seems to be Direwolves just coming out with full force of numbers at the moment.
I think a little bit micro there.
Yeah.
I feel like, yes, it was 5v4, and that's probably not the best macro decision, but Syndra was very strong, and I felt like Chiefs thought that they had the power to one-shot somebody, but, I mean, they burnt it on the Tarm, and he didn't even die, so they didn't get the dangerous game off it. I think if they maybe picked their targets a bit better, or maybe executed like a lead kick Syndra ult combo to instantly one-shot maybe someone who was a little bit more relevant, like maybe the Rise, who I didn't think had summoners, because he'd burnt them in lane phase. But look, ultimately, you don't really want to be taking 5v4s. Yes, it's a mountain drag, but I mean, you're not going to lose over a mountain drag, whereas you might lose over getting aced.
Well, quickly, what do you want to see changed by the Chiefs in going into game 2 then? What do they need to kind of mix up?
I mean, that's a tough question, really, because, like I said, they were playing pretty well, and I felt like the game was definitely in their hands early. Maybe just yeah, work on the positioning a bit. I don't know if it's first game nerves, but I swear when Poppy's in the game, it's like people get drawn to the walls like moth to a flame. You know what I mean? It's like the one rule against Poppy is don't stand next to the wall, and everybody stand next to the wall when you're playing Poppy. Because we saw Syndra get wall banged, we saw Raze get wall banged a number of times. So I think yeah, maybe bit of first game nerves, who knows?
Mendrix?
Absolutely, I definitely do take that into account. And also target priority, as you mentioned before, a little bit of those micro in-game mechanics. I'd like to see them sort of make sure they pick their fights a bit better. I think there's actually another team fight that we have coming up where you can actually see them not really going for it too much. But it was one of those cases when Fantix had that triple kill, which was so big coming across, and they were sort of focusing out onto King in that situation. Didn't really get to pick him out because he flashed out immediately, and then they just let Fantix have free reign the entire time. He was just able to sit back, do what he wanted to do, and then he got a triple kill right afterwards because they were focusing on Poppy instead of really who was their target priority.
Yeah. All right, well, that is game 1. Dival's picking up a win, proving me wrong. Let's take a break, and we're back with game 2 right after this.
Put the exhaust down towards Swiffer. This time Spooks is going to hit the Sonic Wave, resonating strike, and it will be first blood picked up by Swiffer. Maokai will go in. Destiny is going to try and get away from this. He's not going to go take it down. Instead, it's Swiffer that falls to Sybil. Spooks is the one that's in trouble next. He'll get taken out by Fantix as King's going to flash aggressively forward. The double kill comes out for Rise. Swiper's trying to run away, but everyone from the Direwolves is collapsing. The Wolfpack is here, and they've taken down 4 members of the Cheats. He's going to take a lot of damage. Redemption comes out, but Raids comes to bullet, is able to take down King. On top of Swiper, gets the knockoff. Swiper tries to flash, but King gets back to safety before anything happens. Destiny's now the main target, but that's a lot of grey health. Now they're trying to lock him down. Egypt's going to get hit by the arrow. He's going to get taken down first. The rest of the Chiefs are chasing on towards the lonely Rise. Egypt is going to get the shutdown on towards Rise, but it's going to be 2 members of the Chiefs that do get taken down. They're still trying to chase on 4. Will be Swiper that falls. Spook's going to be next. It's a double kill for the Rise, and they're chasing on towards the back line. Flashes coming out everywhere. Swiffer's back in. King tries to run away, but does get taken down. Swiffer does pick up that first kill. Poppy's still chasing down on top of them. Throws down the hammer, gets the auto attacks they need, and another 4 kills for the Direwolf.
I told you this was a bad deal, man! Shut up and move! Which way? Over here! I see it! I see it! We're almost there, man! Let's go! I'm sorry! Come on!
Unleash. Ready, Hammer? Up we go! I love it when a plan comes together. Hold up!
Welcome back to the OPL. My name is Michael Hingers-Hing, and I'm joined here at the analyst desk for Game 2 by Nathan Mendrix-Mendez and also the jungler for Team Legacy, Tim Carbon-Wendell. Thank you guys for coming back. Game 1 obviously went to the Direwolves. Game 2, Chiefs v Direwolves. I want to kind of go back and talk about the pick bans in Game 1, if we might. The first thing that kind of popped out to me, and again, I'm scrubbed here. I don't know what I'm talking about, but even I know that that Tahm Kench is usually the counter to an Ashe, right? Because the Ashe arrow comes out, you see him swallow up the person who gets hit, carry him away to safety. Like,
yep.
I'm an idiot, but I know that.
Yeah.
You see Direwolves picking up Tahm Kench and Ashe. How strong is that as a comp?
Generally, not actually that strong. Tahm Kench is not. I mean, he's got a global, which is very good, and he has the eat as well. But he doesn't really have much lane pressure. The eat was really good that game because Syndra Lee Sin, the Chiefs, kind of the access of that comp was the single target burst that they had. You know, they could kind of with a Q, kick, Q combo from Lee Sin or Syndra ult, just one shot a priority target. But against Tahm, you can't do that. So I thought it was a good pickup from Destiny. We saw him take a long time to decide what his pick was going to be at the end because I think a number of the supports got banned out and the Chiefs picked Karma pretty early. But yeah, it worked out for them pretty well.
Mendrix, of the champs we saw in Game 1, do you think there are any performances there that deserve to be banned out in Game 2 going into it?
Well, in terms of I don't want to look at it in terms of performances, but I do want to look at it in terms of what utility it brings for the team fight. So in that sort of situation would be Ashe, and what I really like about Ashe is that she has that amazing engage for the rest of the team that sort of everyone can follow up with. Even though the ADC meta isn't perhaps something that is too strong at the moment, she's still an extremely strong pick and definitely something that's contested.
Yeah, so if you're going to this Game 1 as the Chiefs, you went in, Game 2 as the Chiefs, you went into Game 1 very confident. Game 2, you're feeling a little bit taken aback. Mentally, how are you recovering from this?
I don't think they would be doing too bad. Like I said before the break, I think they actually played pretty well. There was, one team fight mid where Fantix kind of got, not lucky, of course, but, the stars kind of aligned and he managed to get a triple kill in one spell combo. So I think if that didn't happen, the game would have been very close for a long time. So I don't think the Chiefs should be too rattled. I think, there's a lot of good things to take from the early game. I think a draft much along the lines of the same as the first game, I think would do the Chiefs a lot of good.
Yeah, Mendrix, the draft for Game 1 was pretty standard, mostly.
Yeah.
But going into Game 2, if you're the Direwolves, are you feeling then overconfident at all, do you think? Or you're kind of just pretty level-headed and playing chill?
I wouldn't say they're feeling overconfident, especially in that interview that we saw with Fantix before. He seemed very zen. Everything's like these guys are the same champions that we're going to have every single time.
Outplay ourselves. That's all we got to do,
exactly,
baby.
Exactly. And so I feel like they're going to take that into it and just have really good momentum into the next game. So if anything, it's a big asset for them.
Yeah. I think... not overconfident. They could be, I suppose, but I don't think they should be. Spooks was making a lot of plays early, and I think, things are going a little bit differently. A game like that where Syndra has a couple kills or Lee Sin has a couple kills can snowball out of control very quickly. So I think Sybil will definitely look at his pathing and what lanes he has to protect. Direwolves really want to kind of farm it out until 15, 20 minutes. I think that's when they play best. So I think there's still a few things for them to look at for next game, but they'll obviously be very happy with the first win.
And what about the new elements we're seeing in the Direwolves team? I mean, let's talk about King rejoining this Direwolves team. How did you think he performed in that game?
Yeah, I thought King Calvin played really, really well there.
Yeah.
I think he did take one or two Syndra stuns that he maybe could have avoided, but other than that, it was near perfect. Great utility play, good in lane phase. We saw Lee Sin try to gank bot early, and with a 3v2 advantage, they didn't get a kill, and Calvin bought enough time, so King buys enough time for Rek'Sai to come in and counter the gank and pick up a kill on the Karma. So I think a really good performance from him for Game 1.
But Mendrix, across the Rift, we're seeing Raze found himself out of position a couple of times during that game. Is that something he's obviously going to want to correct, but how does he go about doing that for Game 2?
Really just making sure that you are communicating with the rest of your team and understanding where you need to go. I think one of the big things that Spawn put into it is he actually walked down instead of walking up, second-guessed himself, caught himself into it, and then basically got wall-banged by the Poppy.
And as we said, when you see Poppy, stay away from walls.
Yeah, but nobody can do it. I mean, you say that every time, and every cast you watch, and I swear you can watch the best players in the world. If Poppy is in the game, they are standing next to the wall. They can't help it.
All right, well, that is enough from us here at the analyst desk. It is time for Game 2, so let's throw it over to our casters. It's Spawn and Fish.
I'm not sure what Carbon's talking about there. You just stand away from the wall, Spawn. What's so hard about that?
Yeah, I mean, no, I actually agree with him because what it does is it makes you second guess your positioning. And like when you're thinking about everything, I mean, Raze at the moment is thinking, I need to get off to a flying start. I'm the dominant Oceanic AD carry. I'm going to prove it this game. So he's eking for that damage. And like, as soon as you path a little bit incorrectly, the flash comes out. You know, there's huge punish in that team comp. So I think that he was out of position, but as Carbon said, you can kind of understand why playing on land, playing against Poppy, playing against the Rek'Sai and Tom Kench, you can see how it happens.
Big props to the Direwolves, though. We're able to capitalize on those.
Oh, every single time. I mean, the Direwolves in that situation, they don't hesitate. They're very good at taking, and I think it's because they do have that individual onus that Fantix was saying, that it's not a team call. As soon as Chippy sees him step out of position, as soon as Fantix sees it, they make the call themselves, and they do capitalize on those errors.
And if you're looking at the player cams now, you can see a big change in mood from these two teams. We can see Sybil, you know, smiling, laughing, jumping around a little bit. Chiefs now are completely serious from what we saw in game one, where they were, you know, singing out loud a little bit to each other, jumping around. Now it's game time for them because they have to win this match to put it to game 3.
Yeah, and of course in the OPL, the split, every match matters. I mean, they're not going to get 3 points this time around if they 2-0, but they still can get 2 points if they 2-1. Or even if it's a 2-1 for the Chiefs, they pick up that point. At the same time, however, right now for the Direwolves, if you pick up 3 points against the Chiefs, which very few teams you assume are going to do this split, of course, unless there's a complete collapse out of the Chiefs, that puts you in great stead of being towards the top of the ladder. And of course, that all-important seeding directly into the grand final.
Which would be a fantastic start for them because they're up against the Chiefs in their first game and they already have 3 points. It doesn't get harder than that for any team coming into the first split of the OPL. For now, though, we are still in Champions Select and the first round of bans have gone through. Elise, Camille, as well as Jace being taken away by the Chiefs. Kha'Zix, Rengar, and LeBlanc are the 3 bans from the Direwolves.
Yeah, so a similar pinch, and you would expect this time around the Chiefs to go Rise. Prophet Spawn, yeah, no, he's really strong. At the same time, like, this is exactly the same pinch that happened in game 1, pretty much. Chiefs a little bit worried about Poke, it looks like, at the moment, so banning away Jace, but apart from that, very simple.
The last time around when Shark came out of the pick and ban phase, he was very happy with the way his team drafted. We have to see what he's going to be able to use to respond to this Rise pick. Still quite a few great mid laners left available, but the first thing they decided to pick up is going to be Rek'Sai for Sybil. Had an interesting start to the first game, but definitely finished very strong on that champion, and they give Chippy's Poppy once again.
Yeah, exactly. So we're seeing once again a double tank comp run, which means that one more time you would expect Direwolves to go back towards team fighting. However, even though their team fighting in late game when they had an advantage was very good and they were able to catch Raze out, I do feel like at the start of the game there were still windows where the Chiefs should have capitalized harder than they did. So it leaves you open to the same kind of play that all double tank lineups do. Black damage early game, and sometimes, you know, you can be caught at a disadvantage.
Chiefs are going to be able to pick up Zyra as their support champion of choice. Egypt should be taking that into the bottom lane. Direwolves still have one final pick in the first pick rotation to respond. We're still waiting to see what the next pick from the Chiefs is going to be.
Ooh.
And Ivan gets locked in for Spooks.
Yeah, that's really interesting. I know that Spooks has been practicing it. I know Sybil's been practicing it as well. Big control jungler, great utility. I mean, if you're talking about pathing, Ivan's a great jungler for you. There's some sneaky 3 buffs you can go for. I mean, you can also double Rift Scuttler very early in the game if you have a Smite available. So I like Ivan. I think that he has a very unique place on Summoner's Rift. And this means, in my mind at least, with the fact that they've got Zyra, the fact that they've got Ivan, they can build a Raze comp here very, very quickly that can get out of hand.
I'm still waiting to see what the next few bans are going to come out from the Direwolves, but they do lock in Syndra, so again, prioritizing the top side of the map first for picking up their AD carry and support. They already know that the support for the side of Chiefs is going to be that Zyra, so they still have their AD carry and top lane to pick from.
And what this tells me is that the Direwolves don't put much stock in the MF counter, because you assume if you're the Chiefs, you're going to take that away. I mean, Zyra can still win that lane, but if there is utility like an Ashe or a Jhin, it's very hard for her to do so. So you would expect Chiefs to try and want to secure themselves Ashe, take Misfortune off the board. Malzahar also, that would really make the champion pool in bottom lane shallow, and things like Karma, Tarmcamps, they're going to start coming out again.
And that's exactly what we saw from Chiefs in the last pick ban phase. They banned out the Malzahar, took away the Misfortune, immediately got themselves Karma. This time around with Zyra not being banned out in the first pick ban phase, the chance to pick up a stronger support for themselves. Whereas Direwolves, they're going to take away Maokai, and we actually get a Scion ban being thrown towards Swiper.
Yeah, it certainly does. So I said that Swiper's been practicing it.
maybe Nautilus is going to come out. I don't know how his Singed is looking at the moment, which is the other option against Poppy. So that leaves him in a little bit of a pinch. You can see Swiper actually a little bit confused. I'm sure that he's not used to being focused out, but the misfortune does follow. So a very similar comp this time, but maybe a little bit more thrown at Swiper as opposed to the bottom lane of the Chiefs.
And I was talking to Nelson, one of the LMS coaches, the other day. He said, as long as one of the big three tanks, which is Poppy, Maokai, and Singed, are left up, it's almost impossible to play Nautilus into that matchup. So we'll have to see if Chiefs are still going to pick it up heading into the top lane. But the Direwolves will lock in Ashe as the AD carry of choice once again.
And I like this because Ashe is a better hyper carry than Jhin. And Ashe Zyra is a very dangerous lane to be a part of. In saying that, you can see that Raze wants to be on a little bit more mobility and damage threat this game. So he goes for the Ezreal, which when he was known as Zeratul, Caitlyn's Ezreal were pretty much the only things he played. And he's a very good Ezreal player.
So not looking to go for the synergy of the Caitlyn with the Zyra in lane as well as the Ivan. Instead goes for that Ezreal, popular pick in the LCK right now. In Korea in general being picked up very frequently as the AD carrier of choice, and we do get to see the Nautilus being picked up by Swiper.
And that's interesting, because I do kind of agree with you that Nautilus gets punished heavier than other tanks. It doesn't really have the same way to get out as a lot of the other tanks do. However, I still do think that his utility is very appreciative if he gets to late game. In saying that, Singed, in my opinion, is a better choice at the moment, because he has an easier time shoving the laner than staying safe against pure tanks, and you don't want to gank Singed. If you got double tank, you got Rek'Sai, you got Poppy. After about level 5, if he goes back and gets his triple dark seal, there's just no way you're killing the guy anymore. And you don't want to expend resources top.
It is going to give them much needed engaged potential with this Nautilus coming into the top lane. Lots of crowd control as well to go with the Zyra in the bottom lane. On the side of the Direwolves, so they pick up Karma as their supportive choice to go with King, opting for a little bit of lane control instead of going for the Tahm Kench once again.
And you see, I don't really know whether they did need initiation, because Direwolves have never shown a lack of wanting to teamfight. You know they're going to come at you eventually. And they do have a good kiteback comp. As long as your engage is not a blink, Zyra really does stop that. We saw that a lot with Zyra into cannons and poppies at Worlds, just able to stop it. And then if one person goes in and the rest of the teams to follow up, which is why I like it, into Ashe. So if Ashe lands the arrow, the tanks go in, you can put the ultimate in between the carries and the tanks, and it separates the team fight. So Zyra will provide enough counter-initiate, in my opinion, to stop that. However, you can see that the Chiefs, they're just very comfortable playing engage out of the top lane. So you don't blame them for it. I just don't know whether that's the reason they went for it.
And they definitely, like you said, have a great kiteback comp. You know, they've got Ivan, going to probably pick up the Redemption there. Both Ryze and Ezreal do very well in prolonged team fights, and lots of crowd control from the support and top laners as well.
And this is a very standard Chiefs comp. In saying that, one more time, we're seeing the difference out of the Direwolves play. And I do like the fact that they've mixed this up, because they are showing a willingness to play that double tank, to, you know, get a lot of utility in other parts of the map. And if Chippies can turn into a really solid team-fighting tank player, that gives the Direwolves a whole new arsenal that they can play with. It is just so impressive.
Yeah, we already saw him play that Poppy in the first game. For now, though, we're going back to Hingers, who's with one of the coaches.
Thanks, guys. I'm here now with the new coach of the Chiefs. Volt, congratulations on your new job. And new coach, new picks. We've seen Ivan for the first time, obviously. Tell us about that pick, and is it something Spooks has been practicing?
Yeah, the Ivan pick is something we've been looking into in scrims. Even though it's not something that's really big internationally, it's had some success for us, especially with like Poke champions like Ezreal.
Yeah.
So that's the logic behind that pick. And Rek'Sai really doesn't punish it. So it's
And
really good for us.
Also, I want to ask about your top lane. Swiper kind of looking like he was getting banned out there. Is that something you guys expected going into this pick ban phase?
Yeah, we expected a lot of tank bans on Brandon because he's like a very big tank player. So we have a lot of picks prepared. We have other picks we haven't shown yet for Brandon as well. So yeah, we're pretty okay with Brandon getting banned out because we have a lot of options.
All right, so if this goes to a game 3, maybe we'll see some pocket picks there. Yep. That's enough from us here. Let's throw it back to the casters to get into game 2.
We heard there from Volt, like you mentioned earlier, Spawn. Their previous coach, he's moved over to North America, now helping out Immortals. So we'll have to see if Volt's able to step up to the plate here for the Chiefs.
And this is one of the interesting things about the new OPL, is the role that the coaches will take. And, you know, Sharp, obviously previous top laner for the Direwolves, very good player in his own right, now very smart coach. And Volt was the analyst for the Chiefs, has travelled with them a lot, was a substitute player for a time, and obviously now taking the head coach role. And he's a very smart guy as well. So I like talking to all the coaches out there. I think it brings a unique aspect to the OPL this season that we haven't previously had, all the coaches in the gaming houses. And hopefully we see that the players start not only getting better, but playing a little bit smarter. Because in the past, you know, we've had some questionable team comps coming out on the international stage.
We certainly have. But so far, these two coaches have been doing a good job of drafting.
Single-handedly, Swiper's actually looking to push these guys off.
Oh, might be helping them out a little bit here. Assist Sybil with a little bit of damage. He's going to be able to take down this red buff nice and easy.
I think what he was trying to do is make sure Sybil had to smite. However, Sybil didn't have to smite, which means that he can go to the blue buff in time and maybe catch Spooks off guard. You could see Spooks wanted to go for the cheeky 3. Not going to happen at all. However, 2 second snare is available. No, not yet. It's not.
Instead, just moving in towards mid lane. Fantix going to have to back up. Dodges out the snare coming out from Spooks. And
that's a heap of waste of time. That's actually, you know, I give Spooks credit for pathing more often than not. That was really poor pathing. He's going to lose a red buff for it most likely.
Well, he's going to use the explosive plant to get over. It's going to be a smite battle. Who gets it? It still will be Sybil. But Spooks does lock him down, looking to try and go aggressive towards this Rek'Sai.
He's going to have to flash if he wants out.
Nautilus is here as well. Swiper throws out the hook. There's going to be a flashover coming out from Spooks, and the explosive plant from Sybil knocks Spooks back over the wall, and he gets back to safety.
And the problem is that top lane's pushing into Poppy, so even though that means that Chippies can't follow, it's denied some CS from Swiper. Yeah, just a little bit of a mix-up there out of the Chiefs. Uncharacteristic, however, all's well that ends okay. So it just will be Summoner Spells traded out of the jungle.
Fantix and Swiffer going toe-to-toe here. Swiffer very low on mana. And Fantix actually going to start to go aggressive here, but misses the Dark Matter.
You could say Swiffer not too perturbed by that one. However, it will force him out of the lane, presumably, which will give Fantix a pretty good edge at this stage of the game. He's already 4 CS up. Had a freeze if he wanted to leave it there and just match recalls. However, it looks like he wants to shove that one in as quick as possible. Swift has kind of played the mind game here where he stayed in lane. Kill threat is available. However, he's held it off his turret, which does mean that maybe Fantix is going to call in Sybil to try and push this one out.
Let's see what's going to happen. Sybil is on the bottom side of the river, making his way towards. Hawkshot's going to come through as the lane as well from King. Sybil instead decides he's going to take down the Scuttle Crab on the bottom side of the rift. Ivan pots one of the plants to reveal the vision in the river and spots out the Rek'Sai. Swiffer would now use his opportunity to go back to base.
Swiffer's pretty much in death territory with Thunderlord, so he has to be really careful here. Meanwhile, Sybil's behind the bottom lane of the Chiefs.
Egypt and Ray's going to be careful. The tether comes out on towards Egypt. Destiny's going to be able to lock him down. King gets some good damage through. Egypt will get healed up, but one more auto attack is all it's going to be, and King gets first blood in the bottom lane.
Yeah, really nicely done out of Sybil. His pathing has been good in this early game. Honestly, out-jungling Spooks, and that means that they will be able to pick up the first kill of the game. Now they're just trying to shove it into...
Very low. The snare will not connect coming out from Spooks.
And one more time, Spooks is just called here to like help push in a lane. He said that they've had practice with Ivan in Scrim. I would love to see their results because it seems like a couple of times Spooks has just been slightly late to the party.
Swiper will push in the lane on the top side of the map. Chippies is forced to go back to base. Will be denied a bit of CS. Sybil almost gets caught out here by Egypt. Swiffer still chasing him down. There's a lot of damage that comes out from Rise. Sybil does get the knocker. Trying to look for the flash, but can't get it. Swiffer now taking a bit of damage coming out from Fantix, but they do catch out the mid laner.
Hey, Worth, if you can take some damage like that for a kill, even if it means he has to go back, certainly something the Chiefs will be excited about because we've already seen what Arise can do once in this best of 3. Previously in the hand of Fantix, who doesn't look like he's a stranger on the Syndra, by the way. Ooh, that's some nice CSing right there. Atlas would have been proud.
Fantix and Swiffer going back and forth here in the mid lane. Still, Fantix will shove him out in towards the turret. We'll have a good CS lead, actually, almost 50 to 30, so about 20 CS in Fantix's favor.
Yeah, and that's the second time that Swiffer's been pushed out of the lane. We saw Swiffer about 17 CS, I think, up in the same matchup, but nowhere near this early. With a lot of jungle focus going on to Fantix. So looks like in the laning phase, at least until you get your double mana items, slightly favoring the Syndra, but as Rise continues to scale at that late game, he just has all the priority in the world, pretty much over the whole map.
Let's be checking with Sybil now, just taking down the Raptor camp. Rek'Sai very good at clearing out the many Raptors that are now present in that pit.
Especially with something like Barmy Cinder or the Tiamat. So Sybil able to make short work of that. King came back with a BF sword versus a tier. As I'm sure all tier users around the world know, that is so painful when that happens. And your boy's in trouble a little bit, Fish. The Poppy. You might have to go have a chat to your Taiwanese friends because it looks like Nautilus doing fine.
Yeah, Swiper doing a really good job in the top lane. He has his double Doran's ring.
I mean, Swiper was playing Nautilus off meta.
for a lot of last split. He certainly knows the champion inside and out. So much like tank players around the world, they find a way to win these matchups.
Spooks now makes his way in towards Direwolf's blue side of the jungle, smites away the blue buff, and makes friends with the Scuttle Crab.
But one more time, I mean, this is a second rotation of buffs, and he got level 5 off that. I mean, he is so far behind the pace. Second round of buffs, you want to be hitting level 6, not level 5. He's a full level behind. Sybil looking for a gank in the top lane, can afford to, given that luxury, based off the fact that, you know, Spooks hasn't really been able to get the impact he looked for in the early game.
Swiper notices here. Sybil should have seen that ward expire.
Yeah, he did, but now he's stuck around for a little bit longer and they're going for it anyway.
Yeah, Swiper should know this is happening. There was a control ward as well, but he's still being caught out. Pops his ultimate, gets a big shield as well. He fancies his chances against Chippies. Gets so much damage down. Here comes Ivan, throws out Daisy. The flash forward comes out from Swiper. Now Sybil's the one that's in trouble. The knockup comes out from Blue Buff, and Spooks will pick up a kill for himself.
And one more time, Swiper is just such a good tank player. Had the composure, made to look like he was running away, and then, oh, I'll just fight you because I'm probably going to die. Calls up Spooks in time, and they're able to turn it around. This might even be the first turret of the game. Never question any pathway. I mean, Spooks just comes up with their goods and is able to secure first blood turret for his top laner.
They're going to be able to take this one down with ease. Chippy's been denied a lot of resources as well.
And that's just such an investment out of Sybil, because as you see coming in here, he was a full level up on Spooks. And when this ends, he's going to be 2 levels down. But you have to give credit to Swiper. Faked that he was running away, fought them in the creep wave, able to flash, guarantee the kill, more CC in Nautilus kits than actually should be allowed in the game of League of Legends, and able to come up with a huge turnaround. 2-level advantage now for Spooks off that play. First turret gold, and unlock the Nautilus to roam around the map.
Certainly has now. Chiefs moving down in towards the bottom lane. Raze and Ejim just trying to push up against King and Destiny.
One thing I want to point out, if you haven't seen... Oh, no, I'm not going to.
Fantic's going to get caught out a little bit here. Swiffer takes a lot of damage. Big flash coming out from Sybil. Will take it down before he can get over the wall. Swiper will get locked down by the Enchanted Crystal Arrow, but takes absolutely no damage as Nautilus.
Yeah, a little bit of a late flash there out of Swiffer. Does mean that he will fall down. They thought because they had the roaming Nautilus, that would be at an advantage, but if you don't wait for the person to get into your lane before you engage, you do end up dying before they can help you out. What I wanted to point out about Ivan is he's really unique in the fact that he leaves behind one of his buffs. So he gets a blue buff, you get a blue buff. If you're the mid laner. He leaves behind a red buff, the AD carry can go pick it up if he has a chance to go into the jungle, which puts a little bit more pressure on the lanes earlier than you would have expected, is a nice way to say it, because he's just able to guarantee a little bit more damage and mana.
He's got an interesting walk though.
He has the worst walk in the game.
It's the best walk in the game. What are you talking about?
They tried to redo Heimerdinger swag and they just came up with a goofy cupcake. I don't like it. I know that Rusty likes the champion a lot.
He's fantastic.
Oh,
just
another
lanes
gank
around
into the mid
everywhere.
lane.
Trying to get a gank on towards Fantix. The Ghost was used nice and early there by Swiffer, but the flash from Fantix gets him back to safety.
Certainly doesn't. Swiffer misses a couple of creeps here. I mean, you feel like the mid laner from the Chiefs just needs to take a deep breath, reset. Fantix was able to do it last game, and he's more prone to a little bit of emotional play, shall we say, than anyone. However, seems to be very comfortable in this matchup at the moment.
Certainly does.
And what a plethora of good AD carries we have, mid laners we have in the OPL this year. I mean, I'm going to get to see Claire play for the first time in a very long time. I've been waiting for that guy for ages. He's playing on Legacy. Arrow comes out. Ejim sidesteps.
Great sidestep from Ejim.
Choo Choo's is still running around, this time on Tainted Mines. You've got Fantix, you've got Swiffer. Really is an exciting time to be an OPL fan when you look at the mid lane talent.
Gonna get to see the River Wizard again.
Yeah, Wizard's back. Very good team fighting mid laner. Oh, another visit to the mid lane.
Yep, Nautilus getting on top of Fantix this time. No flash available for him. He's able to knock back Swiffer, but we'll be able to get back to safety.
And that's really good decision making out of Fantix. This is what they meant that the Korean boot camp did them well, because you saw that he actually prioritized knocking back the Rise as opposed to the Nautilus. The Nautilus had already done all the damage he was going to do. The Rise was the real threat there. So he gets rid of him, able to live. However, this is what Ivan does well. Gets Daisy out there. Big HP tank at this stage of the game. Able to push in the turret nicely.
Meanwhile, the rest of the Chiefs are actually fighting against the Direwolves. Swiper going to take a lot of damage, gets taken down by Fantix. Now the Wolfpack collapsing in towards the bottom lane.
And I didn't see the setup from that, but that's really confusing when you have a look at it, unless Swiper really got caught out of position, because he still has Flash available. He was being teleported on, which is a 5-second channel now or something ridiculous. And they were pushing bottom lane turret. I mean, there was no reason for the Chiefs to be caught in that situation. They're going to fight another 5v4 around Dragon, it looks like.
Sybil trying to take this one away.
Raze
goes aggressive over the wall. We'll get locked down by Fantix, but he's
In
still
comes Swiper.
trying to fight against him. Destiny, he has to flash away. Swiffer chasing on towards the support. Swiper does get the teleport down. Raze still chasing on towards Fantix. The aggressive AD carry picks up a kill for himself. Now Chippies is being locked down. He's trying to flash underneath his turret. Sybil is here on low health, and they're going through a dive on towards the Wolfpack. King at full health gets locked down. He's going to fall as well as Sybil. Chippy's now in trouble. Spooks will flash away, gets taken down, and it's a 12-minute ace coming out for the Chiefs.
And they're able to do it clean in a 5v4 situation, and this is what Carbon was talking about. Dragon does a lot of damage early. The Chiefs trusted that they could do it, and they must have been having flashbacks of last game. But this time, Raze steps up and absolutely destroys his former team.
After a disappointing performance in that last game, Raze doing so well in that team fight. Knew that he could be aggressive against Fantix and Sybil.
Well, he just knew the ult wasn't there. And if the ult isn't there to get all the orbs out at the start, just not going to have the 3 orbs to be able to, you know, stun him up. Goes over the wall, even burns a flash in chase. You have to be confident to be able to do that against a Syndra, and he comes up with the goods.
He's now got his Manamune picked up, looking for his Sheen item. We'll have to see if it's an Iceborne Gauntlet or the Trinity Force first.
I expect it to be Trinity Force. Let's take another look at this. So he gets stunned at the start, but actually Arcane shifts forward. Sybil's so low. And as you can see, he just knows that without the ultimate, Fantix can't do enough damage. He even got the ghost out of Fantix before he goes over that wall. Really hats off to the young AD carry. Raze impressed the heck out of me last year, which is why I'm one of his biggest critics now. Because I think he does have what it takes to, you know, match people like King, Radier of old, maybe even Lost from Tainted Mind. However, he needs more plays like that to do it.
Certainly does, and that's given Chiefs a 4,000 gold advantage here over the Direwolves. Just 14 minutes into the game as well. Once again, Chiefs starting off the game strong. We'll have to see if they can finish it this time round.
And this is a little bit of what we expected Direwolves to do. You can see the Chiefs go into a 1-3-1, and they put the Rise against the weak side. So what that means is either Syndra has to 2v1 mid lane, or if you call it down, Ashe has to 1v1 a Rise. So you're obviously going to leave the Syndra by itself, which means that there should be some chip damage that can go onto the turret. And if you get the collapse timed well, you know, Nautilus disappearing into Fog of War, Rise getting the teleport, in with the ultimate, you can dive the Syndra very easily. So the Chiefs are trying to get their fingers sunk into a 1-3-1, push the lanes up simultaneously, you can't do one then the other, and then really put pressure on that mid lane turret. However, this time Fantix has ultimate, so Ray shouldn't jump into it.
His flash will be back up shortly as well for Syndra. Has his blue buff, so should
In
be able to
goes
clear out
the Ivan.
waves nice and easy. Ivan looking for the gank on towards King here. China Chris Arrow does come out, and a good flash coming out from Ashe gets him back to safety.
And that's a lot of the utility gone right there out of the Direwolves. So good rotation coming out of the Chiefs. They lose a little bit of priority in the mid lane and bot. So we'll see if Direwolves can respond in kind. Of course, if you're King, better to just burn the Summoner spell. I mean, you don't want to die there. Gives up all the map positioning you've been fighting hard for. So I do actually think that King is playing really within himself this series and actually playing really solidly.
Certainly is. See, he's picked up the components of his first few items. BF Sword picked up first, looking for his Hurricane throws. He has both the Zeal as well as the Recurve Bow already picked up.
And the evolution of King as a player, I mean, from flashy Graves main when he was on Direwolves the first time around, went to Legacy, was a part of, you know, Carbon's very disciplined system. Now back to the Direwolves. I feel like he has learned enough of those life lessons to be a really solid Oceanic AD carry. In my mind, if you stack rank them right now, he probably has to be the best. You have to give him the benefit of the doubt. So really is showing that, you know, not only is he a hard carry, not only can he play flashy champions, he's a good Ezreal player as well. Happy to go into the utility carries. Which, you know, Chippy, King, both playing selflessly, is a good recipe.
On top of that, he's starting off his season with a grudge match almost against one of his rivals, Raze, who's now on the Chiefs.
Yeah, they certainly have some history there. Doesn't seem that they like each other all that much, of course. But there's something about the water at Direwolves. Like, Nathan feeds, Rippy, feeds them, like, the secret stuff. 80 carries, enter that team as, 17-year-old kids and come out awesome.
Spooks. Just, what does he do? Dance? Like, I don't know.
He slaps like
You have a candy bar. You have a candy bar.
He's giving Sybil another candy bar here. Does absolutely nothing. The Rek'Sai's just a little bit annoyed by this giant walking tree.
However, you can see that they're trying to put pressure on this 1-3-1. Syndra is really good in like a one-on-one situation. However, as soon as a gank comes in, doesn't offer really all that much escape, whereas Arias kind of can use his ultimate, has wind speakers, like runs really quickly and things like that. So that's why Syndra is not as comfortable in a side lane, if people are wondering about that. As you can see, dive coming out. King doesn't have his flash anymore.
He's going to take a lot of damage. The Swiper gets the initiation down. Ultimate will come out from King, himself alive, but Egypt's the first one to fall. Now Direwolves looking to try and fight back. Sybil gets a good flash, knocks up Spooks as well. Swiper, he will fall next. Ivan's gone down. Daisy follows through as well. Raze can't be aggressive here as he's so low. Swiffer's trying to kite back. Doesn't get slammed into the wall, but does take quite a bit of damage.
There's a re-engage here. Swiffer is still very healthy. However, it looks like they're just going to back away. 2 members fall down for the Chiefs, and they weren't able to get their man in King. They invested so much in the initial dive that when the counter dive came through from Sybil as well as Chippies, they just had no response.
Sybil now going to use this time to get a little bit of counter jungling going on against the Chiefs. Dragon is back up in 4 seconds here, but everyone has respawned.
Let's take another look at it. So they go incredibly deep, and they nearly get King. However, when you look at the back end of this team fight, Chippies goes in, and then watch Sybil gets a really nice splash, double knock up onto 2 members, and from there they're just retreating underneath the turret. And Raze hasn't been hit by a champion yet. His health was purely from just turret shot after turret shot. Chiefs really bit off more than they could chew then.
Again, huge props to King. He was engaged on by Swiper. Stay calm, collected, walk backwards, ultimate onto the tank to keep himself alive.
No
really
flash
good play.
available. I mean, he had to eat the full combo, and was still just able to stand up to it. And, you know, if it's just Swiper going by himself, he doesn't really have the damage to be able to get it done. So Chiefs probably need to pick their target a little bit better.
Mantis going to try and get a stun down on towards Raze, who casually sidesteps it. Is able to take down the mid lane outer turret.
But it is important to note that he's still stepping forward, Fish. I mean, he didn't step backwards to dodge that one. So if another member's there, if a Rek'Sai comes from over the wall, he's still stepping into the skill shot, which is, you know, something we credit a lot of AD carries for doing internationally when it works. But I just feel like if you don't have the vision, that's the kind of play that can bite you. You lose a turret for it, and then the game swings against you. Right now, Chiefs still up by 4,000 gold, so they're still in command, but they need to make sure that they don't get taken out.
Oh, they've caught out Egypt though. He was trying to go back to base. Fantix fakes that he's looking towards Raze and just turns around and nails Egypt in the face.
And look at Egypt's player count. I mean, he does not look happy about that at all, and I don't know whether it was a miscommunication, whether Egypt's a window shopper, but that's pretty inexcusable.
Again, Direwolves, they get a pick, but can't quite make anything out of it.
But a pick, when you're 4,000 gold down, is still a pick.
Yep.
I mean, that's still some gold that's going to go over onto one of your carries. Means that Fantix is going to get a little bit more fed. If he gets the Abyssal Scepter, who knows? Maybe he can stand up to the Rise in the 1v1. And then that part of the Chiefs' game plan falls apart.
Even delays the Chiefs' progress even more there. They can't make a big play without their support up and available on the map. It's twice they've done this now. Direwolves also good to mention that they have 2 dragons to their name. They took down the first mountain dragon, picked up a cloud dragon after their last pick on towards Egypt.
And Baron's going to be a huge priority in this game. The reason I know that is Ivan has one of the most annoying Baron takes in the game. You can hide Baron from people. You know, you're able to get the brushes around, you can hide the entrance, you can hide over the wall, you can hide Baron himself. It makes it really hard to come in for a steal. And what it means is if you hide well enough, sometimes you don't even need to start a Fish. You just wait in there. And they have to go for it eventually. So if the Chiefs get far enough ahead to where that becomes a bait, we'll see whether they're able to, you know, make use of that unique brush ability.
We can see Ivan going towards his support-like build, has his Athene's Unholy Grail, looking for the Redemption as the next item. This has opened up Egypt to go for more of a damage build on his support. Going to be able to pick up the Haunting Dire soon as Zyra.
I like that point. I mean, Zyra historically hasn't built many supportive items. Has preferred to go into, you know, the Rylai's, as you said, then the Leandry's Torment. You know, potentially even finishing up with a Void Staff if you really want to be able to shred those tanks. And once again, this is a willingness of teams to be flexible and to, like, you know, even if you're the support, you get to play carry every now and again. It's good. You get to play Misfortune. You get to play Zyra. If you're a top laner, sometimes you're playing Camille, other times you're playing Poppy. Right now, as a jungle, I mean, Rengar, Kaz expand out. Let's just give him Ivan, the complete opposite of those 2 champions.
Still going to see which team's going to make the next play here, you should say, on the map.
Yeah, and when you have a look at it, the scaling of the tanks is probably on the side of the direwolves. But we say for the carriers, it probably has to be on the side of the Chiefs. I mean, Ezreal, because of his mobility, really is unmatched in kind of late game output. Ashe can only really hit the closest target to her. And then Ryze, just nothing really goes with that guy. Look at that. Full combo out of a burst mage. Utility control mage that does a lot of burst.
Oh, goodness.
And here we go. The shenanigans begin.
Oh, they even got a pink ward in the brush, making sure that there are no wards coming out from...
They're looking for the flank, actually. Teleport coming in behind, as well as a Rek'Sai ult.
Oh, Ultimate's not going to connect coming out from King, though, so Ray's going to be able to stay alive. Dial's still looking to try and fight this one. Fantic's looking to collapse down, pops the ultimate on towards Ray, who arcade shifts over the wall.
Great ult onto
comes the
Fantix.
ultimate. Fantix, he's going to fall down. Swiper's going to be able to pick up that kill. Egypt's in a little bit of trouble, though, taking a lot of damage. He's going to be able to flash to the wall and live to fight another day. Somewhere else on the map, Ray's has been able to take down Destiny. He gets the double kills. He chases on towards the support. Sybil's trying to run for his life, but that's 3 members of the Direwolves taken down.
And this looks like we've actually just swapped teams, because why are you putting so much into Azari? You don't need to kill her that desperately. And they left their back line just exposed. You saw that King had to flash as soon as he saw Swiffer, and unfortunately, Fantix wasn't that fortunate. Like, he just was destroyed before anything really happened. Great setup from the Chiefs, and now this annoying Baron take is started. Don't know if you both have to go over the wall, then you don't have any damage on the Baron, guys. I mean, Swiffer was waiting there. Raze is there as well.
Sybil, though, taking a lot of damage. Raze stood still, making sure the Rek'Sai couldn't see him with the Tremor Sense. He's still over this wall, making sure the jungler can't come over for a steal, and this will be taken out.
Eventually.
Chiefs pick up the Baron.
That was one of the slowest Barons of all time. However, slow and steady wins this race. So Chiefs able to pick that one up. Real first meaningful lead for the Chiefs of this series. 6,000 gold now. Comes about how you can execute. Let's take another look. So this is what I'm talking about. They're hard engaging onto the group, but you're going to see Swiffer come from the top side. So Raze gets bursted out. Swiffer appeared, and King is like, get me out of it. I want absolutely nothing to do with this Ryze. And that just means that the rest of the team, Raze, able to come over the wall. They're able to finish off King here as a 2-man unit. And meanwhile, like, the 2 tanks are still focusing on Egypt. That's just a questionable thing. You know, that was the target they had, but this is why Ezreal is such high priority, because he's a slippery target. But, you know, unless you have something like a... That's why Nautilus actually first came into the meta, I don't know if you remember, because a point-click ultimate onto something like an Ezreal really does shut him down.
Direwolves questionable engage after the arrow missed coming out from King. If it hit, Raze was definitely in a lot of trouble, but he
had
dodged
to commit, however, because at that stage of the game, if you fire the ultimate, and then you burn teleport and you burn Rek'Sai ult and you don't go with the play, it just means that the 1-3-1 that was already set up is going to take 2 turrets immediately. So unless you're willing to cancel and wait another 3 minutes, which the Direwolves didn't really have the luxury, they were getting bled out, it's always going to be a hard call. Respect them for the call. Goodbye, Fantix.
Meanwhile, we'll be able to take down Fantix. Raze takes quite a bit of damage, but will heal up nicely with that redemption. Sybil still looking for a fight here, trying to get into the back line. Swiper's there as well, getting some good damage on towards the Rek'Sai. Sybil still trying to run. Will smite up Daisy.
And look at this, I mean, the protect the AD carry comp that's coming out. You can't run through Zyra and Nautilus, you can't get through the Ivan shield. It's just super impressive. And then with the Ivan brushes as well, Raze is just so slippery, and it looks like they're actually going in for a dive again.
There goes Swiper, delivered in by the Rise, getting into the back line. Sybil's in trouble, takes a lot of damage. Swiffer gets that kill. Destiny's down on next target, puts the exhaust onto Egypt, but he's still going to get taken down. Only Chippies and King left up. Fantix will respawn, but this is an inhibitor for the Chiefs.
Yeah, it certainly is, and the Chiefs just look like they're very in control of their playstyle. That was a very calculated move. I mean, getting Swiper delivered onto the back line, following up, and just taking the closest target, able to burn them down. They're going to rotate towards the top side now. And the Direwolves, 10,000 gold behind, actually look like they might have been bled out of this game.
Second inhibitor turret's going to fall. Second inhibitor falls as well for the Chiefs. Now 11,000 gold in the lead over the Direwolves. Just 26 minutes into this match as well.
And I was talking to Carbon during the break, and he said, what a way for the OPL to start. That was one of the highest quality games he had seen out of the region in a long time. And I just want to repeat that sentiment because, like, nothing has really gone wrong here for the Direwolves. It's just been a series of slow, methodical plays that, you know, they've overreached occasionally and their hands being slapped out of the cookie jar. And now it looks like the door has been shut on the game. They're 11,000 gold down. Now, of course, there's still that miracle play that can come out, but to see 2 teams playing incredibly well
on Summoner's Rift, and then the game just slowly falling away from someone twice in a row was a really nice way to start the 2017 OPL season.
Certainly is, especially with all the teams in the OPL now in their gaming houses. They now have coaches, they have analysts, they have big backing from sponsors as well, making sure that they can stay in the competitive scene and commit full time to it. Definitely means we're going to see improvement throughout the 2017 splits. Hopefully see even more fantastic games like the one we just saw and the one we're witnessing now.
Yeah, exactly right. You know, they get that LAN experience up. You can see the guys on their player cams right now. This is something that the Direwolves haven't had as much practice on in the past as someone like the Chiefs, even Legacy. So we'll see whether that, as the season progresses, gets easier for them, because as Carbon said, that's an area that they definitely were aware and working on. And you can see in Game 1 and Game 2, it doesn't seem to be worrying them all that much. They just can't get onto this Ezreal right now, and you feel like that is the problem.
And again, Ivan setting up the brush just behind the turrets, making sure they can go back into the fog of war whenever they need to. You're going to be slowly chipping away at this turret.
Arrow comes out, King's in trouble.
King going to take a lot of damage. Swiper goes for the initiation. He's down. Fantix is the next target. Both the carries are gone. Sybil's going to be next. Everyone's getting jumped on. Chippy's tries to tank up as much as he possibly can, but that will just allow Swiver to pick up the double kill, and this should be game for the Chiefs.
And one more time, respect to the Direwolves. They fire the arrow, but that just left King exposed for the moment too long. Chiefs will run away with this victory. However, another close game.
Certainly was. First turret's going to fall. Chiefs will take down the second one. And as they take down the Nexus, they tie up the series 1-1, preventing the 3 points from Direwolves and taking this to game number 3.
And a really nice fountain dive there, coordinated by Rise. Apparently that's what you can do at the moment as well, but you can see much bigger smiles on the face of the Chiefs boys. They're able to grab game 2, so 1 point each apiece, battling for that all-important 3rd point right now. You can say that was a cleaner game, even though there was a mistake in the early game out of Spooks and his pathing. That top lane counter gank really turned the game around.
It certainly didn't. Swiper playing the Nautilus fantastic in game number 2 here against the Poppy, being picked up by Chippies. Really had a case to prove for himself.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, and Swiper's a great player. Just because the Chiefs don't play around the top side of the map doesn't mean that he is a bad player. And he's at home in this meta, being able to pick up the Nautilus. You saw he was nearly solo killing the Poppy in a weaker matchup, like able to force him out of lane, able to turn around gank after gank. Hats off to the Chiefs top laner. Definitely my MVP for that game.
Certainly was. And before we get into game number 3, we're going to throw it back to the analyst desk.
Thank you, Fish. Thank you, Spawn. Gentlemen, let's talk about this. Chiefs winning game 2, taking a point back. Is this about the Chiefs stepping up and playing better, or were the Direwolves a little bit shaky at that game?
I think Direwolves played much the same as they kind of did in game 1. I think Chiefs definitely played better. I think Big Swips got him with the fat carry, the big 2v1, so that was pretty sick. But I also think Ray's played really, really good compared to the first game. I mean, there were a couple team fights where he was just doing some nutty stuff, sidestepping arrows, sidestepping Syndra stuns, like just good play from him.
Medrix, let's drill down on that. Ray's stepping up, his positioning better, this team fighting better.
Definitely, yeah.
What kind of was your thinking on his play this game?
Basically, it was just better all around. I could just basically echo what Carbon said. It was just better positioning across the board. He was there. He was dealing damage that needed to be done at those specific team fights and points in time. And it was just them as a whole sort of stepping up behind that as well. And Swiper, he set that all up. Basically, he was the one who was so strong that was able to get everyone else rolling in the end. Yeah,
well, the Direwolves obviously in the first game were dominating team fights. This second game, Chiefs took an early lead. Let's take a look at this first early replay where they really kind of dominated this team fight, yeah?
Yes. So as you can see here at this particular point, they decided to go for the Dragon after they managed to get the kill onto Swiper. Swiper's back up though, and he's managing to teleport back in. And the big thing here is that they're actually 3k behind in gold. They didn't realize how strong they were. And as you can see, Ray's starting to step up, goes and immediately gets the kills that he needs to do, and it ends up sort of setting up the rest of the game for the Chiefs.
I mean, Ray's just arcane shifted into 3 people in the Dragon Pit on his own and killed them. Like, I think we really need to point that out. Even before the Swippy TP came through, he was in the Dragon Pit, sidestepping Syndra balls, shooting Rek'Sai, shooting Syndra. He solo killed Syndra. I think Rek'Sai, I can't remember if Rek'Sai lived or not, but I think he died off on the side as well. I mean, that was a huge, huge play from him.
Yeah, and you also want to talk about the pick bans in that second game as well. We saw an Ivan pick. Obviously, the first one in the OPL because he's a new champ for 2017.
Yeah. I was a bit disappointed I didn't get to be the first Ivan in the OPL because I'm the only pro player brave enough to play him in solo queue. Everyone else is too afraid of losing their LP. Yeah, no, look, pretty good Ivan play. I will say that his pathing early, I think, was a little bit off. I think Spawn touched on that a bit. He had a really great opportunity to 3-buff Sibol, but he didn't take it. Really cheeky invade level 1 from the Swiper Nautilus. Kind of stuffed him up a little bit. But he went for the level 2 mid instead, which I didn't entirely agree with. But, you know, sometimes you see the opportunity and you just have to take it.
And Medrix was seeing Poppy 2 games in a row there. Is this going to be a standard pick then for the Direwolves, do you think?
I feel she's a standard pick overall. It's not really one of those cases where, oh, you know, we're comfortable with her. Yeah, probably they are comfortable with her, but she's just a good staple for any top laner in any sort of play.
Sorry, it's kind of weird, really, because Chippy's has traditionally been a carry player.
Yeah.
And he's always played carries. And I have to say that I'm very surprised that he's been playing so much Poppy. I think Sharp must really value the tank top, which is the right thing to do. But you have to wonder whether or not Chippy's is getting frustrated just building full tank every game. And now that they've lost, I'd be very curious to see whether or not we see you know, a hard carry champ like a Camille or a Fiora or something.
Well, it's going to be hard to get a Camille.
Yes, of course. Well, they have to leave it up, I suppose. But
Fiora's possible though.
Yeah. Or
you
know, any kind of carry top. I don't want to say I would be surprised if they played tank again because they've just played it 2 games, and it is the meta. But I feel like Chippy's he has the ability to kind of to solo carry games.
Yeah.
So.
All right. Well, let's take a break and we're back with Game 3. We'll be joined by Carbon and Mendrix back there. Game 3. Let's see who can take out this best of 3 series after this break.
Lock him down. King gets some good damage through. Egypt will get healed up, but one more auto attack is all it's going to be, and King gets first blood in the bottom lane.
Yeah.
Sybil trying to take this one away.
Raze
Raze goes aggressive over the wall. We'll get locked down by Fantix, but he's still trying to fight against him. Destiny, he has to flash away. Swiffer chasing on towards the support. Swiper does get the teleport down. Raze still chasing on towards Fantix. The aggressive AD carry picks up a kill for himself. Now Chippies is being locked down. He's trying to flash underneath his turret. Sybil is here on low health, and they're going through a dive on towards the Wolfpack. King at full health gets locked down. He's going to fall as well as Sybil. Chippies now in trouble. Spooks will flash away, gets taken down, and it's a 12-minute ace coming out for the Chiefs. They're going to take a lot of damage. Swiper gets the initiation down. Ultimate will come out for King, himself alive, but Egypt's the first one to fall. Now Direwolves looking to try and fight back. Sybil gets a good flash, knocks up Spooks as well. Swiper, he will fall next. Ivan's gone down. Daisy follows through as well.
Great
Here
on
comes the ultimate. Fantix, he's going to fall down. Swiper's going to be able to pick up that kill. Egypt's in a little bit of trouble though, taking a lot of damage. He's going to be able to flash to the wall and live to fight another day. Somewhere else on the map, Raze has been able to take down Destiny. He gets the double kills. He chases on towards the support. Sybil's trying to run for his life.
Arrow comes out. King's in trouble.
King going to take a lot of damage. Swiper goes for the initiation. He's down. Fantix is the next target. Both the carries are gone. Sybil's going to be next. Everyone's getting jumped on. Chippies tries to tank up as much as he possibly can, but that will just allow Swiffer to pick up the double kill, and this should be game for the Chiefs.
Look within yourself. What do you see? Is your soul a fading light? Strengthened by fury, hardened by heat. Search deeper now. What do you see?
you find, you must keep. You cannot fear what lies beneath. Look within yourself. What do you see?
Welcome back to the OPL. My name is Michael Higgins-Hing, and we are now in a series tied 1-1. Direwolves 1, Chiefs 1. I'm joined here at the analyst desk by Tim Carvin-Wendell, Legacy Jungler, and also Nathan Mendez, OCS caster, and now full-time analyst here. Guys, let's drill down on Game 2's pick ban stage before we preview Game 3, because I feel like with this new 10-ban system, we're seeing a lot more diversity of champions and a lot of strange stuff going on. So we bring up the pick bans. We were saying before that it seems like Direwolves are trying to ban out the top lane of the Chiefs with Swiper. They're just kind of not sure what to expect there, banning out some of those tanks. And then they're also, it looks like the Chiefs are trying to pick ban for support.
Yeah, so there are a couple patterns we're kind of starting to notice. A really big tell for me was the Scion ban in Game 2, preemptively. We haven't actually seen Swiper. We know Swiper plays Scion in solo queue, but he didn't play it in Game 1, and he's never played it before that, I don't think. So they're kind of preemptively banning these tanks and then picking a tank for chippies.
Yeah.
And what that kind of tells me is that the coach really wants to play the meta tank tops, but he's afraid of Swiper having a bigger impact, because Swiper's kind of traditionally more of a tank player. So I think they're just trying to mitigate the impact that Swiper can have on a tank while putting chippies on a tank.
Yeah, and Mendrix, the Chiefs seem to be kind of pick banning towards that bot lane. They're looking a lot at EGM support play. Do you have any thoughts on why they're trying to play around that?
I think they know that EGM is a very strong support in his own right, and he actually has the ability to sort of dictate play. I mean, you saw it in that game specifically. He played a very solid game. I was actually at that point when they put a lot of focus into him when they decided to go for an execution on a team fight. Chiefs were able to just sort of shrug it off after this massive commitment from the Direwolves, and were able to take a really big lead off the end of it.
Sorry. Yeah, I was just going to put on the end of that. What we've seen from Chiefs both games is an early pick of a high priority support. We saw Zyra that game and Karma Game 1. And then they're following up with the second phase bans. They're banning supports. We saw Malzahar ban. Zyra was banned in the first game as well. So they seem to be targeting support really heavily. I think support is a role right now which is kind of, the identity's been changed a little bit. You don't really see the Jannas or the Sorakas so much. Not so much about utility. It's about carries. And I think if you're going to secure yourself a carry and the enemy team has to play Karma or Tom Kench has his own merits, but something like Karma doesn't actually carry, whereas Zyra can actually one-shot somebody.
So do you think these kind of two things we're seeing are going to carry through into Game 3? And sub-question, are we going to see Ivan in Game 3 as well? Because I'm excited, right?
Yeah. Look, I think that's a really interesting question, whether or not we'll see Ivan. He obviously had a lot of success on it, but you have to ask, was that him? Or was that his doing, or was it because Raze was playing better, or Swiper 2v1 essentially? Could they have won with any jungler? I think Ivan personally is strong and was strong in that game. I think that they should pick it again. Sibba wants to play Rek'Sai, and he kind of just wants to farm and let his lanes farm. And I think Ivan is really good at kind of disrupting the flow of the enemy jungler and kind of putting the pressure on and forcing him into mistakes.
Yeah, and Mendrix, what do you want to see out of these teams in this new pick ban phase for Game 3? You want to see, again, more tanky top laners from Direwolves, or what are you thinking?
I would like to see Chippies go back more to his roots. As you can see before, it didn't really work out for him in that specific game. Perhaps go put himself on a carry top, so that way he feels a bit more comfortable and is able to handle Swiper, who's been known for his tanky play. Yeah. Another thing I would like to see is if the Ivan does come out as well, I'd like to see Spooks probably go for a more quicker build into his smite, because he was actually behind on experience, and Spawn touched on this before, that he seemed to be a bit behind when it came to those team fights, or as the game was progressing. It was because he delayed that initial item. He wasn't picking up the experience or the extra experience from the camps.
I also just want to quickly touch on the draft. The way they're drafting with the tanks top, they're really only limiting themselves to one win condition, because King is playing utility every game. They're playing a carry mid, but then a tank top. And so it's really easy, or not easy, but it's kind of the wrong style. Mid-centric is not a great style to play against the Chiefs, because they are an extremely mid-centric team. So if you have only one win condition and it's your mid laner, Chiefs are really good at shutting that down.
Right, because obviously Swift is known as a carry mid laner. He's known as kind of the center of that team. So
that and also their whole team goes mid. You saw Swiper roam mid like 3 or 4 times. You see Spooks in game 1 and 2 is constantly hovering around mid. Zyra roamed mid that game as well. Like with the Chiefs, they all like to roam mid.
So so this is another reason why you think carry top lanes in game 3 for Direwolves, or bot.
A carry bot lane, because if you play utility on both sides with only a carry in the middle, that's playing into the Chiefs' hands exactly. And so I think Direwolves should play an extra carry somewhere.
I mean, again, I admit my own foolishness here, and I am scrubbed here, but I want to ask about when you talk about playing these carry top lane champions, right? They're more mechanical champions, right? They're slightly hard to press the buttons on. Is that kind of a thing?
Yeah, they are. But not all of them. Some of them are easier to press buttons on. Champions like Jax, for instance.
Just get ready to offend Jax out there.
Well, I mean, Jax is really just auto-attack based, right? Yeah. But like something like a Camille or like a Fiora, there's a lot more movement, a lot more abilities involved.
Well, the reason I ask that is because if Direwolves, and I'm threading this together, so feel free to tell me to shut up. But if the Direwolves were in Korean bootcamp, they're focusing on their own individual play, and then they're going to be playing maybe these like more mechanical champions. That's the thing they've been working on, presumably, when they're playing that.
Yeah. I mean, you would assume so. I don't really know. Maybe he has been playing nothing but tanks overseas. But again, I just want to stress that I do think Chippies is a good carry top laner, but he doesn't have to be the one to play carry, right? Because King could also play a carry. He could play an Ezreal or I don't know, carry is not really meta right now, but he could do it. It doesn't matter where their extra win condition comes from, even if they play Kha'Zix jungle. But they can't just run one win condition from the mid lane, because your Chiefs will eat that up.
All right. Well, very, very quickly before we throw to our casters, let's just get. Mendrix, do you want to flip from your prediction before? Or are you going to say Direwolves going to take this third game?
So I'm going to continue to stay with my prediction, even though apparently it was a bit flibby floppy. I'm going to actually say that I'm going to stick with 2-1 for the Direwolves, because I feel like they do have really strong individual play, and as long as they can hold out that laning phase and take a good advantage there, they have the capability to beat the Chiefs.
And Carbon, your thoughts on this game 3?
I'm going to stick with my original prediction because I'm a man. No. Mine was definitely 2-1 for the Chiefs. I think they played really well last game, and I thought they played well the first game. It's really a question of who can get ahead in the lane phase. And we saw when Direwolves got ahead, they won a game. When Chiefs got ahead, they won a game, and I think Chiefs can do it again.
All right, well, that is enough from us here at the analyst desk. So let us get into game 3. This is decided between the Chiefs and the Direwolves. Let's hand over to our casters. It's Spawn and Fish.
Well, the dev's doing what I could never do, Spawn, which is sticking to their bets and not hedging every single time the camera comes back to them. So good on you guys.
That's why we have you over here now, dude. So you can't do that anymore. I just want to touch on a couple of things that Carbon was saying. And he has a lot more experience playing against the Chiefs than anyone else in the region. But I really do agree with this idea of disrupting the way the Chiefs play the game. And if they want to send multiple people towards the mid lane,
if you have something like a Jax, if you have something like a Camille or a Fiora that tears through turrets, even a Trundle that shuts down that tank gameplay that the Chiefs want to play, it really does throw a spanner in the work. And we see Tally do this time and time again beautifully. I mean, he was playing a lot of Graves top. He played Master Yi top against the Chiefs because they just identify that as a win condition they don't want to opt into.
And we touched on this very briefly in the last game as well. We mentioned Chippies. He's known to play champions like
Chippies
this.
is awesome. I mean, Chippies is a Fiora, he's a Jax, he's a Aurelia. I'm sure he can play Trundle as well. He's played it in the past. Like, as far as carries go, Chippies is probably one of the best carry top laners in the region.
And he has been doing a good job on these tanks as well. Had a fantastic game 1 on Poppy. Game 2, a little bit lackluster in the laning phase, but still played well.
And that's what I'm interested in. Is he actually comfortable on Poppy, or do they fear Swiper that much that they don't want to give him the best tank in the game? Because there's two ends to this sword. Either you feel like Poppy is great and you can play it, or you feel Poppy's great and you don't want Swiper playing it. Because we just saw what he did on Nautilus, who's arguably the 4th best tank in the game at the moment. You give him the best tank, he's going to be able to run away with these games.
Well, we already have some swap-ups in the first pick and ban phase of Champion Select here, as LeBlanc, Kha'Zix, and Zyra will hit the bench again for Direwolves, is what they banned out in game number 1. This time around, though, Chiefs, they adapt. They ban out Ryze on the red side of Summoner's Rift. They still take away the Camille and Rengar, who are almost perma-banned on the red side every single game around the world. Malzahar is going to be the instant lock-in for the Direwolves.
Yeah, and I like the instant lock because we've been talking about the priority put on support champions, and they've just picked the S tier of S tier supports. I mean, we've all seen it around the world at the moment. Malzahar support just absolutely destroys the Voidling's AI. Has been like, I wish other AIs in this game had the Voidling AI, because once they get your scent, Fish, they're coming for you. And they hurt. They like tear you apart.
And certainly doing the Malefic Visions just make them hurt so much more, and they just tunnel vision whoever has that debuff. The side of Chiefs, though, again giving Spooks the lease in. This time around, making sure they get that Misfortune pick before the second ban phase.
And the reason Misfortune's so important against things like Voidlings against plants is that Love Tap passive gets rid of them quicker than any other support. So it's no longer 3 auto attacks, it's just 2. You're able to tear that one up. So one more time, I like this pick ban phase coming out of the Chiefs. The Direwolves continue to get strong pick after strong pick.
They certainly do. This time around, they're going to get Elise for Sybil, who has seen some play internationally, and in Korea, they're banning her out quite frequently during the second ban phase. So Sybil's going to pick it up nice and early that it's not banned against him this time around. Again, Chippies is going to be picking up the Poppy heading into the top lane.
And I just really want to pick Chippy's brain about this, because I do think that this is something that they're really going over enthusiastically about. I like the Elise pickup. Sybil, when he's played Elise in the past, is not hard farmed at all. He's been more of, a Moby Boots rush Elise that's able to go to the lanes and really be able to help them out. Now that you've got suppression in the bottom lane, stun through the wall slam in the top lane, that's a lot of area for him to be able to work.
The last pick coming up from the Chiefs is going to be Jim, but I want to touch on Sybil again there. We've mentioned the Direwolves have picked up a new jungler. It's going to be Schönfire, who's still currently serving a 2-match suspension, but they're going to be swapping him in and out of games to go with Sybil. Sybil's been playing fantastic this series,
that's what
and
we've
Schönfire
heard,
definitely
right?
helping him.
That's what we've heard. We've heard that they're going to do that with Schönfire. Is it actually going to happen? That's up to the coach. I mean, I'd have to ask Sharp. And I wouldn't probably believe him. I'd probably have to see it for myself first, because I think that Sybil is really a good jungler. And I think that he plays, you can't have everyone carrying. That's the problem with League of Legends. So they need utility somewhere. And as far as utility junglers go, you think of Spooks, you think of Sybil. Carbon's much better on things hard carrying. I mean, I can't wait to see Carbon's Rengar if it comes out, because he really is a star on something like that. But Sybil just plays a very unique style that we're not used to.
I'm excited to see how that Schönfire Sybil combo is going to go, or if they can help each other develop even more into world-class junglers, like we've seen on teams before, especially SKT last year. For now, though, they've gone through the second ban phase. Varus and Ashe being banned out by the Chiefs, so King is not going to get that utility as Ashe champion being picked up in this match. We also see Talia as well as Syndra being banned out against Swiffer.
And that is such a mid-lane champion pinch. I wonder if we're going to see an assassin picked up right now for Fantix. Something like an Echo. Katarina's made a couple of marks. He's a good Yasuo player. However, the pinch on to King this time, they want to force him onto Ezreal, it looks like, because they've taken away all form of utility. I mean, he's playing Ezreal or he's playing Caitlyn.
Seems like that. And you're the prophet here, Spawn, because Sion has been locked in the OPL. should be heading to the top lane for Swiper. Corky is going to be the first pick in the second pick rotation for the Direwolves. And could that be a mid lane Malzahar if they lock in the Leona here? No, instead they're going to go.
Corky.
It's going to be mid lane Corky.
Yeah, Corky's not a great AD carry at the moment, but he's a fantastic mid lane. The reason is he scales so much better off off levels than any other AD carry. You know, his phosphorus bomb, his big one off his rocket when he hits 11. It's just so potent. Also gives you that magic damage that you need within your team comp. You know, with Malzahar, Corky at least, that's plenty of magic damage. It's not like they're just going to be able to itemize tanks. So once again, really well-rounded team comp. I like double Trinity Force user. However, in saying that, I think this game, King has to go with Iceborne Gauntlet because there is just so many things that are going to be in his face.
Certainly are going to be. Another great thing about Corky is going to be the shred he gets from his Gatling cannon. That's going to help King out to do a little bit of extra damage and allow Poppy and Elise to put in some work as well. On the flip side, we are going to see Swiffer pick up the Aurelian Soul to head into the mid lane.
Yeah, and Swiffer's one of those players that's always liked to play, you know, the high roams. He likes to team up with Spooks. He also likes to have CC in his kit. That's a deadly combo if I've ever seen one. The push that comes out of ASOL is so high. They're going to be able to invade this Elise when she's very squishy at the start of the game. So interested to see how this goes down. In saying that, Aurelian Soul, before his first back, is really hard to make work because he's a shoving mid lane. And if it ever gets frozen against you, and you don't have a gap close, like you're not an Echo or a shoving mid laner that can just dash away, you put yourself in harm's way more often than not. And you know, Corky brings the damage, Elise brings the CC. That's a good gank setup, right? Ready to happen.
So we've been mentioning this the entire series, Mon. I mean, the draft phase from the two teams that we've seen play so far, Chiefs and Direwolves, has been phenomenal. We've seen all these picks being played around the world. We've seen them play to the highest capabilities here today as well. It just seems like the teams have really leveled up coming into the 2017 split of the OPL.
Yeah, certainly has. As you see, King and Fantix having a little bit of a joke, and Destiny, I think, told his AD carry to focus on the game then. But it's good to see that the Direwolves, you know, a team that we said is prone to being emotional after a loss, you know, young team, haven't played together for a very long time, you know, new to the LAN experience. They look happy. They look focused in. Communication looks clear. Destiny's a great shot caller. He was a coach. He was a player. He's an AD carry in the past. He's a support. I think that this guy's going to do wonders. I can't speak highly enough of Destiny. I think he's one of the best off-season additions that a team can pick up and see whether he can lead them to Game 3 victory.
And just to stay on the topic of Destiny, my first split in Oceania, listening into the OPL, there was a listen in to one of his team's plays, and Destiny's shot calling was phenomenal to listen to. So adding that addition to the Direwolves has been great. He's been playing support really well so far, and unfortunately, we're having a little bit of a technical difficulty, so there's going to be a short pause here.
Yeah, we'll see what's going on, see if we can get you guys some information about the reason for the pause. However, you know, does add to that little bit of suspense. You know, Chiefs versus Direwolves. Chiefs haven't beaten Direwolves in regular season in a best of 3 in a very long time. All of 2016 went by without a victory. Able to clean them up on LAN. I mean, that's where the Chiefs do excel. No team has been able to go with them in the last couple of years in that regard. But this has been pretty interesting to see the evolution of the Direwolves and the ability to be able to, you know, slowly lift their game. And on a 1v1 level, they go with or better than all of the Chiefs players at the moment. And that's not an insult to the Chiefs. That just speaks volumes to how strong this Direwolves level has become on a mechanical level.
So Chiefs never dropped a game. Never dropped a game to Direwolves when they have been on LAN. Now they're on LAN. Direwolves never drop a game to Chiefs during the regular season. It's the regular season. It's the unstoppable force that's meeting the immovable object here, and it's down to the third and final game. Both teams have a point, but...
See how it ends up. Sybil's just got a little bit of an audio issue, so we're just working through that one at the moment, so that whether we can sort it out. Looks like he's got his headset back on, so that should be all right. Yeah, it's an interesting point, regular season versus like LAN game, isn't it? Because hasn't been that way forever. I give them the camera and they go insane. That's all I'm gonna. They need to pull their head in. Anyway, yeah. So it'll be interesting to see how this Game 3 does go, because experience is on side of the Chiefs, with the exception of Rays. They've been in every big game in Oceania.
Yep. And certainly haven't. They've been unstoppable locally. Haven't been performing incredibly well
stoppable domestically, internationally, you have to say, you know.
I mean, they qualified for IEM Oakland. That was a big achievement.
They did. I mean, and when you have a look at that IEM qualifier had like the
Latin American representatives that they hadn't been able to get over the top of in Lion Gaming. Had INTZ there where they were able to go pretty toe-to-toe just after INTZ had knocked off EDG as well at the World Championship, if you don't mind. So they definitely had a good tournament going into IEM. And then being able to go toe-to-toe with Longzhu, a team that is by no stretch of the imagination, you know, bad. Expression up there in the top lane. Swiffle was able to pick up a couple of solo kills in that game. They did fall down, but it was impressive to watch them finally. You felt like they got a little bit of that next step rolling.
It certainly did look like it. But we have been able to resolve the technical difficulties, and we are onto Summoner's Rift for the third and final game of this series. And already there's action, as Destiny was so close to being locked down. He throws out the Voidlings there, but he's able to get away with his life.
Yeah, it certainly is, and you could see that straight away the love tap came out of MF, and she was able to get a lot of it rolling. Swiper gets pushed out. One thing that's interesting to note about Sion, he starts squishier than the other tanks in the top lane because of infinite scaling on his W. He obviously gets health for every minion he kills, becomes a brick by the end of the game. And the way that that's countered is that his base damages are quite high for a tank. So early game, that Q, I mean, it charges up. I think it does like 200 damage level 1 or something. It does a lot of damage. What I'm trying to say is, at the start of the game, he's great to gank 4 because he does a lot of damage. But he's also quite easy to gank because he's pretty squishy. As the game progresses, he does less and less damage and just becomes... He's literally a train. You're going to see him.
You'll be able to watch him later on. There's that charge up Q. Whew. Chunks out Sybil quite nicely there. Gets the courage of the Colossus proc as well. Goes toe-to-toe against Chippies. You can already see that slap of damage coming out.
Now he's just going to wander away.
Pops his Corrupting Potion too.
Chippies pops the Corrupting Potion. Swiper manages to keep his, so he gets a couple of charges against him. He pushes better than Poppy early game as well. As you can see, the big slam comes down. Going to be able to AoE the creeps up. This is why Swiper likes it. He can get lane priority or be pushed in on Sion and be relatively safe. So let's continue to track this because I don't think anyone else in the whole of the OPL is going to put priority on Sion apart from the Chiefs because their top laner does love it.
We are moving down to the bottom lane. Misfortune is being played as a support here. This was an adaptation that came out from the World Finals. King taking quite a bit of damage from the level 2 power spike that comes out from the Jhin as well as Misfortune. Spooks trying to take red buff away from Sybil.
A little bit slow.
We got to get it. No smite available for the Lee Sin, but Sybil doesn't chase on forward, decides not to face check.
Yeah, because all of a sudden the Aurelion Soul had cheated out of mid lane. And you don't want to face check that because you don't know whether he's got smite or not. This is going to be a 3 buff coming out of Spook. So doing what he couldn't last game. Some great damage coming out of Ejim in the support position. Runs mixed damage, sorry, not mixed damage, mixed penetration reds on his Misfortune, and runs AP blues, some CDR in there as well. AP Quint, sorry, CDR blues to get to 10%. So a little bit of an interesting build path, but it means that he hits very hard early game.
Yep, Misfortune is one of those champions that does a lot of damage early as a support. Is able to poke really well and then picks up a Black Cleaver later on just to, you know, reduce the resistances of the enemy front line with Roll.
Ooh, Spooks misses a Q there, which gives the advantage to Sybil. He flashes on top of him.
He's on top of Spooks, taking a lot of damage, smites the red buff for health, flashes over the wall. Sybil can't quite chase through, but that's flash burned on Lee Sin, and he should be able to take the red buff away as well.
Yeah, we'll see whether he's able to because the Sion is cheating across, wants to be able to start a fight here, and he's still tanking the blue.
Gonna charge up his Q. Good repel coming out from Sybil. Still chasing down towards Swiper, taking a lot of damage. They're still going on towards him. Chippies once again in amongst it. Cuckoo comes out, flashes for it. Chippies goes underneath the turret, but Swiper lives with a sliver of health.
Baited and outsmarted Fish. He lives calculated on, I think, 4 HP, 20 health at the end of it, apparently. That was really close. Teleport actually coming out of Swiper now. They really don't want to give up this red buff.
And Sybil doesn't look like he's going to be able to get it. Swiper now chasing down on towards him. Spooks is in the area. Jumps on over towards one of his wards, but First Blood already in the bottom lane. Destiny's been exhausted. Raze and Egypt, they get the heal down. Chasing on towards the Malzahar. He's going to take so much damage. One more tap is all it's going to take here. Flashed forward from Egypt. Going to pick up the double kill.
And double kill picked up from the Chiefs bottom lane. We said that Egypt looked like he was very comfortable. Swiper in some trouble now.
Going to take a lot of damage. Chippies now chasing on towards the Sion. He's trying to stay away from the walls. Spooks going to come up, misses another Q. Charges up his Q himself. Swiper's going to fall. Goes into his passive. Swiper going to now bash on towards Silver, but a good wallbang comes out from the Poppy. He's trying to chase on towards the Elise, but that Q coming out was questionable from Spooks there, but still, Sion going to be able to pick up the kill.
Spooks can't land a Q this game. I mean, after having a very good Ivan game, not able to grab it. As we take another look at what happened in the bottom lane, I assume it's just to make it rain into a flash auto here. Yeah, exactly what happened. So Ray's able to pick up the first one. Exhaust came out a little bit too late from Destiny. Of course, back very new. Also auto-attack from the brush. That's a mistake because it gave them the visibility they needed for an auto-attack each. There was no ward in there at that stage. Of course, he couldn't know that unless he tracked it very, very closely. So back and forth already at this early stage of the game. 1,000 gold lead to the Chiefs.
It was a big play from Egypt Arrays. The crisp timing and communication from that one allowed them to set that up nicely. You see Egypt's gone back to base, picked up a Ruby Crystal for himself and upgraded his support item, giving him a little bit more gold and damage to kick things off.
That's a little bit aggressive. I mean, not going... If you have enough for an upgrade as well as a Ruby Ruby Crystal, you have enough for the Sightstone. Rotation into the bottom lane, however.
Swiffer chasing him down. He is level 6. Destiny will be able to block out the stun. Now Swiffer taking so much damage from the Voidlings. They're chasing on towards him. And the Malefic Visions will give him nightmares as Swiffer gets taken down.
Yeah, and that's a rotation coming out. However, he got silenced and didn't expect it. Not able to get the flash off in time. That comes back huge for the Direwolves bottom lane. They're going to be able to pick up a kill and have pretty much a 20 CS mid lane advantage again.
See Fantix here, level 6 on the Corki. You should kill that ward. Yeah, there you go. Wonderzero puts a ward down the Raptor pit first. Has been stuck in the mid lane for quite some time here. But slowly should be able to push back out.
Continually shoving into the turret as well, which against Aurelion Sol, very hard to do. So like what's happening there. You see that Poppy walks down, actually scouts out the enemy jungle as well. So they know that Spooks is on the bottom side thanks to the new plants. What looked one more time to be like all Chiefs on the early game. I mean, 2v2 kill in the bot. Really nice return kill up top after, you know, maybe a misplayed continual invade that they're going for again. Direwolves are hit back hard.
Certainly have. Chiefs are still in the lead by about 500 gold, but that's a very small amount, even though it is still very early in the game. Swiffer's gone back to base, picked up a Ruby Crystal for himself, as well as the Dark Seal. So looking to get a little bit of extra health regeneration from his Corrupting Potion. Potentially stack up some ability power as well. Sion, top side of the map, not doing too great against Chippy, who was constantly pushing him underneath his turret, about 10 CS behind here. And Sybil is looking for a dive in the top lane.
But they've cheated top lane so many times. I mean, you could see that Corki was out of vision as well. And what that means is bottom lane, Destiny's in some big trouble.
Konakor's going to come out. Destiny's going to be able to dodge the first raise. Can't quite find him. Now Destiny throws out the Voidlings. Egypt going to take a bit of damage, get silenced. Exhaust has come down. Spooks is going to get exhausted, but Egypt's still going to be able to pick up the kill.
Spooks needs to start hitting some Lee Sin Qs, however, because he's just a non-factor. I mean, literally walked up and E'd to pick up the assist that time around. Yeah, it looks really shaky at the start of this game, but massive amounts of damage dealt to that bottom turret.
Lots of pressure coming out in the bottom lane too, as Spooks is still looking to try and push and help them out with getting damage on that turret.
So Fish, it took Meteos, what, 60 minutes at Worlds to learn how to play Lee Sin, according to popular opinion? Maybe we start a counter of how long it takes Spooks to learn how to play Lee Sin?
It's 8 minutes 30 here. Still not quite.
Keep you guys posted, however.
We'll keep you guys updated with the Spooks Lee Sin track. Did all right in the first game after some time.
He actually did. No, he played really well in the first game. I will give him that. He had some really clutch flash kicks as well onto King. Of course, now that King's on Ezreal, it's going to be a little bit more difficult to execute on those, but of course I do say it in jest. Spooks is one of the better Lee Sins in the region. Along with our guest on the desk, Carbon. Seb's a really good Lee Sin as well, I think. I rate Seb's Lee Sin. However, has been spotted out here, and Sybil wants back into his jungle again.
Sybil hasn't been putting too much pressure in the lanes, but has definitely been keeping Spooks occupied in this early game.
Yeah, it certainly has, but what it meant, and like I just want to go back to this, is that they lost the turret so early in the bottom lane. It's only 9 minutes, and that's been down for a couple of minutes now. Gave a BF sword, as well as that Dirk advantage over the Raze. And now they're potentially looking for a dive. They've got the package. So they just continue to counter jungle away Spooks' Raptors and top side of the jungle.
Package is going to expire here for Fantix shortly. Destiny's actually in this mid lane as well. Not level 6 on Malzahar, so does not have the suppression to lock down a single target.
Silence is still really good CC, and it's undervalued a lot. You can't, of course, cast summoner spells while it's happening, so Ghost wouldn't be available.
sucks the orbs in, which gets rid of a lot of the damage. Sion making short work of it, although now ultimate coming out.
Curtain calls was bullet time going to come out. Raze can't quite find the shots on towards Fantix. Gets the last one. He's got it curving the bullet, but not quite hitting the straight up shots here.
Yeah, he certainly is. I mean, able to snipe past, and that's really important because it forces Fantix out of lane, means counter jungling now being opened up for Spooks, as well as that mid lane turret under fire.
King still in the bottom lane farming on his own here. Spooks is able to take red buff away from Sybil.
This is very aggressive, I guess. They've still 3 members on that bottom side of the map. Teleports available from both top lanes. Direwolves know what's going on. Can they react in time? It looks like no.
Thunder Dragon is going to be taken down by the Chiefs. Next one to spawn is going to be a Cloud Dragon. But still big pickup for the Chiefs here. They're 4-2 up. Single turret to nothing, and the first dragon of the game as well.
And a couple of 1,000 gold lead in favor of the Chiefs, and you feel like that's just a turret, the couple of extra kills. But one more time, this game's balanced on a knife's edge. We've seen Swiper falling behind in CS, but able to pick up a return kill with that passive. So important. Spooks missed a couple of Qs, but has been in the right position around the map and being able to knock down a turret. So really interesting to see. Ooh.
Fantix going really aggressive here against Swiftly. He pops his ghost, flash forward, but can't get the auto attack down. And blue suede shoes comes out from Swiffer to dodge those bombs.
Yeah, one more time calculated. That's the second time, maybe even third time if you count Chiefs at his Spooks at his red buff early in the game, that they've run away with literally nothing to spare.
Meanwhile, Fantix going to get kicked back here and locked down, but Spooks takes the brunt of the damage, and Fantix is going to be able to pick up the kill.
Yeah, it certainly is, and that's another time that Spooks has missed a Q, but this one's inexcusable because when you are kicked, you fly in a straight direction. You should not be able to miss that one. Unfortunately, putting on a pretty disappointing performance so far. Great exhaust came out of Fantix at the same time, and they were able to turn it.
Top of that, Ray's got a long-range snare coming out from his captive audience. Still couldn't hit him with that one as Spooks gets taken down in return. Blew his flash for that one too. Good reaction time coming out from Fantix to try and get the W mid-air. Got knocked back into a more favorable position.
Yeah, certainly did. Now maybe going for a dive on the top side of the map. We've already seen this go awry once. With Sybil falling down to the Sion passive. However, looks like they want to commit this time around.
Let's see what Swiper's going to be able to do here. Sybil going to take a lot of damage, repels up into the air, moves the turret aggro on towards Chippies, but now Spooks is here. He does hit the Q this time around, but he's going to get locked down. The Voidlings are absolutely everywhere, and Sybil picks up the kill.
Yeah, really nicely done out of Direwolves, although now Raze wants in.
Destiny going to try and block it. He's good at curving these bullets. Let's see if he can do it once again. They're trying to run away, but Destiny soaks up all of the curtain call damage and barely takes any from it. Egypt still chasing on forward. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, Swiffer's in trouble, taking so much. Fantix gets the Sheehan proc, takes down the Dragon in the mid lane.
Yeah, and you could see Swiffer trying to dodge all the skill shots. Very successful, but they were just continually auto-attacking him down. Red buff, very helpful there. And that means that the Chiefs, after being up 1,000 gold, now back within 600, and the individual gold is going over to the key members. Fantix, 2 kills. You know, when you have a look at Sybil, he's picked up another couple for himself. They're starting to hit hard on the Direwolves lineup.
You see the gold discrepancy that's going in favor of the Chiefs at the moment is coming in from Jin. He's about 1,000 gold up ahead of King. In the mid lane though, Fantix 1,000 up ahead of Swiffer. Top side of the map as well as the jungle, fairly even between the two teams. And right now, Direwolves are really fighting back hard. Swiffer going to try and do what he can to clear out this mid lane as Ejim has joined the party. King and Destiny on the bottom side of the map. Looking to push on aggressively towards the turret. King has picked up his tier as well as the Sheen. Ray's gone for the Yomu's Ghostblade once again, has picked up a BS sword though.
Yeah, so all the items starting to roll out for everyone on Summoner's Rift right now. You feel like, you know, the Dragon respawning quite soon could be the next major point of contention. Turret's still standing everywhere for the Chiefs, so their gold lead is very narrow. And you can see that Swiper, even though this is his preferred tank, isn't really faring all that well up in the top lane. See if he continues to struggle as the team fight phases progress. But didn't expect this out of the Sion.
Ray's now in the mid lane with Ejim, looking to siege up the mid lane turret. It's already taken quite a beating here. Fantix does have the package though on Corky, so extra movement speed to get him around the map. A nice long gap closer for the next minute.
Yeah, we'll see whether they're able to, get a pick before the Dragon or something like that to really set themselves up for a good mid-game. King's been farming up a storm. I mean, after being forced out of the lane a couple of times early, your turret being taken to be within touching distance is pretty impressive. However, now mid lane turret's back under siege in reverse.
Jim does get the slowdown towards Fantix, but Spook's not close enough to catch up here.
And what we need to see is how the Chiefs team fight, because they've got a pretty difficult to execute composition versus double AD carry. And has looked like so far Spooks has struggled with some of the execution. Aurelion Sol is very much about positioning. Jin is very much about positioning. And when you're playing against Poppy, when you're playing against Malzahar, they punish mistakes incredibly well. So they need to make sure that they're not making the same mistakes they did in the first game.
Speaking of Malzahar, he has picked up his boots of mobility. Does have the sight stone as well as the pulse spray. Fantix going to be able to get away from Ejim here, and he's upgraded his sight stone. Got the boots of lucidity, looking for the components of a black cleaver next to help out the 80 damage dealers on his team.
Yeah, we'll see whether he goes towards Last Whisper, because they generally have gone for the Mortal Reminder to cut healing, but it doesn't look like there's really all that much unless you count the life steal that's going to come out of the pack damage carries. But continuing to chip away at this turret with their pseudo poke comp. Swiper wants in on the mid lane, but they've rotated top already. Looks like Chiefs might lose 2 here and get pretty much nothing back in return.
Sion, though, is running down the mid lane, does have his ultimate available, and the Codecor's been popped too. The charge is going to come in from the Transformer, looking for King, knocks him up, pops the Q as well, and absolutely destroys the Direwolves. Sybil trying to get into the back lines, but he's going to get locked down as well. The Dragon's there, the Sion's there, and he gets the double kill.
And you see why the Chiefs love this comp. They used to run it with Siva, so it was even quicker. However, this time around, they get the good shot out of Raze. He's able to continue with the ultimate, and the Chiefs pick up 2 turrets for 1. Chippies can't even join that fight. It's over so quickly.
And meanwhile, as they take down 2 turrets in the mid lane, Spooks already inside the Dragon Pit, looking to pick up the Cloud Dragon for his team. They get 4 kills, 2 turrets, and a Dragon only lose their top lane outer.
Yeah, and on an individual level, the Direwolves look great at the moment. As I keep saying, they even look like they can, surpass the Chiefs in some of the areas. But as far as teamwork goes, this is coordinated. MF starts it up, it goes into the immediate snare, they break the shield, 2-man knock up, another 2-man knock up, and then they all peel back without a seconds of hesitation, and they clean up the next kill. Maybe an unnecessary flash, but really credit to Swiper, because he got that party started, sacked his top lane turret to be able to influence the rest of the map.
Raze and Ejim are so well coordinated to be able to lock people down with that Make It Rain into the captive audience. Direwolves, they're going to be able to take down the Rift Herald here. It's Destiny flash forward. They lock down Swivel before he can get over the wall. Cocoon comes out, as well as the slam from Chippies. It's going to be Sybil that picks up the kill.
Yeah, that's a lot burnt to pick up the Aurelion Sol. We'll see whether they get anything around the rest of the map. But, sometimes when you have a bad team fight, it's just about picking up that next kill, about moving forward in the game. They lose a little bit of presence on the map. All right, cool. Yeah. You're a fridge. We understand it. Ooh, Sybil's killed Spook somewhere else. Can we actually watch the real fight that's happening?
Yeah, Raze is also taking down Kings here, but Fantic's going to take a lot of damage from Sion. Yeah, people are dead across the map here, Spawn.
Yeah, so 2 dead versus 1. Obviously, really nice play out of Direwolves. But at the same time, we saw that Swiper not to be messed with right now. We have another look at this. Okay, so Spooks flash kicks, goes in on King. Really nice escape there out of King. Raze flashes forward to grab it, but only able to trade there.
Seems like a simple trade. You were mentioning earlier that the Chiefs, they're going to have a tough time locking down this double AD carry team comp. But we saw in the mid lane there in that previous fight, no problems in locking down a Corki as well as an Ezreal, even an Elise to come in after that.
Yeah, that was a really impressive setup, however. I mean, you had the captive audience into the curtain call, then into the sign-off. So they really layered their CC perfectly. And once you get hit by one piece of CC, as we saw in the top lane against Swiffer, really easier to follow up with the rest of it. So certainly take your point about, the fact that it's an Ezreal, the fact that it's a Corki, but it's about dodging that first piece. If they dodge the first piece, they're going to be so squishy, so slippery. They're going to be able to get away. But if they don't, then they die.
Speaking of the Corki and Ezreal, they both picked up their Trinity Force here. Ezreal still stacking that tier. The flip side, Swiffer's got his Hextech GLP, looking for his next item, which should be a Void
And
Cell.
we're going to see a change up of the builds here. We're going to actually see what looks to be either a rapid fire cannon or a static shift coming out of the Corki. At this stage in pro play, we generally see the build that was, I think, popularized by Wayless, which is, well, enough of that.
They're fighting first here, Spawn Age. We're going to take a lot of damage from those Voidlings. The True Shot Barrage comes out. Good flash coming out from each and will get him away from that damage that should have killed him.
Chippy's
so he wants to go for the fight here. King's going to get locked down. Swiffer tries to turn back, and Scion's now charging down the rift. The train is not going to stop, and he's got his eyes set on towards King. He's able to arcade shift out of this one. Direwolves do successfully disengage.
Yeah, the Scion actually just stopped the ultimate. He zoned everyone back. It meant that the Chiefs escaped from what was a bad situation. You can see how well these two teams are playing. The back and forward really hasn't stopped in this third deciding game. What I was trying to say, I'll say it much quicker this time. Generally, you see Corkies go towards a Gunblade. He's not going to Gunblade, he's going towards an attack speed item.
Fantics mixing things up here. Not going to have as much lifesteal and as well as getting health back from his abilities.
Because you get health back from everything you'd use on a Gunblade at the moment, just means that Corki, if you don't blow him up, turns around and does this and gets all of his health back.
Swiper trying to run away here. Sybil trying to hunt him down. That Cloud Dragon making him move a little bit too quick. But meanwhile, they take it down. Destiny. Swiper going to go flash on
that's
forward.
huge.
Throws out the Q. Locks them all down. Big ultimate come out from Aurelion Soul. Fantix falls. Chippies is the next target. And Chiefs get 3 quick and swift kills.
And maybe the Chiefs will turn this Scion into a permaban, because right now, Swiper is just able to start up teamfight after teamfight, and they can't get away from the guy. And he's so tanky that Baron is available at 22 minutes into the game.
And they're going straight for that Baron. Spirit's already on top of it. Swiper's going to be able to tank this one up nice and easy. Sybil looking to see if he can get something cheeky going on here. Try and steal this one away. Curticle's going to come out. Swiffer now going to try and hunt him down. Good side steps coming out from Sybil to get himself back to safety.
They're doing the dosey though. He's going to be able to get into the pit if he wants.
Let's see if he can. Swiffer on the other side, still looking to try and get damage down. That's a lot of damage coming out from Sybil. They just stopped the Baron for a while. He's going to try and take that explosive blade over, but gets taken down. Destiny though, he's been able to take down Ray. Suddenly there's a teleport coming in from Chippies as well. Sybil's been able to buy a lot of time for his team, and they stopped them from taking the Baron.
And maybe the Chiefs just, mucking around with the chasing the jungler for too long, because it meant that all the damage stopped. And now Swiper's being chased.
Saucer's going to come down. The Voidlings are chasing on forward. Silence comes out too. Spook's going to have to kick Chippy's back. He's still charging on forward. Egypt now taking a lot of damage there. The hammer gets slammed down, and a double kill comes out from Key. Almost the triple as Swiper's recall gets cancelled as well. Chippy's still taking at the turret. He doesn't care too much. The Dragon's chasing up now, but the package is delivered as Fantix gets up into the top lane, and the Direwolves capitalize on a Baron throw from the Chiefs.
And the Chiefs just a brain fade. I mean, why is Swiffer trying to fight 1v3? They lose the turret. It's back within 1,800 gold, and the Direwolves just turn it on. This series was in the balance, and they snatch it back from the brink, now starting up their own Baron.
Let's see if Swiper can do what Sybil was able to do and delay this Baron. He's going in towards the pit. Lots of low health bars. He just gets knocked out immediately. Ray's trying to do what he can.
Doesn't have ultimate.
Baron's down to 1,000 health. Sybil's fighting this one away. Direwolves, they tie up the goal lead. They've got Baron buff. Swiper's still looking to try and go in. Chasing on towards Sybil. Curticor comes out, splits the wickets. Sybil hides in a little cave inside of the blue buff as the Q comes out, but Sybil jumps straight on towards the side. Takes a lot of damage, but big bullet time coming out from Egypt. Will be able to take down Fantix. Sybil and King live to fight another day.
So they get the Baron, they give up 1 kill. Huge net profit for the Direwolves right now. They are right back within this game. And you can see that their carries go back. They get a rapid fire cannon. Evolution coming out of King right now onto that tier item as well. Such impressive, decisive call. Have to credit it probably towards Destiny, but Sybil just playing out of his mind, dancing around this Chiefs lineup.
It wasn't so much about stealing that Baron, it was just stopping Chiefs, delaying them long enough for the rest of the team members to get there and disrupt them inside of that pit. Chiefs still continue to take down Dragons here. Ocean Dragon's the 3rd Dragon to fall for them in this game. They have 3 turrets to 2, and it's 14 to 11 in kills, but the gold is almost dead even between these two teams.
Yeah, it certainly is, and they've got so much more standing. I mean, and easy access to it. You see an outer here. There's still the
ability to push up mid lane, take the tier 2 there that's already gone on their side. With Baron, this all becomes so much easier.
Chippies has got the glimmer of the void buff as well from taking down Rift Hero earlier, so these turrets fall so easy. And allows him to split push so much better. The Baron buff is just going to allow them to keep taking these objectives. You see King moving towards the top side of the map. Fantic still in this mid lane. He does not have the Baron buff for himself, so we'll be pushing out a little bit slower. The rest of the team make their way towards the top side of the map.
Yeah, certainly do. And you see turrets tied up, score pretty much tied up as well now for the Direwolves, 11-14.
Swift Freeze will take down that mid lane turret as well, left on about 200 health.
I don't even know if it has to be Swift. I mean, eventually it's going to corrode. What with global warming and all that.
That's a myth, Swan, apparently, confirmed today.
Really? All right, if you say so, mate.
No, I do not think that's true.
But you can see that right now there's just priority all around the map. They're going to push into this middle lane turret. As soon as anyone with the Byron buff shows up, that one's going down. Actually, he's dead.
Raze has been flashed on here by Destiny. The suppression is just too much for him to handle. No Quicksilver Sash for the AD carry. And now Direwolves pushing on towards the mid lane, inner turret, 1,000 gold up, still have Baron buff. Top lane and bottom lane both pushing for their team as well.
And you have to question what was Raze doing there. I mean, he just had no right being on that part of the map. It's going to cost his team pretty big right now as, 2 turrets being pressured. It looks like they're going to fall down.
Bottom lane inner turret is going to fall. Now Direwolves, only one inner turret left for them to take, which is in the mid lane. Raze only back up in 7 seconds. He's poking away at the Chiefs in the back line, constantly hitting those mystic shots to chunk out a little bit of health every single time.
Now a 2,000 gold lead for the Direwolves. You feel if the Chiefs don't fight soon, this game's going to fall further and further out of reach. 3,000 gold make that as another turret fall. They went from being 2 turrets behind Fish to now being 3 turrets in the lead. That is a huge gold swing.
Big swing coming off that one play over at Baron, where Chiefs looked like they were about to break the game wide open off the back of 4 kills into what was going to be a Baron buff. Now Direwolves in firm control of this game. Baron buff has expired. It'll be another 3 minutes or so before that is back up on Summoner's Rift.
And you feel like this is the first lull we've had in really 8 minutes of gameplay. I mean, both teams go back. Huge items being picked up right now. Blade of the Ruined King started there for King. Fantic's going towards what looks to be a more of Malmortius. That Hex Drinker already picked up. Iceborne Gauntlet finished for the Poppy. She's going to be invincible. And continuing to just pick up side lane farm. And unless the Chiefs can really get that 5v5 team fight, that great initiation out of the Scion, as we've seen time and time again, this becomes a really tough game to win.
As you mentioned earlier, Spawn, Scion is starting to become that brick, approaching 3,000 health. Has a Guardian Angel as well, so he thought his passive was annoying. He's going to come back to life a couple of times in these team fights.
Yeah, it certainly is, but when you have a look at the Direwolves, Fantix has picked up the package. He's ready to start some fights. They can play 3 lanes continually, and they're not giving that big opportunity for the Chiefs to just run it down one lane and start the 5v5, because someone has to deal with Chippies. Otherwise, he's going to take turrets. He's picked up the Iceborne Gauntlet much earlier in this game.
King and Fantix constantly poking out champions underneath the turret, the inhibitor turret in the bottom lane here. With the rockets, with the mystic shots. You see in the bottom left-hand side of your screen as well, Chippies is still split pushing on the top side of the map. Still has his Glimmer of the Void buff, so will still chunk away these turrets every time he can get an auto attack down. In fact, the Swiper that's sent up there to deal with him. Spooks and Swiffer taking quite a bit of damage from Cyril there. He has a Lilandry's Torment on his Elise, looking for a Void Staff next as well.
Yeah, it looks to be the case. Maybe even going towards a Rylai's Crystal Scepter. Of course, that builds out of the Blasting one now instead of the needlessly large rod. You can see that Swiffer, he's sitting on 4 items as well. He's no slouch, but they need a way into the fight. And if they just keep split pushing here, the Direwolves, the Chiefs are never going to get that opportunity. And double 80 carry just scales so well, especially when it's something like a Corki that has a mixed damage.
Oof. So much pro coming out from the Direwolf squad here. And no real way for the Chiefs to deal with it. Constantly poking out, constantly chipping them down.
You have heart attacks every time a player does that. Arcane shifts over a wall. It's on cooldown for only a couple of seconds at this stage of the game, but it's still one of those things where if anyone is there, able to blow him up. They're looking for potentially a play on the top side of the map. Ejim's streaming towards that Baron.
Puts a ward down 50 seconds before Baron comes back up. Another Dragon will spawn in 30 seconds as well. Chiefs in control of the entire game and see if they can continue to do so. Spooks
is caught.
He's been caught out, has to flash away. Ward jumps as well. Chippy charges on forward on top of Swiper. The rest of the Direwolves now making their way towards the top side of the map.
But flash kick not available now. So that is a huge thing for this Baron team fight that you expect is right around the corner. Chiefs is just getting caught out on the top side of the map when Ejim was trying to ward, secure that vision. Direwolves have really punished well this game. You have to say that the Chiefs certainly had firm control, but ever since they gave it back over the Direwolves have been unrelenting with their pressure. They haven't let Tier 1 top lane fall down yet, haven't let any of the waves push out against them. It's now slow push finally in the bottom lane, but the Chiefs struggling for any room at all.
See big items being picked up by the Direwolves as well. King's going back to base. That should be his mirror mana completed as well as the Blade of the Ruined King. This is a big power spike for Ezreal, especially since he has that last whisper. Right line's being picked up by Sybil. Fantix in the mid lane. He's got his rapid fire cannon as well as that more of Malmortius. This is a strong Direwolves roster with big items being picked up.
Yeah, it certainly is. And when you have a look at it, it just looks like they're a little bit more ready right now. Even a BF sword being picked up by Fantix at the moment. So he's well and truly ready to fight at this stage of the game. If he turns that into an Infinity Edge, the mixed damage that comes out of Corki is pretty scary to deal with. And you just don't know whether the Chiefs have that positioning that they showed in the early game, the ability to layer the CC perfectly. Because they look like they were executing on it, but for the last 10 minutes, there's been nothing. No signs of that at all. It's been all Direwolves.
See Fantix jumping away from Swiper there, pops the ultimate trying to catch on towards the Corki, so big ultimate being used there by the Chiefs. Both Baron and Dragon
can't be
are
the
up.
first one in. I mean, it's that simple. Arcane Shift, the Valkyrie, it's way too easy to get away from the huge Scion. It needs to be, you know, as we keep saying, the captive audience. Has to be Make It Rain into captive audience, or Swiffer setting up a really nice ultimate on Aurelion Sol.
I see Swiffer moving out towards the top side of the map, has to deal with the wave being pushed up there. King, as well as Sybil, they started on this Baron, taking so much damage. Ejim trying to get some damage down on towards the Direwolves squad. They do back away once it hits about half health, but that's 2 wards already being taken away. Ejim will be able to take away the control ward, put one down over the pit for his team.
Yeah, but they still have positioning bottom lane. They're still being nice and patient. Flash is available for Destiny right now. That turret's nearly gone. One more time Swiper leaves, it's dead.
Chippy's almost has his ZZ Rock portal as well. Once he picks that up, he's going to be an even bigger split pushing monster.
And you can see right now, they're looking for that pick that I keep talking about, Destiny. Really flirting with danger here though.
Sybil's got to be really careful. Good repel coming out from Sybil, gets him away from the Sonic Wave thrown out by Spooks.
That damage that came out of Sybil though. He nearly one-shot Ejim before going over the wall. If he had have used any of his abilities in Spider form, probably would have been able to get it done.
Now Multimum is going to head back to base here on both the Chiefs and Direwolves squad. Still has Chippy pushing the bottom side of the map. Both him and Swiper have teleport. Swiper's ultimate is up as well. It seems like Direwolves are going to be able to pick up their first dragon of the game. The Ocean Dragon shall fall on King. Still gets it.
Just wanted the sale points, mate. Never in doubt. Never in doubt.
And still a big Baron dance going on between these two teams. It's constantly split pushing as Chippies. That turret is so low.
He has to hold it off the turret right now. I mean, you can see that Chippies knows that as well.
Glimmer of the Void buff dealing some good damage onto that turret every time he has the range auto attack.
Yeah, he's going in for it, and that might be a window for the Chiefs to come in.
Well, let's see what can happen here. Chippy's going to take a bit of damage, dodges out the stun. Swiper still chasing on forward, pops his ultimate.
They need to kill him right now because otherwise they're just going to give away a Baron for free.
He doesn't get the knock-up. Will knock Swiffer back as Swiper does get the knock-up. The Aurelion Soul is coming back in, but Direwolves, they haven't started on the Baron. Good flash coming up from Chippies over the fat part of the wall. We'll get him back to safety. But Direwolves still yet to start this Baron.
Yeah, but they started up, but it might be too late because they were waiting to see what the commitment level of the Chiefs were like. Fantix puts in some good poke damage.
Spooks gonna get knocked down. Destiny flashes over the wall. Fantix picks up that kill. No smite available for the Chiefs. Here comes the Curtain Core. He's curved the bullet once before, but Fantix is on top of him. Puts the exhaust down. Gets that proc for the Trinity Force. Egypt tries to go for the steal. He will get taken down, but he will steal the Baron as well. Only one member left for the side of the Chiefs. It's just Swiper, but it's still 4 kills coming up for the Direwolves.
An absolute mayhem on Summoner's Rift. King goes down. Sybil goes down.
But at the same time, Swiffer fell. Raze loses the 1v1 against Fantix. And the Chiefs, they have the Baron buff on the Scion, but everything else seems to be against them right now.
But the Baron buff is going to help them out. It's 3,000 gold difference 35 minutes into the game. It's even in kills. 3 turrets to 6 in favor of the Direwolves here. And they live to find another day, Spawn.
They certainly live to find another day. There is that. Let's take another look. Spooks caught in no man's land. Great flash engage out there. Ejim does the right thing, flashes away, but Fantix challenges Raze to that one-on-one duel, exhausts him, able to pick it up. Ejim picks up the first kill there against Sybil, takes a second kill at the Baron. That is a hero play if I have ever seen one, Fish.
Ejim puts the team on his back. Look at his items as well, Swan. He's got 7 kills on Misfortune. He's got the Black Cleaver, the Mortal Reminder, even a Beer Sword being picked up. And he's done it again. Destiny's going to fall. Spooks picks up that kill, knocks away Fantix, tries to throw out the big one, can't quite find it. Swiper now looking for the knock-up, not going to get it due to the Valkyrie to get away. But Chippy's has got other things on his mind, Swan. He's in the top lane looking to get some damage on these turrets.
And they've stopped just missed the back out of Spooks there. They're now chasing the Poppy. Don't think that's a good idea. Just pick up the Zerat. This game is in the balance. The Direwolves, you almost feel like they deserve it at this point. They've put in so much work, Fish. But the Chiefs just never saying die. Now potentially Swiffer caught out, forced off the blue.
This is lining up to be a nail-biter of a finish.
What an opening of the season.
Chiefs versus Direwolves, rematch of the semifinals, last split. Going to game 3, going to the late game as well.
I mean, pretty soon, items don't matter. You can see most of the carries on 5 at the moment. Ooh, King maybe caught out a little bit. Needs to be careful.
He's going to arcane shift away. Has
Flash.
to flash away from the
Ooh, Raze has been caught.
Sybil going to try and go for it. The exhaust does come out. Raze will get jumped on by Spooks, giving a little bit of extra help. Egypt's going to fall. Fantix snipes him off in the back lines. Now Chippy's, he's got the fight. Destiny will fall. Swiper procs his Guardian's Angel. Fantix gets knocked back into the team. Spooks, 37 minutes in. He can play lead sin now. But King trying to do what he can against Swiper. Swiper falls. Now looking for Swiffer. The stun comes through. Spooks goes in, but King will still lift the tail. Chippy's still trying to chase him down, but Raze just does so much damage. It's a one-on-one to tell the world here, as he's going to get the wall slams down the hammer. Oh my goodness, Chippy's gets the outplay.
And we just keep saying it. Why do you walk next to walls against Poppy? Able to set up another one. He had priority over the mid lane, probably could have tried to push the turret, but the Dire will pick up a clutch team fight victory. This game is so close.
Oh my goodness, we can look at that one more time here, Spot.
So King gets caught out, has to burn his flash at the start, but the priority onto Raze gets the exhaust out, and it means that on the back end, they're just able to do so much damage. Ejim gets blown up by Fantix at the same time, bursts down. Destiny, unfortunately, gets caught up. And this kick probably saved the team fight, because it knocks the Corki sideways into Raze, and it was so close. It came down to the wire. Even the Scion passive was useful. I mean, able to just swing a couple of haymakers at the Ezreal. Otherwise, that would have been good night. And, after all the outplays that happened, it wouldn't be a team fight without one more. I mean, if you just step forward a little bit, that doesn't stun, you win the duel. But instead, Chippy's nails him, lays down the hammer, and it is the Direwolves walking away with it. Wonder if that's the tale of the game.
This time it's Chippy's that gets the left-right good night Spawn, but it's dead even between these two teams. Gold is almost becoming irrelevant. Ejim is slowly picking up 80 carry items here. He's going to become a big misfortune. 8-3-8. He's got the most kills on his team.
He's huge. I mean, as far as damage goes, he's a monster. Destiny's been great with his ultimates, you have to say that. Definitely coming into his own as a support, but I think Ejim's enjoying the meta, shall we say right now.
This is where he turns to Raze and says, I'm the 80 carry, you
Look at
support
me.
me.
Yeah, I am the 80 carry now. Yeah, if he gets an Infinity Edge or something like that, going to be very interesting. Although Dragon Elder spawning. Chiefs nowhere near to contest it.
And Direwolves kick it off immediately. Chiefs running down the river, trying to get towards it. Already at half health, chipping away at this one. King is here as well. That Elder Dragon is going to fall. They only have one Dragon to buff, but it's still going to help them out in these fights. Sybil, though, taking a chunk of damage. Kernagor going to come out, slows down multiple members. Swiper charging in. Big bullet time coming out from Egypt. allows
But on
Raze
the
to get the
back line,
snipe.
Raze is under fire at the same time. Chippies is there.
He's eating up as much fruit as possible, trying to stay alive. Jumps on top of Spooks. He's gonna get taken down. Raze gets the shutdown. Chiefs, they fight through it. Elder Dragon Direwolves.
And you just have to say that these long-range ultimates of the misfortune of the Jin are tearing them apart. If they ever get in range, they win the team fight. But if the Chiefs get to set up like that, if they know where they're going to be, they're able to get their man. Elder Dragon picked up. Chiefs, however, have 2 extra members streaming down mid lane.
And as soon as Ejim, he gets a couple of procs off of that ultimate, that's the Black Cleaver ticking and ticking, allowing Raze to get so much damage out. Destiny, he's been locked down, kicked into the snare. The stun comes out from Swiffer. They're chasing on towards the Nexus here, Spawn. Chiefs might be able to knock down the Direwolves.
We'll see if they're going to be able to. There's 40 seconds on a member, 20 on the other. It looks like they're just going to back out. So much standing gold still left on the map. And the top turret is actually falling down. If Swiper doesn't get there in time, it's just going to be an inhib turret for inhib turret trade.
And that's going to fall. The turret is going down really quickly here. Chiefs to get the inhibitor in that mid lane, so super minions will slowly start to spawn. That's a massive minion wave. That turret should be falling down.
It's gone. And that's on the shorter side of the map for the Direwolves right now. I mean, their top lane tier 1 is still available. Baron's up in 35 seconds. They're going to be able to pick up the Scuttle Crab. And the Chiefs, even though they got the mid lane, that's the easiest to defend if you're the Direwolves. You walk into mid, you push out, you clear vision, you rinse and repeat. Whether that's with super creeps or normal creep, doesn't really matter to double AD carry at this stage of the game.
Guardian Angel is down on Spooks and Swiffer. Chippies has finally picked up his own Sybil. He's got a Void Staff now on this Elise. 1 item away from completion.
And I actually agree with the build because both Misfortune and Jin go into setup damage. And that means that there are windows where Sybil can actually assassinate them. This is legitimately a comp where assassination can take place out of that champion. Wondering why Swift is back down here even though Baron spawned. That's an interesting call, although he's chasing Chippies.
Doing a lot of damage to Chippies as well. He's missed his ultimate, does get that charge down, puts down the hammer, picks up a shield. Now wants to try and take the fight to Swiffer inside.
Gonna have the ult.
He's inside of his passive. Swiffer still trying to run away. Does have a lot of magic penetration on this Aurelion Soul. Is able to go toe-to-toe against Chippies.
Yeah, it can, but Swiper's being caught now.
He's going to get locked down. Will he pop the Guardian Angel that just came back off of cooldown? Chippy, sorry, is moving in to try and get in amongst the action. Aurelion Soul joining the fight too. Pretty low on health. Swiper will get locked down once again. The rest of Chiefs now trying to run back. Ray still trying to lock someone down. Fentic's already been knocked by that Q from Lee Sin. No follow-up coming out from Spooks. Ejim still chasing on through, but both teams just disengaged.
Yeah, so just the GA burnt on Swiper as well as the teleport, which means that all of a sudden they can get towards the bottom lane. Teleport actually coming out now, and the Baron's being started up.
King is incredibly low on health. Aurelion Soul gets a lot of damage down on towards him. He's going to back out of this one. Destiny's the first target. Spooks is going to be able to pick up the kill.
Two members gone.
He's still trying to kite backwards, but Swiper finds him, smacks him with the Q, flashes forward. Sunfire Cake to pick up the kill. Now Fantix has been jumped on by Spooks.
He
Not
missed the
going
Q.
to land the Q, but it's still going to be Raze that follows up, flashes forward, throws his revolver in the air as he picks up another one, and 3 members of Direwolves have been taken down.
And you have to think that's the game because it is only the jungle and the top lane are left available for the Direwolves. The Chiefs have all their members remaining and a creep wave in mid. Looks like they're going to finally do it, but that was way closer than most people expected.
It certainly is. I mean, they're still at a gold deficit here, Spawn. 80,000 to 78. They're now pushing on towards the Nexus. First turret going to be taken down here by the Chiefs. Chippy's doing whatever he can to stop this. Sybil's coming through as well. Chippies will get taken down. Raze is going to be able to lock him down, but he moves straight back towards the Nexus turrets. The rest of the team slowly respawning. They lock down Raze. He's going to get taken down. Bullet time comes out from Egypt. He's dealing a ton of damage here. And that Nexus is slowly falling down. Can they stop them? The answer is no, they can't. And Chiefs will pick up the 2-1 victory.
And what a series to open the OPL for 2017. I mean, what was a 3-0 semi-final in this very studio has now turned into a 2-1 nail-biter. And look, they're smiling on the cameras, but whew, that one was all Direwolves for a good 15 minutes of the mid-game.
Oh my goodness, that was a fantastic game to watch as well.
And you have to take your hats off to the Direwolves.
Yep.
I mean, they look dejected right now. This is a team recently back from boot camp, haven't been scrimming all that much to our knowledge since they've been back. And as I said, they're going up against the defending champions, and
honestly, they should have won it in the mid game. That was such a close game.
It certainly was. We saw Direwolves fight really hard there. Almost took it to the Chiefs, but Chiefs fought back strong as well. And they're able to pick up the Game 3 victory. That's all from us for now. We're throwing it back to the analyst desk.
Well, thank you, Fish. Thank you, Spawn. Oh my goodness, this is the opening series to 2017's OPL. Carbon, Mendrix. I mean, what does this say about the rest of the?
What a saga!
What
What
a
an
saga.
absolute saga! Unbelievable game.
Look at the handshakes here as well.
It was incredible the whole way through. I mean, just so much quality, and the ending fights there had just so much in it. There's so much content that they just gave to us. It was amazing.
There were so many small micro interactions happening in that game and if any number of them went the opposite way, the whole series would have been different, possibly the whole season.
Because we were upstairs watching it, and a couple of times you were like, all right, next Baron is going to win. And then we were like, all right,
next team fight wins, guys. All right, we have to go down soon because next team fight wins. Like 10 team fights later.
Back and forth and back and forth.
And can we just say, E-Jim, holy moly, that was actually unbelievable. I was screaming. I could not believe it. I could not believe what I was seeing. It was so stupid. It was so dumb.
I mean, because we're used to seeing the MF pick as a counter pick, right?
Yeah,
now we're seeing it as that long range ulti is using for Baron steals and double kills.
I mean,
apparently.
I maybe have to apologize a little bit because I hate MF support. I hate it. I hate it. I hate it. I hate it when you pick it on my team in solo queue. It makes me incredibly mad. Last time I got E-Jim, he went 0-14, and he was laughing in team chat about MF support. But now he's stolen Baron, so I have to apologize. Sorry to all the MF support mains out there that I flamed in solo queue. It's all been worth it.
Oh my goodness! All right, well, Mendrix, what are your thoughts on that? I mean, Chiefs taking this series 2-1. You thought the Direwolves were going to take it.
I was for a good moment there. I was literally sitting there like, well, you know, it looks like they've won this game. Like Spawn touched on those 15 minutes where they seemed so strong. I was like, sweet, the Warriors, it's going to happen. Just watch Chiefs now just turn this around somehow, and they did. I was like, wow.
Well, let's take a look at this first replay, which we wanted to bring up. I think it's going to come up on the screen any second now.
So this is the first two kills coming through for the Chiefs, and this is just sort of showing their strengths of the team, having this MF and Jin combination, and the MF doing so much work throughout the rest of the series, as you can see, getting that Baron steal beforehand, and it's just such an oppressive lane to deal with. It is so strong in its own right, and also to start up those initiations, and it really is sort of the big thing that started the next major team fight that they had as well.
The bot lane was definitely the catalyst for the Chiefs this game. The mid lane went 0-2-0. Spooks couldn't hit a Q to save his life or save his teammates' lives in a number of instances. The Scion was doing serviceably, but he wasn't about to carry. But their bot lane, both MF and Jin, played incredibly well.
I mean, so it's Raze stepping up from game 1 into game 2 and game 3, really playing a lot better.
Yeah, it's a really nice progression for him. I think game 1 maybe he had a bit of nerves, but from game 1 to 3, played progressively much better.
Well, let's take a look at the second replay, shall we, Mendrix?
Definitely. So it's coming into it now, as you can see. This is when you have the Jin and the Misfortune combination coming through, and it just sets up the rest of the team fight as it comes through. Scion just comes through, pummels everyone through, and it's just such a great layering of CC and AoE damage that from the Chiefs' composition that they just absolutely obliterate them off the map, and then they're able to get 2 turrets off the end of that, which is just amazing.
We saw that Direwolves were trying to ban at that Scion in earlier games, and they led through this time, and were they punished for it, or was it just kind of like playing as you'd expect?
Well, I mean, he played. I can't keep a straight face because he's in the room now. He played well in game 2 as well, and you have to think that maybe the third game it did warrant a ban, but I mean. Yeah, I mean in that clip, yes, like the pain train had no brakes, but I think that their bot lane had a lot to do with their victory.
Yeah, so you think it's that Raze stepping up, and
then
let's talk about
okay.
Swiper there, player of the series, which we're calling the Radiant Medal.
The Radiant Medal
after obviously. Credit Trang.
Yeah.
Look at that, Swiper.
Well done,
Best
Swippy.
and fairest.
Well done.
Big swips.
Got a very big grin right now.
Well deserved. Well deserved.
Should we? I think we're about to hear from. Nope. Okay. Well, we've got one more replay to go as well. Mendrix, let's go to that right now and finish up this analysis of the series. If we bring that up.
So we're going into this team fight here, and this is basically the Direwolves sort of just coming a little bit too deep here and just allowing everyone to come through and clean up afterwards. And
this is the big Baron throw.
Just a bit of big Baron throw. Yeah, there we go. So this is the extended replay that we were talking about beforehand. And
This
this is,
goes
okay, so,
so
okay, so I found myself. I found
Okay,
myself.
okay.
So what's happened here is that they've managed to get a really good pick by the Chiefs here. They've got the pick. They're like, sweet, we're feeling great. We're feeling amazing. Let's make our way towards the Baron. Then they end up chasing Elise around a little bit too much. This buys a lot of time for the rest of the Direwolves to get back into the game, and then it's just crazy. So I think we can actually speed it up from here.
I mean, both damage dealers peel off the Baron right now.
Yeah.
For what? For no reason. I mean,
mean,
Lee has kick, really. They have to put a little bit of... I mean, I know he had like a 10% hit ratio on his Q, but you have to put a little bit of faith in your jungler to be able to either outsmite or kick him. I mean, you can't have both your carries just walk away from the Baron and have the rest of them just getting pummeled by this by the giant worm.
Incredible there. And then now you can see here, everything just sort of starts to fall apart for the Chiefs. Direwolves are just able to make their way into it, sort of push everyone out. And this fight continues. They continue to chase them down the whole way through. There seems to be some good back and forth between the rest of the team. But then this is just amazing ultimate from King afterwards to actually manage to pick up a double kill coming on through soon here. So soon it's going to be popping through. Chip is just causing so much damage. Here comes the Arcane Barrage. Absolutely takes them out. Almost gets a triple, like you said there, Carbon. And this is what really put the Direwolves back into the game and just created this amazing saga afterwards.
Yeah, but this is at 15 minutes in the mid game where you're saying the Direwolves maybe should have won that. Obviously, didn't work out that way. So
yeah, look, that did set up a period of control for the Wolves. They were definitely choking the Chiefs out. They had a lot of deep vision. The Chiefs players got picked a number of times. We saw Rays get picked mid with a flash Malzol. We saw Spooks lose his flash at Golems from Poppy. So a lot of control was given to the Direwolves through that, but to be honest, I mean, Chiefs should have just finished that Baron and probably closed the game out after that point.
Well, all right. Well, let's speak to one of the victorious players themselves right now. Jake is standing by with Swiper. Let's hand it over to him.
Thanks so much, Hingers. I am, of course, standing alongside the victorious Swiper, who got the 3 points for the Derek Radier Trang medal. Of course, that is our new Best and Fairest, or MVP award, named after Radier, who was one of your teammates, a very good player. Yeah. Before I get into how you guys won the series, however, I want to take a step back because, 3-0 victory over the Direwolves in last year's semi-final, coming in pretty confident this game. However, Direwolves surprised you guys. You said they played pretty well.
Yeah, I honestly expected them not to play that well, like as a team, because like their Korean bootcamp was good and all, but from what we heard, it was like really solid individually that like they were trying to improve on, which we thought didn't really make any sense because they already had strong individual players. But like obviously Schoenfei's been good and like a lot of help to them, and he's probably cleaned up their macro and their draft a lot. So yeah, they played pretty well, I'd say.
Yeah, and I want to talk about your opponent in specifics because Chippy's big Aurelia player, big Jax player. I know that you like him as a top laner as well. You've spoken pretty highly of him in the past, but, lots of Poppy this series. Did you find that strange that they were throwing him on the big sweep tanks?
Yeah, I mean, like, this is sort of my meta, like I would say is like the tank meta. And going into this game, I was really expecting him to play like the Jace, like really weird, just like damage, like hard carry picks and like Sybil to play around him. Because that's what like their style is good at, because then they like use that into the 1-3-1 style. So when like he started picking Poppy, I was like really confused, and like still in game 2 I was thinking that he'd go to Jace, but like I think that's like their fault, and probably like maybe it could be like dependent on his confidence. Maybe he just wants to play Poppy just because like it's a standard pick right now. So yeah, like it was a bit surprising for me.
All right, cool. And now let's just talk about your play a little bit in specifics. I mean, you said it's your meta. You pulled out the Sion a couple of games. Like, is this the season? Like, if it stays tanks, are you just going to be able to continue to dominate? Are you really confident in your play at the moment?
I'd say, like, yeah, I've been putting in a lot of effort lately, and I've also been, like, tagging up a bit with Tally, who we've been working a lot together to, like, really improve on ourselves and, like, our macro play.
Sure, you didn't just say Legacy Tally. Like, what, Chiefs Legacy work together nowadays? Is that what's going on?
Me and Tally got a little duo going on. But no, I'd say that right now, just because like Sion and even Shen, like you'll be seeing that next week probably. But no, it's definitely my meta, and I'd have to think that the other tops are a little bit afraid of that.
All right, well, congratulations on your first victory, even if it wasn't in the way that you thought it would be. However, guys, that is all from us for Game 1. Stick around, however, because we have XL5 and Tainted coming up right after this break.
Going to come in from the Transformer, looking for King, knocks him out, pops the Q as well, and absolutely destroys the Direwolves. Sybil trying to get into the back lines, but he's going to get locked down as well. The Dragon's there, the Scion's there, and he gets the double kill. There. The Hammer gets slammed down, and a double kill comes out from King. Almost the triple as Swiper's recall gets cancelled as well. Chippy's still taking in the turret. He doesn't care too much. The Dragon's chasing him down, but the package is delivered as Mantis gets up into the top lane, and the Direwolves capitalize on a Baron throw from the Chief. Destiny flashes over the wall. Fantix picks up that kill. No smite available for the Cheese. Here comes the Curtain Core. He's curved the bullet once before, but Fantix is on top of him. Puts the exhaust down. Gets that proc for the Trinity Force. Egypt tries to go for the steal. He will get taken down, but he will steal the Baron as well. Only one member left for the side of the Chiefs. It's just Swiper, but it's still 4 kills coming up for the Direwolf. And Raze will get jumped on by Spooks, giving a little bit of extra help. Egypt's gonna fall. Fantix snipes him off in the back lines. Now Chippies, he's got the fight. Destiny will fall. Swiper procs his Guardian's Angel. Fantix gets knocked back into the team. Spooks, 37 minutes in, he can play lead set now. But King trying to do what he can against Swiper. Swiper falls. Now looking for Swiffer. The stun comes through. Spooks goes in, but King will still lift the tail. Chippies still trying to chase him down, but Ray's just does so much damage. It's a one-on-one to tell the world here, as he's gonna get the wall slam. Slams down the hammer. Oh my goodness, Chippies gets the outplay.
People waste a lot of time. Then they wish for more. They want more hours in their days, more days in their years, more years in their lives. Because if they had all that extra time, they could fix any mistake. I don't need hours or days or years. I only need seconds. Here's the thing about time. If you can't make the most out of any given moment, then you don't deserve a single extra second.
I started playing League of Legends in Season 1. I was originally a mid laner. I wasn't really good at the time, but I got good around Season 4. That's when I really wanted to go pro, so I gave it all, and here I am. I lived in Montreal, so coming to Sydney was a bit different. When I left North America, it was snowing, and I arrived here and it's like 35 degrees, so it's a pretty big change, but I'm getting used to it.
Imports bring forward a new dynamic towards the team, and they're very hard-working. To play with these people who come from another region, I thought was quite exciting.
Cake is integrated really well. I wasn't sure when I heard we're getting like a new AD carry, because obviously I really like Lost, but no, I really enjoy playing with Cake.
In terms of competitive games and scrims, it's been going pretty well. The level is pretty good, so it's a really big step up in my career.
So Cake is the shot caller for Tainted Minds at the moment. This is his first season playing professionally, so for him to take on the shot calling role was quite intimidating, I had imagined, for him.
So far at the moment, at least from our scrims and stuff, I think he'd probably be the best AD carry.
There's a few ADCs that have impressed me so far, especially Lost. I think is really good, so I'm pretty excited to play against him this split.
I think he has a lot to learn within the bigger picture, but his micro level of playing his role is very impressive.
In competitive games, like, he's really smart with what he does, and I guess playing with him as a bot lane, I really enjoy it because he plays the same style as me. We want to just be aggressive and kind of try push a lead.
My goal for this split is to win the split. I'd be pretty happy with the top 2 though.
I wouldn't have joined this team if I didn't think a team could win. And I think the roster that Tainted has provided has the talent that they can achieve rank 1.
Welcome back to the OPL. This is match 2 of day 1 of Split 1, week 1. My name is Michael Hingers Hing, and I'm joined here at the analyst desk with by our veteran analyst. I'm going to say that. You've done 1 series now. You're a veteran.
I'm there. I'm here now.
Mendrix Mendez. How you doing? How you going? That first series out of this world.
Absolutely, yeah. It was incredible. I love the entire series. It was just quality play going through. It's going to be very hard for Tainted Minds and XL5 to actually follow what came through after that. So can't wait to see what they do.
Yeah, and joining us, taking Carbon's place, is Lachlan Sybil. Thanks so much for spending time with us on the analyst desk. Now, I do want to get into this XL5 newly promoted team versus Tainted Minds with their kind of new lineup, which we've heard in that video right there. They've got a couple of imports, their new coach as well. Have you spent much time with the Tainted Mind guys in solo queue or on the ladder?
So I've seen a lot of Tainted Mind players in solo queue, and they're pretty impressive actually. The NA players are, yeah, they're pretty good. Like Cake, I think, is rank 1, so he's, he's impressive. He plays a pretty mean Lucian and Ezreal mid.
Yeah. And
yeah, Choo Choo's is always pretty good. And yeah, jungler, I've been pretty impressed by Shorter Race too, actually.
Yeah, right. So you're thinking upgrades in a lot of different roles?
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah?
Yeah.
And they're looking strong.
They're looking good.
Mendrix, on the other side of the rift, they're going up against XL5. Kind of an unknown quantity, though. They qualified from OCS, then kind of dropped or lost 4 of their players. Picked up T-Gun, who's a bit of a journeyman now the captain. What do we know about the rest of this team?
So, like you said, it's completely unknown quantities coming through. So, I can't wait to see how they do perform and how they actually show it. I'm probably looking towards T-Gun to be the leadership figure, to be the shot caller, the guy that's sort of providing the rest of that. They do still have Suman, who performed really well in the OCS with his assassin play, so I'm very interested to see how he performs.
Well, speaking of T-Gun, he is the shot caller. He's the captain of the team. I spoke to the captain T-Gun of XL5 earlier today. Let's see what he had to say. Thanks for joining us, Tegan. I want to start by asking, new team, new captaincy, how are you settling in?
It's been difficult. Obviously, having so many roster changes, it's hard to adjust. But now that we're in the house, we've got everything set up. It's starting to come along. We're building sort of a lot of communication between the team and just building our own sort of identity.
And your new role as the captain of this team, do you feel like that new responsibility is a burden, or are you kind of digging it?
I don't mind taking the burden of being the captain, but I would love to not have to do it, but I'm used to it at this point. I've been at not so much the actual captain. I hate the fact that there's a term for it, but I've been that sort of leader in my other teams, so it's not something new, but it is hard to sort of bring together what is 4 people that have moved teams and still include the person that remained from the old team.
Yeah, and finally, about today's game, how are you guys feeling? Confident?
Yeah, of course we're feeling confident. If you don't go into a game feeling confident, you're planning to lose. So, I mean, I'm sorry I can't give you a better answer, right? It's a tough group for us.
Totally fine.
We understand that going forward it's going to be tough for us. We have Tainted Minds today, and then we have a spattering of Chiefs Direwolves Legacy in the next few days, few weeks, excuse me. It's going to be tough for us, but we're true to ourselves. We'll go in, give it our best, and hope for the best.
Excellent. Thank you so much for your time. Best luck today.
No problem. Thank you.
That was T-Gun, captain of XL5, and similar to you, kind of laughing there, kind of smiling. Is it about? He's like, I don't want to be captain. Like, I don't even like. There's a word for it. It's gross.
Just the way he said that was just like, yeah, that's funny.
Mendrix, I mean, you said you were looking for him to step up, but how does that actually play out in games? We're talking shot calling. We're talking like just leadership. We're talking maturity. What in specific about T-Gun stepping up do you want to see?
All three things, really. I mean, one of the big cases that I want to bring up with T-Gun is that he sort of says he doesn't want to take the role, but he's still willing to step up for it, which is just amazing in that fact. And he's willing to take that responsibility on. And that shows, again, good maturity. In terms of leadership, he knows exactly how to do his shot calling. He's been around a long time. This guy, like you said, he's the journeyman. So he'll be fine.
Yeah, he's going to be fine. All right, well, let's take a look at the XL5 guys as they are getting ready right now. Look at them. Their new LED lights behind them in a nice new studio. It's all very beautiful. I'd like to shout out to the hard-working people at Riot who put that together over the break. All right, let's go down the roster lineup for XL5. In the top lane, we have 5 to 8. Moving on to their jungler, Guts. Mid laner, Human, the only remaining member from the XL5 team. You can see most of his head there. ADC, Crazy. And finally in support, the man, the veteran, the journeyman himself, the reluctant captain, T-Gun. I mean, but we keep coming back to this whole thing. These guys are an unknown quantity. 4 new players from OCS, so from when they qualified for OCS. But let's focus on Human. Have you come up against Human in London?
Yeah, he's actually a really good Ahri. Yeah. He's a great Ahri.
So you're saying they should ban out Ahri?
I'm saying that's a good ban.
Yeah.
I'd ban Ahri. Yeah. I'd ban Ahri, yeah, for sure.
Mendrix, your thoughts on this team? I know we keep coming back to unknown quantities. Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
Words. Speak, Michael. But I mean, when you're going up against a team that is an unknown quantity, like what how are you playing then? It's like solid.
I reckon honestly in those situations you just play standard.
Yeah.
You sit there saying, okay, these guys will perform just as well as any other team to go through. Sort of take on that Direwolves approach where our opponents are pretty much just as good as anybody else. So you're not willing to let yourself get overconfident. You got to make sure that you play it out just a standard way through, so that way you don't get surprised. And I think to also look at it, you do have 5 to 8 as well in that team composition. He is also a guy who's been in the OCS, so he knows how his way around these sort of competitions, and I expect to see him do some great things.
All right, well, the opponents who might be playing standard, as Mendrix might say, I spoke to Tainted Minds captain Rosie earlier today. Let's see what he had to say about the upcoming match. So, new year, new lineup. Let me ask about the roster swaps. How are you guys settling in?
We're settling in quite nicely. We moved into the gaming house really early because we wanted to get ahead of everything, which I think we're doing really well, so it's going sweet.
And some of your new imports, they are top of solo queue right now. Is that kind of a priority for you guys?
It's not a priority for me, but I guess for NA Donkey Kong or Cake, he really likes being on top of the ladder, and yeah. It's good to see my AD carry being on top.
Yeah, and how are you feeling about today's match? You feeling confident?
Yeah, we're feeling really confident about today's match. We've been scrimming a lot recently, and it's been going really well, so I think we should easily be able to get the 2-0 tonight.
Yeah, fantastic. All right, well, thank you for your time, and best of luck in the game.
Thanks.
Well, that's Rosie there talking about NA Donkey Kong, top of the ladder. Well, what's it like being a pro? Are you trying to hide your name from the public?
Some players like to do that.
Yeah.
I don't. I usually just go with my name or like DW Sybil or I don't know. I did go up. I thought it was pretty fun to like make a Smurf that had a completely random name and then try and get to the top. Like try and climb as high as you can without anyone knowing who you are. Like that was really fun.
Okay.
I did that on a name called List of Demands, and like no one knew who I was.
Was anyone like getting in there being like, "Hey, do you want to join a pro
Yeah,
team?"
they would try. They would like try and figure you out, and you just keep climbing and climbing, and they just like this guy has to be like an import, or he's something like that, and you just keep going until I think I got to like top 20, and then finally like you just let one person know, and it's just like everyone knows.
All right, well let's take a look at the lineup of Tainted Minds. They are getting ready right now. We can see them again, brand new studios, looking pretty good. Let's take a look at their lineup. We have Praedith in the top lane. He's looking pretty confident. Shorter Ace, their new NA import as the jungler. Choo Choo, formerly of Legacy, leading in, looking at his computer very intently there in the mid lane. Their ADC, Cake, currently, we said very high on the ladder, maybe top of the ladder. And
top
the support, their captain Rosie, who we just spoke to, who's laughing, enjoying something there. I don't know exactly what it is. But so what we're saying here is new team in terms of a couple of the members kind of just settling in. And at this kind of state of the split, you don't know how to play against these people, and you don't know how they're going to play, right?
Yeah, so at the moment, you're kind of just trying to get a feel for all the teams. We've scrimmed Tainted Minds a few times, and like we've got a feel for them. I don't know about XL5, but yeah, Tainted Minds, they play they play heavily around Cake and Short Race. I can see that. I can see that in their play.
And you got to think as well, because it's a new team just coming together, they're going to be improving a lot very quickly over the first couple of weeks. Yeah. Yep. Mendrix, all right, let's think about what you want to see out of this game from Tainted Minds then. I mean, are they going to probably, like Sybil says, just play around these American imports? Or North American imports, I should say.
Yeah, I'd love to see that. I'd love to see them sort of build this composition that sort of works based off that, saying, yep, we'll take advantage of this really strong ADC at the moment. We have top of the ladder. Let's actually put some resources into him specifically. That way, we can get him going and he can carry like we know he can, even in an ADC unfavored meta.
All right, well, let us get some predictions out of you guys very, very quickly. So what are you thinking? I want the team you think is going to win, and then whether it's a 2-1, a 2-0, a 1-2. Let's start with you, Lachlan.
All right, so I think the Greenheads, they're going to take this one 2-0.
Oof, all right. Thoughts, Medrix?
So I'm going with the Greenheads as well, 2-0 in this situation, purely because those roster changes have been pretty crazy at the moment between them, but it's been a bit more stable on the side of Tainted Minds. Everything's been more planned, and that's going to play a part.
And we also see a new coach for Tainted Minds. We'll be hopefully speaking to him later on. So that could be a huge improvement with this 10-ban system we've got in place now in competitive. All right, that's enough from us here at the Analyst Desk. Let's throw it over to our casters. It is Fish and Spawn to take us through Game 1.
Thank you very much, Hingers. It seems like the analysts there all going for the green heads. I thought they were the purple brains, though, really.
It depends which way you want to look at it, mate. I've glass half full. Can't see the brains there. Shout out to Sybil as well. You know, never an easy gig getting on a desk after you've just unfortunately lost a really close series, but able to pull it together. Great friend of the show and following on Twitter and all that good stuff because he's a really good guy. However, jumping into our next game, this is really the unknown versus the unknown. I mean, XL5, they have Guts, who was formerly XJ, so you might have seen him tearing up solo queue on things like Tiamat, Rek'Sai, Hecarim, big carry player. He's right on your screen there. However, everyone else, like, I'm kind of just confused as to what's going to go on.
On the flip side, we have Tainted Minds. You know, a few splits ago, they were known as Chiefs Black, you know, the B team to the Chiefs team. Did so well in the OCS. They were nearly undefeated there as well. I think they only dropped a single game. As, you know, I was going through my spiel there and just see Tegan, you know, sitting back,
he's relaxing.
But yeah, Tainted Minds, you know, they had Rosie on the roster, originally from Chiefs Black as well, pulled through, got into the OPL, had a decent split as well last split.
They just missed out.
Just missed out on top 4, but had a very decent split. Rusty was rather annoyed by them in terms of how they played their first few games, but they definitely brought in a lot of imports. Now they have Shorter Race, they have Cake as well. They've got their coach and Arrow sitting behind them.
Yeah, certainly do, and you can see heading into this pick ban phase, it's pretty methodical and thought out so far. I mean, you want to go through it?
Yeah, it certainly has been. As Ezreal, Lee Sin, and Ryze are the first 3 bans from XL5. LeBlanc, Ashe, and Camille have been taken away by Tainted Minds. This does leave a lot of power picks open, like the Rengar that's immediately picked up by X5.
Yeah, and I was wondering whether they were actually going to pick up on that because Guts is more of like, as I said, he's a hard carry player.
Yep.
Rengar suits that MO so well. Ever since we changed his Q, he's actually one of the few champions that can take Raptors on the first clear, which gives you so much extra golden experience at the moment. And you really do power through the jungle incredibly quickly with this guy. I'll see whether, you know, Shorter Race can track him right now because Rengar's kind of in a place of it. Like, I think he sits atop as a king of the jungle right now.
He is almost permanently banned and picked 100% on the blue side internationally, banned most of the time on the red side. It's one of the 3 power picks, the others being Camille as well as Ryze and LeBlanc. Meanwhile, Poppy and Rek'Sai get through, immediately picked up by Tainted Minds.
Yeah, and this is interesting because Prey's a carry top laner as well. I mean, he plays mages, he plays the Fiora, famously had that awesome backdoor experience. But it just seems like these coaches, like as they should be, are holding their teams very strictly to the meta at the moment. I mean, one exception was he really needs to perk up. I mean, I know he doesn't want to be captain, but sleeping on the job is a completely different spot to be in there. I mean, yeah.
Oh, goodness. Tegan.
What was I going to say? They're being held strictly to the meta fish.
Yep.
Tanks only in the top lane at the moment.
And it's staying true for X5 as well. In fact, they're picking up Nautilus. Could still be support. But interesting that they've gone for the Nautilus instead of the Maokai or the Singe, who are two power picks that are still left up.
But once again, you don't know that yet because Rosie plays a lot of Nautilus support. Always has historically. And I know T-Gun can play it. So this could be one of those things that they want to deny a double tank role like a Nautilus Poppy and not be able to get either of them themselves. So we'll see whether that is the case or whether they just wanted to secure that pick early on.
The final pick coming out from Tainted Minds in their first pick phase is going to be the Talia. And their first ban to kick things off will be Syndra.
Yeah, and interestingly, Talia's come back into the meta and we've like kind of tweaked her numbers just slightly. You know, you can no longer E, like W first and then E if you guarantee you're going to hit it. You have to cast them separately now. So there's a couple of little changes in her kit. We made her a little bit higher skill cap, I think. But still very good with the changes to Ryle's Crystal Scepter being a little bit more affordable. Threaded Volley still applies it very nicely. So I like Talia at the moment. I think she's in a great spot. And Chuchu's always been able to play it.
And again, during the second ban phase, we can see more targeted bans here. First up is going to be Malzahar. Wouldn't be too surprised if it's followed by a Zyra or even a Misfortune here. So still waiting to see what supports these two teams want to pick up. Zyra is going to be the ban from Tainted Minds.
And I'm not really surprised to see Rosie not go towards Malzahar. He is a little bit more of a tank player. Historically, he liked to play mages, like famously picked up Ziggs in one of the Chiefs' old games. But right now, he does play a lot of tanks, so see whether he gets some heavy engage for Cake down there in the bottom lane. Because they're a kill lane. I mean, they want to go in, they want to fight heavily, especially against a mobile AD carry like the Varus. So not surprised to see that, especially if they pull out something like a Killer Star, like Callista Braum. That's a huge kill lane.
Well, Misfortune was the final ban from X5 as expected. Callista immediately being locked in here for Cake.
And I think there's a little bit of a misread from XL5. Because don't get me wrong, I'm sure he can play Misfortune, but with Zyra gone, I just don't think Misfortune is that high a priority. Like, I don't understand why you would really want to take it away. And things are getting crazy. Like, this is out of control now.
XL5, they pick up the Alistar, so T-Gun will be using that as his support in the bottom lane. Still waiting to see what their final pick is. It should be a mid lane for Suman. It seems like Ari is going to be locked in.
So that Assassin. Yeah, the XL5's got a really unique team comp. And I was talking to Carbon about this, and I was like, so, like, there's lots of murmuring. XL5, not, the roster just isn't, like, you know, experienced enough. They don't have that competitive play underneath their belt. And Carbon was like, I don't think that makes them bad. That just makes them untested, right? This team could be great. He said that he thinks that Guts is going to surprise some people because really that hard farming jungle style doesn't come out all that often. And we'll see whether they can surprise because their roster is shocking right now, to say the least.
Guts is going to be having his debut game in the OPL, or back in the OPL on Rengar. So it's going to be an interesting one for XL5. The final pick for Tainted Minds is going to be Morgana, being picked up by Rosie.
Yeah, I was expecting this to come out actually, because as soon as you see Alistar and Nautilus on the same team, you need a Morgana, because it stops so much of the initiation threat that's going to come out onto Cake. And as long as he doesn't get blown up by Ari right now, he has the potential to be able to like go off on the back end of the team fights. It'll be interesting to see how Guts builds, because we keep talking about it, but solo queue versus competitive play, generally you see Rengar go, you know, one offensive item into tank in competitive play, whereas I'm expecting him to go Black Cleaver into something to destroy people. So this is going to be really interesting to see whether he puts that target on Cake's back and really chases out his man.
And we'll have to see how he's going to perform on this Rengar heading into the first match of the split for these two teams. Tainted Minds taking on XL5, and again we see the 10 pick and ban, the new pick and ban system coming out for 2017.
We're going to see it every game.
And it's been exciting every single time. Team comps keep changing. There's still those power picks, but there's always surprises at the end.
Yeah, there certainly is. And I mean, when you have a look down the line, there's feels like at the moment, it's the game's the most balanced it's been. There were a couple of anomalies, Rengar being one, Camille being the other, maybe LeBlanc or Ryze up there as well. But the rest of it feels like there's this really deep champion pool underneath, and you really can play whatever you want. I mean, we keep talking about it, but tank top lane seems to be the MO. But then at the same time, we've seen Jax competitively, Fiora, Trundle. So I really do feel like these guys have the freedom that they haven't had in a very long time to be able to pick whatever they want, especially in that support position.
Yeah, we see a lot of different supports being picked up in that position. Malzahar now a support. We saw Misfortune being played since the World Championships. We saw it played last game by Ejim. He had the most kills in that game as well. But for now, before we get into Summoner's Rift, we're going to go over towards Hingers, who's interviewing one of the coaches.
Thanks, guys. I'm here with Caspar, and I want to start by asking you, Rengar got through. What do you think about that?
We were super surprised. Like, Guts is one of the hardest carry junglers in the region. Like, even though Shorter Ace is really good, the fact they let us get one of our like most prioritized champions is insane, because if he goes off, he can solo carry the game.
Yeah, and then Talia on Tainted Minds, and also you're seeing an Ari as well. What are your thoughts around all that?
Well, like, we knew Choo Choo's was a really, really good Ari, so we were pretty wary of it. Like, he's a really good control mage player. He's very known for his control mages, but Suman's strength is his assassin play, and his Ari especially, like, he's notorious throughout. So, like, he gets solo kills where he shouldn't, kills jungler where he shouldn't. He's really strong on it.
So you're feeling very confident, or confident enough for this, with the pick?
Well, it's our first game at LAN, so, you know, we're just really going to try our best. We're the underdogs, and we're just going to show everyone what we can do.
Excellent stuff. Well, thank you so much for speaking to us, and I'll throw it back to you guys to cast the game.
There you go.
You can't make me do anything.
Well, there you go. The coach from XL5, very confident in his team. Knows that they're the team are the underdogs coming this one. Recently promoted from the OCS. Guts picking up Rengar. His coach speaking very highly of his potential to carry this game. We all know that he's a great carry jungler. Carbon's spoken highly of him as well. Let's see what they're going to be able to do here. Shorter Ace, he's starting on his red buff. We will see Guts start at the blue buff to get this game off. And Smite coming out from Shorter Ace as well.
Yeah, so looking to stay incredibly healthy because he wants to do Raptors early on in this game. Of course, it changed to Kalista that brought her back into the meta as the reset comes through on one creep kill for that Rend. Yeah, I was getting there. I was just seeing whether Rosie wanted to do anything funny. Rosie, of course, very famous. If there is a chroma available for a champion, he will play it. That's his words. And as you can see, very true here with the Morgana at the start of the game. But they look like they have pretty firm control of this bottom lane.
You see both these teams, their shot callers are both in the bottom lane. Tigum, the support for the side of X5. As for Tainted Minds, it's going to be Cake, the 80 carry. Don't see too many 80 carry shot call, but there have been a few notable ones.
Oh, famously, there have been some huge ADC shot calls. I mean, maybe the most famous, if you go way back, is Woom. Double Lift from TSM was a 80 carry shot caller as well. Looked like they could have used him today. Spoiler alert, turn off the stream now. Cloud9 destroyed TSM this morning. Was very, very one-sided affair.
Checking with the top lane here, Praedyth up against 528. Make some pretty cool videos.
Oh, great YouTube channel. Check that guy out. But in all honesty, also a fair player, been watching back through a little bit of his Sin Academy OCS footage as well. Knows his way around Summoner's Rift, definitely. So excited to see what the young man has going for him. And with a wet noodle fight in the top lane, not a bad way to make your debut into the OPL.
Yeah, he's doing pretty well so far on the top side of the map. Beating Praedyth out in terms of health, but is running fairly low on mana, as you do early on Nautilus.
And it's kind of that trade-off, right? You getting pushed into it means it opens up Guts to be able to gank your lane early on. It means you lose a little bit more extra creeps to the turret and a little bit more health. So we'll see how this really balances out, because if you can open up a ganking path for Guts, that'll be worthwhile. And you can see Guts straight away goes towards the longsword. So he definitely is a carry jungler. I expect this guy to really look to hard farm, hard gank, and hard carry.
He hasn't been spotted out by this ward that was put down by Praedyth.
Gets in a lot of trouble.
528 getting a lot of damage on towards Praedyth. Throws down the slow, gets it. Praedyth taking a lot of damage. A flash forward from Guts, but the W was still up from Praedyth. He couldn't dash on forward with the Q, but still gets a flash in the top lane.
Yeah, and that was so close. I mean, you see straight away Guts was just willing to flash after him. This guy's an incredibly aggressive player. As Choo Choo's puts in a nice little seismic shove there for some damage, but trading flashes, not a bad thing, because you could see the mindset was right here out of the young jungler. Get the early kill, be able to snowball your advantage.
On the bottom lane, T-Gun taking a lot of damage here from Cake and Rosie.
Yeah, they must have used a rend early for the slow. You see that a lot against melee supports, where you rend for the slow and then continue to put spears into them, hopefully getting a reset at some stage. But wasn't able to pick that up. So Cake winning out in farm a lot. The bullying is definitely here. And it's interesting to just see reworked Alistar, because the way Alistar used to deal with double range lane is you would put 3 points in your E and just heal through it. Now, of course, you don't get to pick when he heals. He just heals on the 7th creep death, which is quite frustrating. I've dropped Alistar completely from my repertoire because I think he's not good. But
never thought I'd hear you say that.
Yeah, I was one of the biggest Alistar players. He was my most played for 2 seasons, I think, before that. But right now, you can see T-Gun struggling a little bit. Still has a same great engage, but just doesn't have the early game he used to have.
Guts actually avoiding the Spirit there by using that explosive plant, but now will be spotted out by the Tremor Sense coming out from Shorter Ace, who's just waiting in the wings.
If he goes, Shorter Ace has the counter gank over the wall as well. This is so dangerous.
It's going over the wall. Guts has been caught out. Big combo coming out from T-Gun. Flash forward for Shorter Ace. Exhaust being put down on towards Rengar, but he picks up first blood. Rosie's the next target. Crazy is trying to chase him on down, but he gets the flash over the wall. A 1-for-1 trade.
And that is so funny because any other jungler would have been like, I'm going to try and get out of this situation. I have my W for the speed up and the CC immunity. Guts just goes forward and picks up first blood for his team. And now 5-8, putting some pressure down on Praedyth in the top lane.
Yeah, doing a really good job against this Poppy.
And we've seen a couple of times, like, Poppy is considered widely around the world to be the best tank in the current meta. However, even though Praedyth is up in CS, has been very heavily pressured at this stage of the game. And, you know, maybe the other tanks are a little bit more in line than we may have thought.
Checking in with the mid lane for one of the first times. Here's Human from the OCS. Mendrick speaks very highly of this player in the mid lane. And we have Choo-Choo's the veteran, well, one of the more veteran mid laners in the league, previously from Legacy.
And he goes in for the trade here, actually.
Gets a lot of damage now, misses the charm. Choo-Choo's will flash away from that one. Had 5-8 coming into the mid lane. Nice play.
That's really worth. I mean, 5-8 had the better back timing against Poppy because he'd forced him out. So was able to get that done. Knew that he would walk down on 2 control wards, so completely unspotted. Nice trade there for Suiman. Forces Choo-Choo's to burn the summoner spell, but just want to touch on that OCS fact. I mean, I think that Suiman was a better mid lane in the OCS, but, you know, still wasn't up to the likes of Ryoma, in my opinion. And, you know, coming into the OPL, you're dealing with people like Choo-Choo's. Big fight.
Tegan going to get locked down here. Lots of spears being thrown into this. Alistar Cake still stacking them up, pulls them out. Almost takes down Tegan as well.
Yeah, but very tanky at this stage of the game. Rosie looking for a kill. Yeah, so you have people like Choo-Choo's, you have people like Perfection, Swiffer. Really is a different game playing in the OPL versus the OCS. So we'll see whether he can step up. Burn a summoner spell early, but he is down in CS. Meanwhile, bottom lane, just in a world of trouble, honestly. I mean, Cake has already got a 23 CS advantage. And they definitely picked for the lane. I mean, Callista is a great laning AD carry. Morgana shuts down all the aggression, but you don't expect to fall 30 CS down and also lose your turret this early into the game.
Big play coming out from Tainted Minds. Move 4 members into the bottom lane. Weaver's Wall comes out from Choo-Choo's, but here he comes. Guts is on the hunt. Jumps into 4 people. He doesn't care. And suddenly Suma's down here as well. Choo-Choo's will get taken down next. Crazy's chasing on forward. Puts the ultimate down. Short Race doesn't get the Dark Shield in time. XL5 lose a turret, but take down 3 members of Tainted Minds.
And he just launched himself into a pack of 4 people like a harpoon fish. And did so much damage. Sure, you fall down, but a 1 for 3, that is a worthwhile trade if I've ever seen one. Rescues the early game, you have to say, for XL5. They're still down in gold, but picking themselves up an Infernal Drake, as well as 3 kills, you nearly take that trade.
I mean, he used to be called XJ, and you can see why he's changed his name to Guts here. Meanwhile, Crazy is being locked down by the Dark Binding. Shorter Ace comes in. Human does have his ultimate back up. Rosie taking a lot of damage. He's been ignited. The Q comes out. The Ari picks up the kill.
Yeah, and they don't get the dragon, but because Tainted Minds continue to overextend, look to stop that. Rosie falls down, and they've pretty much sent Shorter Ace back again. This is really great play, although now picking up a kill on 5-8 in the top lane. Looks like Cake. If anyone's watched him play solo queue, by the way, this is his move. He moves into the top lane earlier than anyone I've ever seen. Generally proceeds to die a couple of times at that stage in solo queue, I do have to say. However, right now, looks pretty good at being able to pick up a kill and push down this turret.
We actually saw Praedyth pick up a solo kill onto 5-8. I'm going to watch that one quickly. Just absolutely bops him, it seems. Flashes forward, gets that auto attack.
Really nicely done.
Good play from Praedyth. He's 25 CS up ahead of this Nautilus.
And we said he is a carry player, so I'd like to see him get an early Sheen or something like that in his build, be a little bit more of a threat to the back line. Of course, Crazy not going to really be able to deal with that. Dark Binding whiffs.
XL5 going to match the swap coming up from Tainted Minds.
But Choose is here now as well as Shorter Ace and Praedyth. That's a whole team.
T-Gun's going to flash back towards his turret. They do have a teleport coming up into the top lane. Nautilus will be able to lock down Praedyth for a short amount of time, but he's taking so much damage. Ren not in range coming out for Cake.
And now can Guts get someone on the rotate because he knows that Choo-Choo's is on his way back to mid lane. See whether he can pick up a solo kill here.
XL5, they defend their top lane turret. 4 members against 5. They stop the dive, don't lose anyone for it. Good play from them.
Yeah, and it looks like they're also going to be able to pick up Dragon at the same time because Guts didn't go for choose even though he had no summoner spells available. Instead took the percentage play. So potentially learning pretty early on in his competitive play. It's always the interesting thing because people used to speak this way about SOFM. Like, he plays, you know, exhaust Lee Sin. Like, there's never a place in competitive play for a player like this. I mean, he's just outright aggressive. He takes too many resources for himself. But at the same time, SOFM is one of the best junglers in the LPL. And it looks like he's able to pick up a Dragon for his team just there, Guts.
Yeah, Guts is able to take down the Dragon for his team, flashes away from Prey in the top side of the map, gets out in front of Dragon nice and early. Meanwhile, T-Gun looking for an engage, pops the ultimate nice and early, avoids quite a bit of that damage. Just have to point out Crazy's positioning as well, and moved all the way back to his second turret behind the flanking wards, played us down by Tainted Mind, so Prey that couldn't get behind him. So smart play from them. They are bleeding slowly, but they're not getting completely destroyed here so far.
Yeah, and you have to say that they've got good concentrated gold onto the members that matter, and now Guts is looking for a play.
He's in. He's found Choo Choo's. Guts takes him down. And Human now chasing on towards Shorter Ace. The charm will connect. The Rengar's there for the double. Rosie flashes in with the ultimate. Cake will pick up one. Crazy's the next target. Prey this slams him against the wall and drops the hammer down on his face as State of Minds fight back.
Yeah, so they get 2 for 2. However, top lane is under fire still. Only Suiman and T-Gun up there to defend. Really nice play one more time out of the Rengar. He's able to launch himself onto the backline, get that party started, but it was a 5v4 that they probably shouldn't have elected into. I mean, when you don't have the teleport and they've got that available, you generally back away from those objectives. However, they take a trade and it's not a bad one.
Finds a way to put himself down in the bottom lane, forcing Shorter Ace to use his ultimate to get down and stop the turret push from the Nautilus. His teleport's still on cooldown, but will be back up before Prey assists. So XL5 will have a slight map rotation advantage later on in the game.
Yeah, they certainly should. They haven't got any deep vision to really take advantage of it, however. Mind you, Tainted Minds is playing very aggressively. And this is the style they like to play. I mean, very much, even though Cake is the new shot caller, this is the style that Rosie always wanted to play. Yep. High tempo, make sure you're pushing advantages, really keep, you know, fighting for pretty much everything on the map. It means that if they get ahead, they generally accelerate very quickly or burn in a blaze of glory. Because there's only one way, well, there's 2 ways you can go really quickly when you play this style of League of Legends.
They've got great additions to their roster to do just that. See Crazy playing very safe here against Cake and Rosie, who are waiting inside the bush. T-Gun moves his way back up towards the top lane. Speaking of T-Gun, he's going to have a good game on this Alistar so far.
Yeah, not bad, to be honest. And I mean, Crazy, even though he's 30 CS down, can't really blame him for that. There's been so many members in his lane. A couple of Weaver's Walls used against him as well. So moreover, the fact that, you know, the whole of the Tainted Minds lineup really targeting Cake's lane. When you see 80 carry shot callers, that's generally how it goes as well.
Let's see. Crazy's going for an necessary, but sees his Guts finds Shorter Ace. Has to jump on towards him. 1 spell rotation. That's half
a
his
smooth
health.
combo.
He's still going in. Choo Choo's has to flash away. Shorter Ace is going to fall first. Human trying to run away, but a nice rock throw coming out from Choo Choo's gets the shutdown.
But one more time, that's a real smooth combo out of Guts. They do lose top lane turret in response for it, so not worth it. But you can see the mechanics out of this guy. If they are able to get an early game advantage, you would expect him to be able to take off because 3-3-3, he's been a part of everything so far.
Now, Cake and Rosie, they've taken down the top lane turret, heading back towards their side of the map. Now we're going to have to see how XL5 react to this one. Both side lanes have fallen for Tainted Minds. They're up 2 turrets to none.
Yeah, I kind of want XL5 to just embrace the craziness right now. Grab his Rot Portal really early on 5-8. Use that to stop the bleeding in one side of the map. And then just continue to look for these picks. I mean, they've got double assassins with Rengar as well as Ahri. If the game goes extremely late, they also have legitimate carry potential and the ability to one-shot. As I said, Guts didn't stop at his jungle item alone. He's going towards a second offensive item, maybe a Black Cleaver. He's going to be able to put out some serious damage throughout this mid-game.
Certainly is. Shorter Ace now on the bottom side of the map. Dragon's coming back up in 2 minutes, but they're just sweeping wards away left, right, and center. Looking to try and get the wraparound on top of this. Ahri, T-Gun's close by in case he gets into a sticky situation.
They actually want to go for it.
Choo Choo's going to take a lot of damage, but Human dashes straight back in towards him. He's going to get
Teleport
locked
as well.
down, but flashes away from the tethers. Now XL5 chasing on towards Rosie here. T-Gun is right on top of the Morgana, but Cake does get back to defend his support.
And that was so unlucky because as soon as Suiman flashed forward, he was just bound and wasn't able to continue that chase there. Otherwise, you feel like that maybe could have been another kill onto Rosie. However, they do pick up one more, 4-1 and 3, the Ari. Doing a pretty good job so far, and Ari's another one of those champions. If you get her a lead, she's able to isolate parts of the map, and you cannot vision check. So really important to continue this pressure going an incredibly aggressive build. He's going to have 40% cooldown reduction in 2 items, which means the ultimate's going to be very, very quickly off cooldown. And I'm so excited now about this new XL5 lineup. Tainted Minds is winning this game very convincingly through map rotations, but on an individual level, XL5 looks like they can go with it.
We saw the talk from the coach earlier, very confident in his mid lane, very confident in Guts' Rengar. And he knows their team are the underdogs, but they're definitely stepping up to the plate and making a name for themselves in their first match. Tainted Minds have arguably been considered one of the top 4 coming into this split.
They're definitely the top 4 teams. I mean, they're showing that right now. Praedyth is 40 CS up. Even though Choo Choo's has had so much pressure in his lane, hasn't lost priority on the turret. They're 2 turrets up. Right now, Tainted Minds are playing like the better team. However, it's the individual play that excites me about XL5 because, with that one exception of 5-8 falling down in a solo 1v1, there really hasn't been that many outplays coming out in Tainted Minds' favor.
Still Tainted Minds leading with about 2,000 gold in their favor, 17 minutes into this match. Second dragon of the game has spawned. It's going to be an Ocean Dragon as Rosie looking for more Dark Bindings.
But T-Gun dodges out of the way, and now they do have good priority here. T-Gun's got his ultimate available, but no flash. So look for him to be the one to get the party started. Although deep flank coming in behind Ari right now. Maybe they just peel away.
They spot him out, and they just decide to give up the dragon to Tainted Minds.
All right, they just take it. They're chasing Praedyth.
Yep. Guts didn't get knocked away, but they do lock down Praedyth for some time. Gonna see Crazy coming as well. He dodges on over towards the Rift Arrow. Can he get out in time? No, he can't. Guts gonna be able to pick up a kill.
Yeah, so another kill picked up for Guts. One more time, don't know if it's worth it. They just used a lot to lock down Praedyth, but now they're maybe going to lose out on mid lane turret. Although T-Gun wants in.
Weaver's wall did come out. Suma was trying to wait to see if he can let the duration expire, and it does. The rest of XL5 wrap around the back of Tainted Minds. They don't get enough damage onto the turret to take it down, but do chip it out pretty low.
And honestly, Choo Choo's ultimates have been great to lock areas of the map off, not being accessible, and take turrets with it. Now we'll see whether they want to get an engage going on here, because Suiman's being caught out a little bit.
Still chasing them down towards the Ari. Teleport actually coming in from the back lines. T-Gun gonna get locked down, pops the ultimate nice and early as Salazar gets a big knock up as well. Slammed against the wall though, and he just has no friends here, Spawn, to keep him alive.
Yeah, that's all it was. I mean, it was a 4 versus 2 really. Wasn't able to turn around and put out the damage, but you could see the idea is still there. They're looking to retreat as a coordinated unit, but great catch-off by Tainted Minds, using that teleport. Now looking to push in on the mid lane. Certainly should be another objective secured for them.
Shorter Rays looking to see if he can get behind the team here. Guts waiting in the wings. Crazy does get locked down there.
There's actually going to be a Yomu's Ghostblade fish picked up. So Guts certainly looking for the hard carry build. I don't think he's stopping at 2 offensive items. That's what that tells me right there.
Just keep going. Once you've committed, you don't stop. A little bit of a lull in the action here. Tainted Minds still around 1,500 gold up.
We've just dipped below a kill a minute. So that's the first time pretty much all game that's happened. T-Gun looking to rectify that, maybe with a flank. Talia's bleeding. Actually, by the way. Oh, there you go.
Yep, Guts just found Cake. I don't think we're going to get enough of this Rengar. It's just going to keep happening.
I mean, it doesn't matter if you're 60 CS up if the Rengar can one-shot you. I mean, right now, 5, 3, and 3. The man is incredibly fed. And I mean, this was a fair fight. I mean, he gets on top of him, gets into the brush. Really smart flash into the brush there. Callista tries to use it. This is what AD carries do all the time. They use brushes, Fog of War to really annoy melees, but Rengar, that doesn't work against, of course. Gives him the leap on the passive. So as soon as he got in that brush, it was really not going to go in the favor of Cake. Probably should have flashed the other way, to be honest.
Just like that, Guts. 5 through and 3 has that Yoma's Ghostblade, now picking up a giant spell.
Oh, that's disappointing. Maybe he goes towards like a pseudo tank item, like, you know, Dead Man's Plate or something. Needs that first auto to be able to slow out of the ult. But yeah, this is a good debut. I mean, there were big questions around Guts and his play, you know, whether the farm heavy style would translate. But they're within 700 gold of a pretty good outfit in Tainted Minds at the moment, and looking like they're only getting quicker.
They're a tower down as well, but Tainted Minds,
this
they
could be a
pull the
throw.
trigger. Let's see if they're going to be able to take this one down. Cake's going to get a lockdown. They throw Rosie on top of the Nautilus. Fights away, taking no damage to kick things off. Trying to take up everyone. Silver jumps in. There goes Choo Choo's. Dashes back out. Fights away will eventually fall, but they stop the Baron and get a trade.
Yeah, and it's only 1-for-1. All of a sudden, T-Gun's here to protect his mid laner, so he should be able to get out here.
Big ultimate does come out though. Shorter Ace has been kicked back. Good protection coming out from T-Gun. Crazy trying to do what he can.
Here comes a Rengar.
He's looking for the hunt, but Tainted Minds do snipe out Steelman. They do get a good 2-for-1 trade, and now going to push for the mid lane turret.
And he doesn't pull the trigger, doesn't want to go in. They're just happy that they defended off that push. 2-for-1, as you said. Tainted Minds able to pick up a couple of kills with a really nice Baron call. They peeled off very early. But you have to think, maybe if 5-8 didn't go like as soon as he saw it, if he waited, that could have been a little bit different, because he survived for a heck of a long time.
Enough for Steelman to come in and get a kill at least.
Yeah, that Ari's putting in work at the moment.
That's the Nomicon as well as the Abyssal Scepter. Another blasting one being picked up by Ari already. 5, 2, and 4. Guts now just farming up the rest of his jungle, trying to see if he can find anyone straggling on Summoner's Rift. Get that assassination attempt going.
Surprised he didn't go into that top lane and you pick himself up a little bit of farm. Is farming quite nicely for himself.
So he's going to give that one over towards Crazy, who needs to farm at the moment. He's gone for an Essence Reaver build on Varus.
Yeah, a little bit more utility. We see that Baron's been started up one more time. Only a 3-man Baron, and with the secure that comes out of Kalista, it's definitely a good move. They know what's happening, however. See whether the peel-off is here.
They go for the fight instead. T-Gun's been locked down, pops his ultimate, gets a nice Courage of Colossus. Guts going into the fight. There goes the sun coming down towards Crazy. Can't quite do anything at the moment. Choo Choo's trying to flash away. Steelman goes one-on-one against Cake. Good job, comes down. Everyone's low. Shorter Ace going to try and jump on top of him. One auto attack is all it takes. They take him down. Brave now looking to try and get Guts as Choo Choo's. He's been locked down. Rosie's going to be the next one to fall. Tries to get the stuns off from his ultimate. Not going to work out. Fights away. Misses the hook coming on towards Brayden, but will eventually lock him down. T-Gun, get the heck out of there, buddy. Double kill's going to come out for Brayden. He will get locked down as everyone is going to die here. Only 5-8 left standing.
And a bloodbath on Summoner's Rift right now, but XL5 come out ahead. 5-8, that big Nautilus swag walks away from everything. But wow, that team fight was won so hard by Swimmin. He was able to, like, let's take another look at it. So Guts didn't get the best start to this fight because as a Rengar, you want access to the back line. T-Gun tanks up for a very long time, but Guts is only ever able to jump on the front line until Swimmin goes over the wall. Challenges Choo Choo's, gets the jewel, challenges Cake, picks up a kill. This guy is an absolute machine on the Ari. Able to pick up a double, does fall down, and then from there, Crazy's able to clean up the back end of the team fight along with Rosie. Maybe a little bit of overextension out of T-Gun. I mean, Guts probably didn't need to be chasing Kratos off to the side. But as far as this team fight goes, that is great heart shown from the new XL5 lineup to be able to pick up what is pretty much a well-executed ace.
It certainly was. And you see during that fight, the patience that came out from Steelman there, dashing over the wall. It was a knocked up Choo Choo's. Holds onto his charm so he can get that duel off as well. Showing some very experienced play for his first split in the OPL.
Yeah, it certainly is. Oh, big hook comes out onto Rosie.
Gets Rosie before the Black Shield. Here comes Guts. He's got the ultimate available. Sees Shorter Ace, but he wants a different target. 5-8 is in amongst it. Here comes Guts. He's looking for it, but Rosie knocks him up. Schumann is now on top of the support. Good wallbang coming out from Brayden. Guts can't quite do anything. He's been locked down in this fight. And now Tainted Minds, they're going to try and turn this one around. Crazy's doing what he can, but Brayden's on top of him. And Tainted Minds, they get the clean ace and move towards Baron.
And that's why he's ranked 1 on the ladder. I mean, right then, Cake able to pick it up. Rosie throws himself into the path of the Rengar and ruins Guts' day. That is going to be a clean ace this time for Tainted Minds. They're going to pick up the Baron and maybe get themselves back into the driving seat of this game.
It almost looked like it was XL5 they were going to pick up that fight. They initiated it. They got a big hook on towards Cake before things started. But the clean ace, it's all it takes for Tainted Minds. 5,000 gold up. They've got Baron buff, and now they're going to start to delete the structures.
And that was actually really good target prioritization out of XL5. When we see this again, Hook goes out, Rosie black shields himself, and then the ult is spreading to everyone here. And then the good ultimate knocks up so many people, but this is really the play. Knocks up 2 members, that stops the counter initiation. Swimmer not able to get in there, Guts is just stunned, can't do absolutely anything. And, you know, that means that Cake just can dash himself around that team fight. And he and Choo Choo's clean it up, but really, that all came just from one really good fake score out of Cake and Rosie. And that's what you like to see. Coordinated play wins games.
Cake was able to just dash around with that Runan's Hurricane, Blade of the Ruin King, just throwing spears into absolutely everyone. It was a massacre of a team fight there coming out from Tainted Minds. Now with a 5,000 gold lead, and Baron will have to see how they're able to execute the end game here against XL5, or if XL5 can fight back and find that miracle Hail Mary to get themselves back into the game.
And you definitely think they can. I mean, after watching today's games of Direwolves versus Chiefs, anything's possible at the moment in the OPL. Teams seem to be way closer top to bottom than we thought they would be. You know, with everyone in gaming houses, everyone coming into the studio. I mean, T-Gun's always been a big LAN player. His whole season, his whole career, loves to be in the LAN environment. Now they're cut off a little bit here.
Weaver's Wall being thrown out by Chuchus. Human is behind it, but he's still doing a good job of defending this turret. Wild Snares being thrown out by Rosie, trying to see if he can hit anyone with those.
Guts is looking for someone on the flank, however, it is a Poppy that's stopping it. So really nice play out of Praetor there, understanding his role. They will let the Rengar ultimate wear off. Tainted Minds disciplined play back away, but you can see exactly what the Rengar wants. He wants access to that backline, as we keep saying, and is actually playing patient enough to secure himself at most of the time. I mean, the last fight he was stopped, and that, you know, won Tainted Minds a team fight, as we get the Ducky on the Rift, but every other time he's been able to get someone at least.
Someone we haven't really talked about is Praetor that's coming into this game. I mean, we talked about in Champion Select how he has been picking up a tank here, like what we saw Chippies do in the previous game for Direwolves. He's 7-2-7. He's been doing really well in Poppy.
Having a pretty good game. I mean, that's all right. 7-2-7, especially when there's only 18 kills in the game. So not bad out of Praetor. Has gone for an Iceborne Gauntlet as well. He's super tanky, and his W probably is the most important skill in the game at the moment, because it means stops Ari getting in, it stops Guts getting in, stops T-Gun even. So that's what they're looking for, and really has played it nicely. I mean, credit to Praetor. You know, he was a young up-and-coming player, and looks to be making a stamp on the OPL so far.
Certainly has been. A Tainted Minds now looking to see if they can take down the top lane inner turret. It's a big 5-on-5 brawl going on. They actually go for the initiation. Just trying to lock down Praetor. They got lots of Baron up minions here, putting in some work on these turrets.
Yeah, Praetor took no damage that fight, and now T-Gun's nearly dead. So that didn't go all that well for XL5. T-Gun's going to have to withdraw and probably sack that turret. This is the last wave they will get with the Baron buff, however, so not all that much happening with it.
Going for the siege once again. This turret is going to fall. Choo Choo decides not to cut anyone off with his ultimate. That is Baron buff wearing off for Tainted Minds. So they do push through mid lane outer and top lane inner, as well as chunking down bottom lane inner. And after the Baron buff expires, they get about 6,000 gold in their favor.
And when you think the game was on a knife edge before they took it, I mean, it was pretty even at that stage. That's a good result, 6,000 gold off a Baron power play. Definitely nothing to scoff at. However, 30 minutes into this game, XL5 still with a real fighting chance, especially because that Void Staff's now being picked up by Suleiman. If he goes towards something like a Death Cap, you expect anyone who looks at to go pop. And pressure on Praetor, because he has to keep T-Gun out, he has to keep the Ari out, he has to be able to keep the Rengar out as well. So we'll see whether the young man is up to it. But Tainted Minds so far, they've played a really solid game. I mean, this is what we were expecting out of them. We knew that Short Arrays, we knew that Cake were very classy players. We know they're well drilled. They brought over a veteran Choo Choos to be able to replace Omni, who is facing a suspension at the moment. Cake is arguably one of the only 80 carries that you can say is an outright upgrade over Lost at the moment, arguably. So they really did do great things with their roster. It's impressive what they were able to do over the offseason.
Lots of pings going down towards the bottom lane here for Tainted Minds. They want to try and finish off what they started. with that bot lane inner turret. That will get taken out by Cake as well as Rosie. So the only inner turret left standing is in the mid lane.
Yeah, and he's going for another attack speed item. So I guess it's kind of smart because attack speed equals survivability on Fiddlester, being able to hop around more and get all those gap closures. And probably is wary of what the Rengar can do to him after what happened in that bottom lane. But also means that, I was going to say, armor penetration isn't going to come out anytime soon. As I say that, he sells a dagger and picks himself up the last whisper. So thanks for that, Cake.
It's the other side of X5. Crazy's also picked up his own last whisper, but is a full item behind Cake at the moment. Both have the same amount of kills, but it's about a 50 CS lead. 12,000 to 10,000, almost a 3,000 gold.
2,400. Yeah, that's impressive. I mean, I guess when you have a look at it, it's because of all the additional turrets and objectives that have fallen on the map. It's 4-1, as well as a Baron, so that's that gold there. And Cake has been next to every single turret that's fallen down as this game has happened.
Shorter race now, waiting in the wings. A little bit of lull in the action as we wait for Dragon and Baron to respawn. Tainted Minds, they've got 2 Ocean Dragons for themselves. XL5, that single Infernal Dragon that was picked up very early by Guts.
They've got 3 minutes to start a team fight. I mean, we're still above a kill a minute. Good ward coverage coming out of Tainted Minds right now.
Yep.
Getting one deep in that mid lane in case they want to go for a teleport flank out of Praetor. He's pretty much unmatched right now. Deathcap nearly picked up by Swingman in the mid lane.
Tainted Minds just waiting out in the mid lane here. Got a control ward inside this brush so they know they haven't been spotted. Rosie pops out and puts a ward down as well. Being very patient here, but lots of pings are coming out for danger around that side of the map.
And now they need to make a call because you can see that Praetor is flanking up, not really applying any pressure. Infernal Dragon is available, which is a super simple objective to take at this stage of the game. Instead, they've got priority now over the Baron pit XL5, but they're split.
They're jumping on top of them. They're going for a fight here. T going out to pop the ultimate. Guts. He's going to go invincible for a short amount of time, but there's a Weaver's Wall cutting him off. Shorter ace. Still trying to hunt him down. Crazy poking out behind the team. Praetor going to get chunked out to about half health here. 5 to 8 now trying to fight. T-Gun taking a lot of damage. 5 to 8 now the target. The tank for XL5. Forced to flash away. Shorter ace going to take a lot of damage. The hook goes wide and can't lock anyone down. Good Redemption is going to come out. Heal them back up quite nicely. Tainted Minds look towards the Baron.
Yeah, they certainly do, but Teleport is still available for 5-2-8, so they can get him back in here. It will fall down very quickly, but you can see XL5 in position. They can re-engage.
Smite actually coming out from shorter ace there. T-Gun's going to get locked down. The first one to fall on the side of
Crazy
XL5. Here comes Fight Away. Rosie's going to fall here. Another Redemption being popped. Praetor tries to get the tunnel to Steelman, but he can't. Fight Away taking up as much as possible. He's going to get taken down. So is the AD carry. Steelman trying to do what he can. Does get a pick up towards the Rex side. Flushes into Choo-Choo's, but Cake goes over the wall to get the double kill.
Yeah, Cake is absolutely hard carrying at the moment, and a really nice binding out of Rosie, locked down Crazy, and you can see that he just didn't have the sense of where he was in that team fight. However, credit to Tainted Minds, they're able to win another one very decisively. They're going to push it out to about a 10,000 gold lead, 34 minutes in. That's going to be hard to climb back from if you're XL5.
It certainly is. Guts, the only one left remaining after that team fight. You could see once he gets spotted out, Mr. Rengar, he just has nowhere to go, Spawn. Stuck between a rock and the Weaver's Wall. He's been trying his hardest, had a few great early kills, but team fights have been going in favor of Tainted Minds. So they look to try and take down the second Infernal Dragon of the game, the third Dragon for Tainted Minds.
And the problem is that Praetor is so tanky that they can't really gank the side lane. So they don't have enough damage to kill him in the side lane. And then you don't really want a 5v5 if you're Rengar. I mean, you're more looking for the picks as well as Ahri. So even though their 2 fed members are quite fed at this stage of the game, they're not really able to isolate, kill someone, and then set up the objective because they're always playing on the back foot. They never really have vision. What they need to do is regain control of vision in this area. Then when Tainted Minds try and establish their vision line, get the pick onto someone like Rosie or Shorter Ace, and then be able to move into a 5v4. Because if they just keep fighting 5v5, right now, Cake is way too big.
XL5 take down the Scuttle Crab, get a little bit of vision control over the Baron pit. Still just trying to farm up, stall out the game as long as possible, pick up as much gold as they can, and stop the bleeding.
Problem is right now, however, Praetor has teleport. And on the other side of the map, 5-8 does not. and they didn't establish vision control and get themselves in position for a pick. So you can see right now, Tainted Minds regain control of the Baron area. They're not going to start it. They're just going to let Praetor go to work in the bottom lane. He's 19-9. I mean, there's nothing anyone can do on the side of XL5 to go with this guy.
And all X5 have is the invulnerable vision control of the Scuttle Crab, which is going to expire shortly. Baron now has been set up by Cake and the rest of his team. Tainted Minds looking to try and kick this one off. There goes the ultimate coming out from Rengar. They lock down Juju's, get quite a bit of damage going on there, but Venture comes out. Guts now jumping into the fight. Has to use his own cleanse to try and get away from this, but Steelman will be able to lock down Shorter Race again. Juju's running away with a sliver of health. Here comes Praetor for fight away. T-Gun's the first one to get locked down. Cake will get stunned up here by the big Nautilus in the back lines. Throws up the ultimate, but it's a double kill coming out for him. Rosie's now been thrown to the team. Big Duck Binding comes out. Triple kill for K. They're chasing on towards the Ari. Will he get the Quadra? He does not as Praetor that picks up the kill, but Tainted Minds are steamrolling through XL5.
And this has always been the problem if you are playing against a Kalista. If the first wave of CC does not kill her, she just regains control of the team fight, able to dance around, and there's so much peel there available. I mean, Shorter Race, Choo-Choos, and Rosie all doing their best to keep that hyper carry alive, and it looks like they're going to push through and at least take out the first inhibitor of the game.
First inhibitor turret's going to fall. Tainted Minds now on top of that inhibitor. That's going to drop down with ease as well and immediately back up, most likely with the eyes set towards the Baron buff.
Yeah, it certainly looks to be the case. I mean, they've got such good secure. You've seen time and time again that they can just force XL5 back. None of them are squishy enough to be picked off at the start of this. And, you know, with Kalista, it's just such an easy objective to continue to return to. Much like Cassiopeia, they just burn through it so quickly and their security is so good.
Baron is going to fall. You see Guts waiting the wings, trying to do what he can. Pops his ultimate. Not even going to try here. As the Heli Poppy, you know, just spins round, round, and round. Doesn't decide to knock anyone back. Creative, he's on full items, and Tainted Minds are ready for their final push.
Yeah, they certainly are. And this has been an impressive game out of Tainted Minds, just because I think that XL5 hit them harder early game than they were expecting. And they've done what a veteran team would do. They've regained control of the game through good team fighting, through clean vision control, and then executed around their objectives. And that's great to see out of a team that, you know, realistically has been together for a couple of months.
10, 2, and 11 Poppy is storming on Summon's Ring. Has full items. Nautilus is 2 complete items behind her. Praetor is a beast right now, and it seems like there's absolutely no way to deal with him. Tainted Minds have their eyes set towards the bottom lane.
And it really all did start with that solo kill. I mean, that meant that Praetor had exerted dominance over that side of the map. Oh, it just doesn't take enough damage anymore.
Shonera's going to take quite a bit of damage there. Guts getting taken out pretty low.
You feel like that if that was 10 minutes earlier, if that was, you know, finally XL5 getting to an area first and establishing vision control, maybe they can blow up Shorter Race and force a team fight. However, because Shorter Race right now is, you know, he's just pure tank Rek'Sai at 40 minutes into the game, just able to withstand any of the burst damage that's going to come out. And I feel like this is a great learning experience right now for XL5. I think they'll look at this game and think, wow, we're way closer into this than we thought. Last team fight probably going to happen.
Let's see what they decide to do. Guts looking for the ultimate to go up on top of someone from Tainted Minds. He's hunting them down. Decides not to pull the trigger, but they're still chasing. He's going in. He's on top of Cake. Deals a little bit of damage. He gets the heck out of there. Now 5-2-8. Leading the charge. Big 5-man ultimate coming out from Tegan as he knocks everyone up. But the rest of XL5, they're getting destroyed in the backlines. They're being bopped around left, right, and center. As Tainted Minds slowly rip through every single member one by one to get the ace against XL5.
And that was such a well-executed team fight again. They peel back, even though T-Gun gets a massive headbutt POV combo. I mean, Shorter Race says, anything you can do, I can do better, mate. Knocks up the other backline of the team. And this will be Tainted Minds knocking down the Nexus.
Now on top of the Nexus turrets, they're all going to fall. No members of XL5 left to defend this one. In a grueling 40-minute match here, as Cake's going to die to the fountain. And it will be Tainted Minds that pick up a Game 1 victory.
Yeah, they certainly do. You see the big smile on Shorter Race's face as well right now. Ryan's happy with himself. So hard fought, you have to say. XL5 definitely went with him for the first 25 minutes of that game. But just one team fight turned it on its head, gave away the Baron, and couldn't regain footing. But as I said, so much promise actually out of this team. Able to go with them in the laning phase, able to get some good early skirmishes. They will be looking at this game with a whole new light after that one, I think.
And it's still a best of 3 series here, so XL5 do have a chance to fight back once again. But for now, let's throw this one back to the analyst desk.
Thanks, guys. That is Tainted Minds taking that first win. And I kind of want to start by asking you guys about the draft and pick, because XL5 kind of got what they wanted from that pick ban phase, right?
Yeah. I mean, they got Rengar.
Yeah, they got Rengar, they got Ari. Yeah.
So like that's what they wanted. Yeah. Just didn't. It just in the end it wasn't enough. Like it came down to team play, I guess.
Well, Mendrix, let's go through some replays, shall we? Because that was an absolute kill fest of a game. I think we ended up with like something probably close to 50 kills. I think. There.
Yeah, there's like definitely one hell of a game with just kills happening everywhere, team fights happening all the time. So,
so
very entertaining.
First replay is I think the tower dive early on. So let's get that up there as you talk us through it.
No worries here. So this also illustrates the sort of team composition that Tainted Mind has put together. They've got this very objective controlled composition. So they've got, for neutral objectives, they've got the Callisto. When it comes to everyone else, so the team fight's going to break onto here. And this just shows how X5 actually has a pick composition. They really want to get in, they want to fight. They've got the Assassins, they've got the Chains of Corruption, as you can see, gets thrown out there. They've got the Rengar to get the assassinations off. They've got Suman to lock people down with a charm. So a really big advantage coming through for them there, purely because they've got that early game team fight as availability to them. And so even though they get the objective in the end to get the first brick, ends up being a team fight that goes towards Tainted Minds. But that changes later into the game.
So when you're watching that, is there stuff like things you want to pick up on in that replay that you're like, look, this is what they should have done, repositioning?
One thing actually is that X5, when they went for that, they should know already that's going to work, that play's going to work. They're going to win that fight. So like I saw Suman flash backwards, like in like he's scared. But if you understand that they're going to win that 100%, so that they should be going all forward, and they shouldn't be like holding back, because you could like pick up all the kills, and if you've got that much momentum, you can usually carry that into towers and stuff. So
why are they playing scared? Why is he playing
it's
scared?
It's just like you just don't fully understand, or maybe like I didn't see like their top laner has there's stuff like that I might not have seen there, but usually if you want to know if you can do it or not, and if you can do it, you go harder than that. You don't want to hold back. Like I can just tell that they were holding back a bit there.
All right, well, let's look at this second replay then, shall we? I think it's a team fight. We're going to get it up on the screen.
Yeah, that's correct here. So basically with this team fight here, this sort of illustrates how they've got this focus on objective control, and they're using that there. So they do find 5 to 8. There, a team fight ensues afterwards, and this is because it's forced by Tainted Mind. Tainted Mind saying, we're going to get this, or we have to start something and fight here, and basically the reaction from XL5 is not enough. They come in a bit sloppy with their execution. Tainted Mind immediately capitalize off it, and this allows them to get the Baron afterwards. And that sort of just dictates the rest of the pace of this game. As you can see, they get the re-engage because they've managed to pick up 2 kills off the back of that, and it's just easy for them to really win the next team fight here. And now, this is funny here as well. I think coming into this, if this is a specific team fight that we're looking for, nope, this is a different one.
Well, it all melds in together because there was just so many deaths, so many fights in that game. I want to ask about Choo Choo's in that game. He does fall in that in that particular replay. Yeah. He's new on this team. He's settling in. I mean, how do you think he went this game?
So he did good there. I mean, he just played a solid game. That's all you really wanted from him in this situation. And what I feel he brings to the team is the fact that he's a big asset in terms of, yes, I know the OPL ecosystem. I'm very well versed in it. I've been here for quite some time. I'll be able to basically show the ropes to Shorter Ace into Cake. And as you can see, they basically had this really great rotational play. The entire time they were moving around the map just as a solid team. That's what they were looking to do.
So we see Tainted Minds kind of playing their better, like you said, as a team. Maybe that macro play is a little bit stronger on Tainted Minds. Let's take a look at this third replay, I think. Third replay we're at right now.
All right, so we're going into this one here. So this is the defining team fight that I wanted to talk about before. So this is the big one where everyone sort of comes into it. Now look at Guts. Guts is sort of just stuck in stasis this entire time. He's arguably one of the most strongest people in the team. He just gets stuck in there the whole time, and eventually he gets died. He's just knocked about, pushed to the side, and basically Tainted Minds is just allowed to immediately obliterate them. And now they get the Baron, and that sets everything up for them.
So you think that they couldn't have done anything better in that particular time? It's just we are on this train. It has not left the station. It's arriving at our destination, right? Yeah.
Well, I mean, the big thing that could have been done better is perhaps the positioning by Guts. If Guts was able to walk around all that CC and then actually get into the middle of the team fight, he would have been able to put some out more damage. That would have actually changed the face of the game.
Yeah.
But unfortunately for him, it seems to be he was just sort of stuck in a bad case of RNG where he was trying to get into the team fight, but then he gets knocked to the side. Then he gets put into the Morgana bind. And then afterwards, it's just pretty much he just gets put into a blender and disappears.
Yeah, I think X5, they needed to be looking for more kind of like open, not scrappy, but just open fights where Rengar and Ari can move around and like use bushes. But there you saw they all just clumped up and blew up. They just bloody just blew up. And,
all right, let's look at this final replay. I think this is probably another team fight.
So this one here is basically they're so strong at this point in time. They're continuing to go for the barrier. Have you noticed the trend here? Every single time it's based off an objective, because Tainted Minds, they just want to go for objectives, and X5 have to react to it. And immediately from this point, they're just so far ahead at this point. As you can see, almost 7k in gold worth of it. It's kind of hard, even for a really good execution from XL5, to actually make something out of it. And Cake is just able to sit back, immediately obliterate the rest of the team, finishing off with that double kill.
So you got to think, if X5 were able to get kind of the pick ban they wanted, the draft they wanted out of this, they're going to get banned out. They're going to ban out the Ari this time, right? So
I think so, yeah.
So we've got to think that this does not look good for game 2 for them, you think?
I guess they're a step back now. It's a bit harder from this point, yeah.
Yeah. Mendrix, what do you want? Well, I mean, if you are X5, though, how do you get back in, given that you think you're going to get banned out in this second game?
Well, you still could just fall back to standard play. That's the big thing. That's whenever there's an issue, just fall back to standard play. You still have other picks available to you. I mean, Oriana's S tier, very solid champion balance that you can pick up to into. You can go for all these other mid laners available to you rather than just going for the Ahri. Probably very lucky they got the Rengar. I don't think they're going to get that opportunity again, especially how Guts performed so well early in the beginning of the game.
Yeah, all right. Well, that is a strong win from Tainted Minds in game 1. We'll be back with game 2 right after this.
Down towards Crazy, can't quite do anything at the moment. Choo-Choo's trying to flash away. Stillman goes one-on-one against Cake. Good job, comes out. Everyone's low. Shorter Ray's going to try and jump on top of him. One auto attack is all it takes. They take him down. Brave now looking to try and get Guts as Choo-Choo's. He's been locked down. Rosie's going to be the next one to fall. Tries to get the stuns off from his ultimate. Not going to work out. Fights away. Misses the hook coming out towards Brayden, but will eventually lock him down. Tiga, get the heck out of there, buddy. Double kill's going to come out from Brayden. He will get locked down as everyone is going to die here. Only 5 to 8 left standing.
And a bloodbath on Summoner's Rift right now, but XL5 come out ahead.
He's going in. He's on top of Cake. Deals a little bit of damage and gets the heck out of there. Now 5 to 8. Leading the charge. Big 5-man ultimate coming out from Tiga Lands. He knocks everyone up. But the rest of XL5, they're getting destroyed in the backlines. They're being bopped around left, right, and center as Tainted Minds slowly rip through every single member one by one to get the ace.
Welcome back to the OPL. My name is Michael Hing. It is a pleasure to have your company. We're about to go into Game 2 of XL5 versus Tainted Minds. I'm joined here at the analyst desk by Nathan Mendrix-Mendez and also jungler for the Dire Wolves, Lachlan Civil. And I want to start by talking about that last game we just saw, the pick bans, because with this new 10-ban system, we're seeing a lot of champions we're not used to seeing. In particular, Sybil, I want to talk about Morgana support in the bot lane for Tainted Minds, and also Rengar got through.
Yeah, so first of all, Morgana's kind of... it was actually good there. I think it was really good there. It makes sense because it lets Kalista do what she wants to do versus like the really tanky front line that they had. So Morgana made sense, even though it's kind of off meta, and it's one of Rosie's kind of like
a pocket pick kind of thing?
Pocket pick, yeah. So he's pretty good at that. And then Rengar's just too strong to let through really at the moment. XJ's an alright Rengar, but it's just the champion's just too strong. So I don't think that should get through just in general at the moment. Like, champion's too good.
We're seeing a lot of specific bans on Rengar, on Camille. Mendrix, if it's not Rengar getting through, which ban would you have swapped out there? Would it have been maybe the Lee Sin ban or something instead of letting Rengar through?
In terms of that there, I mean, Lee Sin in himself is an extremely strong champion, but I still feel that Rengar is still the one that you need to ban out. Like, he just should not be getting through. That is how strong he is at the moment. And another thing to note about just going back to that pick and draw phase is that everything about it was just sort of to help supplement and keep Cake alive as well. So he had to deal with a Rengar. Well, that's why we've got the Morgana to help keep him going. He's also very, very slippery himself. So everything about their draft was about that neutral control, but still surviving, kiting back, and taking the game.
I mean, we are 4 games in now, and I think it's, 100% pick rate for Poppy? Is that going to go out through the entire OPL, do you reckon? Just every game, it's going to be one of these teams going to take it, right? She's strong.
Yeah, she's strong.
Yeah,
I don't know if she'll be 100%. That shouldn't last. Like, I'm expecting a lot of like aggressive top picks. You know, we're still missing Jace. We're still missing. I don't know. There's just Camille, Fiora, Jax. Like these champs that.
So if you know that your
O's top laners are really good at. So yeah, I'm just expecting those to come out eventually. Yeah.
Are we talking 100% pick rate or 100% pick and ban rate?
Yeah, that's
right.
different.
So you think that she's going to get so strong that people are going to start banning her out now?
Well, I don't think they're going to start banning her out, but if she's not being picked, I imagine she's probably going to get banned.
Because once you're banning 10 champions, you've banned a few top laners. Poppy's like there in the next tier. You say.
I'd still say it's probably not possible to get 100% pick and ban.
That's
so
that's hyperbole.
I know it's hyperbole.
I understand that we're not going to go through the entire.
But it's going to be damn close. It's going to be very close.
Well, she's a clear lead right now, right? It's her, and then I don't know.
Well, Camille, to be honest, I mean, look at Camille, 100% ban.
Yeah. Oh, Camille, yeah.
So she'll be in there, but 100% ban until something happens.
Actually, Camille's probably... I wouldn't let through Camille more than I would let through Rengar.
Yeah, Camille's crazy.
Camille's ridiculous. Yeah, I would not let that through.
Hey, so XL5 down 1 game in this series, but if they can win back, whether they take the series or not, if they can get 1 win though, this new gauntlet means that, I should say, that the way we're doing points and structuring this year in the OPL means that every single game matters, right? So even if XL5 don't win the series, they might take 1 game, and what that'll mean is that'll affect their rankings towards the end of the split. And that means that those rankings are going to... Look, it's a very complicated final system, right? The top 5 are going into a gauntlet, right? So 5's going to play 1. Sorry, 5's going to play 4. Then the winner of that's going to play 3, etc., to play 1. So if you get the minor premiership, it means a lot. But the reverse double elimination gauntlet on the back end for relegation is where it's quite complicated. My point is, as I sweat through this, there's a lot of numbers going on. It's very important to take every game that you can. Oh my goodness.
Well, and what's also good about it is it creates Cinderella stories as well.
It does.
I mean, to come up from 5 to make it all the way to the end and win would be fantastic.
It would be fantastic. It's also quite unlikely though, right?
Yes.
I mean, it's a huge advantage getting that number 1 spot as minor premiers. Hey, if you'd like more ramblings like that where I attempt to explain things and then kind of fail, but then eventually get some information into your brain, we have a new offering for you, which is the OPL podcast. We're going to be bringing that out to you on Fridays. It's going to be myself and someone much smarter than me, Jake Spawn Tiberia. You're going to be hosting this and going through all the drama, all the competitive rulings, all the bets, all the patch notes, etc., to do with pro play and in specific the OPL. So you better find that on iTunes or wherever good podcasts are found, like on SoundCloud. Fridays. First episode is going to come out on Friday. I'm very excited about that. We recorded a pilot episode, and there were some shots fired. It was good. It's real good. All right, let's move on. So, what do XL5 need to do to get back into this series?
Okay.
I don't know.
Look, I think they still need to play to their strengths. Continue with that pick composition that they've put together. but just execute it better.
Yeah.
That's all they really need to do. If they can actually be a bit more aggressive, be a bit more decisive when they do make that shot call to say go into it, because as you mentioned before in that first initial team fight, where they could have got so much more out of it, they literally could have continued that game, have a different change of face. Just be more decisive and play to their strengths.
Calm, aggressive.
It's
Calm
aggressive.
and
It's important.
Calm, aggressive.
Yes.
Calm, aggressive. Sybil, as well, this is kind of the first outing competitively of these NA imports, Shorter Ace and Cake. Are you particularly impressed by their play in that game?
Yeah, they played well.
Yeah. Good
I
stuff.
think in the early game, so for Rek'Sai, like Shorter Ace can't do much in the early game versus Rek'Sai. You're not supposed to. You basically just want to get through it as Rek'Sai. You just want to get through, get some health so that Rek'Sai Rengar can't one-shot you. And then once you pass that like hump, then you're, a scaled Rek'Sai that can do a lot more in team fights.
Yeah.
So you can't expect him to do much in the early game, which, he didn't. Like, Rengar got very strong. But then, he brought it back because he scaled with Rek'Sai. So that was good.
All right, well, those North American imports are going to be playing in Game 2. This is XL5 versus Tainted Minds. Can XL5, the new promoted side, get back into this series? We'll see. Let's hand over to our casters. It's Spawn and Fish.
Thank you very much, Hingers. I'm still Matthew Fish Stewart. Joining me is Jake Spawn Tabir. And let's talk about the podcast there, Spawn. I remember when we did this pilot episode, he got a really easy question for one of our segments. He had to explain what his favorite burrito was and gave me a lot of flack for not being able to explain the relegations. You, in 15 seconds, did exactly what Hingers talked about for 2 minutes there, so I'm not quite sure why he's giving me all the flack
So
right now.
just to clarify, I mean, it's a gauntlet for playoffs. 5th to 1st. If you come first, you go automatically into the grand final. 5th plays 4th, winner plays 3rd, winner plays 2nd, grand final. On the opposite end, for relegation, 6th plays 7th, winner back into the OPL, and then they seed it into a double elimination bracket. Winners go into the OPL, losers play through. So it's not that hard to explain. That was about 30 seconds for both of them. So yeah, very fun.
Yeah, it only takes 4 bands to give a double explanation there. Hingers, you're the host of the desk, buddy. Come on, man. It shouldn't take you 2 minutes to do
He's
this.
allowed a pre-scripty segment. I mean, that was a schmozzle.
Well, in the meantime, we are back into Champions Select for game number 2 between Tainted Minds as well as XL5. The bans have already gone underway. Kha'Zix LeBlanc going to be taken away from the blue side. Very common blue side bans, actually, lately. Ash is the final ban to hit the bench, as Tegan is still leaning back, still very casual here, as his team takes away Camille, Ezreal, as well as Ryze.
Yeah, so they've left Rengar open again, maybe hoping to get Guts back onto it, however, not to be.
Yeah, immediately it's going to be locked in here. Shorter Ace wants to show Guts how to play this champion. I mean, the coach of XL5 was wondering how was Rengar left open during picks and bans. Tainted Minds might be thinking the exact same thing here. Still 100% picked and banned in the OPL.
Yeah, it certainly is, and you saw why. I mean, so much early game pressure comes out of that champion. I think that because Tainted Minds were able to get such good vision control, you would think that the Rengar will be more successful this game because, I mean, very good one being face-checked into, can isolate targets, get those picks. I was talking to Carbon about it earlier tonight. Rengar in competitive play is actually much harder to play than people think. Sure, very, very strong at the moment, but needs to pick your poison when you go in. And you could see that Guts, even though with an early advantage, couldn't really do that as the game progressed.
And again, we see the Poppy and Rek'Sai double rotation pickup. We see this constantly be picked on the red side as the first rotation, or on the blue side as their second rotation if it's not picked up by the red team. Seems to be a very strong combo. I know that a lot of the color casters, when they did their practice drafts, were picking up Rek'Sai and Poppy as often as they possibly can.
Yeah, and the reason is that they stop a lot of dive. I mean, you can't get onto a back line if you have Rek'Sai and Poppy because they just stand on top of the gated carry. The W's there, the knock-ups there out of Rek'Sai as well. So it's really good at shutting down an aggression. And then they chase incredibly well as well. I mean, they have the burrow, they have, the speed up that comes out of the Poppy with the tackle. And layering of CC, so key in pro play. So I love them as a combo, actually. I think they're super powerful.
And we have Jin as well as Cassiopeia being picked up by Tainted Minds here. Choo Choos has played quite a bit of Cassiopeia in the past few splits of the OPL. And Jin, one of the few AD carries that we see constantly being picked during the first pick rotation.
Yeah, it certainly is. And, Cassio, very sustained damage dealer, able to get that machine gun damage out. At the same time, when you have a look at this, they've still got really good damage and great follow-up. Cassiopeia grounded into, something like a Jin follow-up damage is going to be so much, and it's really hard to escape from because you can't flash out of it. So I like the combination so far here out of Tainted Minds.
We have Tom Kench as the final pick in the first pick rotation here coming out from XL5. We've already seen A-Time Kench play earlier today, but was hidden during the draft phase and picked up really late into the series this time round. Seems like Tegan knows what support he wants to play. Immediately, they go for a Malzahar ban. Seems like they want to ban out the strong supports in the bottom lane that go up against this Time Catch.
Yeah, see whether they are able to do that. I mean, there are just so many range supports available. Zyra, Malzahar, Misfortune is still up. You know, something, even like a Karma can really make your life miserable if you are that TK. So it's an interesting early pick. It gives them a hugely solid front line, and they've hit them both their carries so far. However, not going to be able to play Ari again because that's been taken away. So different team completely going to come out of XL5.
Bit of a respect ban actually coming up from Tainted Minds there. Shieldman had a great game on Ari. Very impressive early performance. Was shut down later on by Cake and Rosie very effectively. And Zyra is going to be the final ban coming out from XL5. That does leave Misfortune open. We'll have to see if Rosie is willing to play it. Ejim had a fantastic game on the champion in the last series. Varus is the final ban coming out from Tainted Minds.
So every single player of XL5 is going to be playing a new character, new champion, because everything's been taken away there with the Varus as well as Ari. And that's really interesting because Tainted Minds are giving a little bit of respect here, maybe more than you would have thought, because they close the game out quite handily, but they don't want XL5 to have the same comp.
So Caitlyn is going to be AD carry of choice, being picked up by XL5. Meanwhile, Tainted Minds, they've gone for the Shen pickup as well as the Misfortune. Shen has seen some international play lately.
Yeah, Shen's good in the laning phase, does a lot of damage, surprisingly, for a tank. Can get the shove when you do have the Barmy Cinder, as well as be able to leave so many times, which will be handy, especially, you know, if they can submarine it with with shorter race on the Rengar. However, does fall off a little bit heavier than Poppy, I will say. Poppy a little bit more useful late game.
I believe it was Papa Smithy that was talking about him, saying that later on in the match, you know, Poppy's got the wall bang, lots of crowd control, lots of utility. Shen just has the flash taunt, and then he just sits around and stabs people a couple of times.
But has a huge shield. I mean, can't underestimate that. Maybe that allows shorter race to go a little bit more damage focus, get the big shield, and jump onto the back line with the Shen there as well.
It does give them a bit of a global presence as well. You look at XL5, they'll have the teleport, they have guts, they've got the Tahm Kench as well. Shen will be able to at least match a little bit of the pressure that will come out from their globals.
Yeah, it certainly could be the case. We also saw Orianna locked in. That's good access to the back line with something like a Poppy or a Rek'Sai. So they've got that set up and a very front-to-back comp coming out of XL5 here. I want to touch on an MF because I'm not really sure how Rosie's going to go with this. He plays creative picks, picks them up very early, so I'm sure he was an early adopter to the Misfortune support. However, I like Rosie better on something that has initiation and has like the outplay ability. Misfortune is a little bit more about sitting back and picking your moment. Certainly is a strong lane with Jhin. We've already seen that tonight.
Yep.
However, you need a lot of discipline, a lot of patience to be able to play it well.
It's especially a strong lane when you have great synergy in that bottom lane. We saw how Ejim and Raze were able to do it. We already know that the bottom laners from Tainted Minds have great synergies.
Oh, don't you worry about that. I mean, NA Donkey Kong and OS Diddy Kong, they've got it covered as far as synergy goes down there in the bottom lane. Of course, that's the aliases that they go by on the Oceanic solo queue. And they do play a lot together. I mean, it's really nice to see sometimes, you know, with all the scrims, with living with people, the last thing you want to do is jump into solo queue, but very disciplined out of the Tainted Minds house. And they get along great. So, you know, they have been scrimming a lot together, as I'm sure the XL5 guys have. So it's interesting to see how these teams grow, because I think XL5 actually showed more in game one than anyone expected.
Yep, we certainly have been. So, but for now, before we get on to Summoner's Rift, here's Hingers with one of the coaches.
Thanks, guys. I'm here with coach of Tainted Minds in Arrow. Thanks for joining us. We appreciate your time. I want to start by asking you about the Rengar pick. It's been through two pick man phases now. Are you kind of surprised they let you guys have it this time?
A bit surprised. We were kind of expecting it could possibly go through because they showed last game they're target banning us, like the Ezreal, the Lee Sin. So we expected if they ban Camille first, which every team's doing, that's likely going to go through. So not really too surprising. It's obviously really good for us. Rengar's a really huge pick, so it's nice to get.
Let me ask about that Camille ban first, because if you think everyone's going to ban Camille, shouldn't you save that Camille ban until later in the phase because you think they're going to ban it out?
With the way the ban phase works out now, you can kind of trap yourself. Like usually the way I do picks and bans is with like numbers of like what picks we're looking to do. So like red side generally having like 3 favorable picks up is pretty nice because obviously you're going to get 2 out of the 3 and they get 1. If you leave Camille until later, you can kind of screw yourself out at the end, and then you need to ban Camille and another pick. Otherwise, you're going to give them something, and obviously it can be a bit abusable, and everyone just kind of knows it's going to go through. So we generally just like to get rid of it now.
So very quickly, you feeling confident with this pick ban phase then?
Yeah, we felt confident with the last one too. This one's obviously really nice. We have a lot of good power picks. Last game as well, we were really confident because it was something we're comfortable with. I know the draft wasn't the best, but it's just something we're comfortable with practicing, and guys needed some confidence. So
All right. Well, thank you so much for speaking to us. We really appreciate your time. I'll throw it back to you guys. It's enough from us.
Well, thank you, Higgins. The timing wasn't fantastic there. It's already first blood. Shorter is already flashing on top of 528 here. Gets the snare down. He's level 2. And he's going to be able to pick up another kill for Tainted Minds.
I mean, he was able to get the red buff whilst an arrow was talking. And by the way, love to hear from an arrow. He's one of the smartest. I get to talk to some really intelligent guys around the world about League of Legends. And he's definitely one of the smartest guys I've ever spoken to. I take a lot of my draft facts from him, actually. So, yeah, you can see that they got the favorable draft, and they got 2 kills at the start of the game.
Yeah.
That's a pretty good way to start it off.
Up to a flying start. He probably didn't even see those 2 kills because he was in that chat with Hingers. In narrow there, you know, a lot of people might have just said, oh, we're on red side. Camille's permanently banned on red side. That was a really insightful answer. Meanwhile, the top lane, Prater doing well against 528. And also, you know, not just the coach, but also second place in the OPL basketball competition. Does pretty well for himself. Him and Raz teaming up pretty well.
I'm not even going to justify that with the response. I'm not being baited into this. However, you see in the top lane, Prater going to work. As we said, Shen does a lot of damage early game with that sword, so able to get the percentage health through. Also starts shield, which is really useful at mitigating a lot of the damage that comes out of junglers. You know, the Lee Sins, the Rek'Sais of the world, that are relying on auto attacks to be able to get it down. So I like Shen at the moment. As Swiper said in his interview, he's also going to play it probably next week. So unlocked a lot of map movements down into the bottom.
Certainly has. Already kicked off this game with 2 kills. Can kind of go back to that one for a little bit. It was a late invade coming up from Tainted Minds. Sure Ace got the steal onto the red buff. And then proceeded to take down Guts. Flash over the wall to take down 528 as well. So good moves coming up from Tainted Minds to kick the game off. Guts now making his way in towards the mid lane. Choo-Choos is going to be able to put down the miasma, stop the flash coming out from the Rek'Sai. Shorter Ace was there as well just to make sure he was all right. Opts to Ghost to keep himself nice and healthy.
Yeah, maybe could have gone for that one Guts after he got off the mana. Because, you know, wasn't any mana available on Choose. Was eating through a biscuit quickly, but needs to be able to take out some creeps with those Twink Thrones to be able to get back up in the laning phase. But yeah, lane invades are so tricky to scout out at the moment because junglers, you look at the junglers and they're all red buff reliant junglers that don't really need blue. But junglers in the OPL so far today have been really mixing up their pathing. It's definitely not standardized at the moment, and you're catching teams off guard more often than not.
It's good to see so much adaptation in just the first day of the OPL here, Spawn.
Yeah, it certainly is. And not even adaptation. I mean, just starting on like a, you know, surprise footing. These teams have obviously been scrimming each other a lot. So there is some information you have, but the willingness to start on the other side of the jungle has been something I've really taken away from today. It's been interesting. I didn't expect it.
Checking with the top lane here, 528, having a difficult time here against Prey. They've had to call Guts up to help him out with a big minion wave. So they'll be able to clear this one out together, give Poppy some breathing room and the chance to go back to base. Does not have his teleport available.
Yeah, Guts isn't going to mind that either because he needed some CS himself. Praetor already used teleport to get back to lane at the start. It means Guts is going to have to stick around and pick up level 5 off that wave. So, you know, a rough start here for XL5 after what was a very promising game, and now Crazy in a lot of trouble.
Oh my goodness, that hurts. Big play coming out from Tainted Minds to the bottom lane, Keiko and Rosie. And as you mentioned, CS discrepancies there. I took a look at the discrepancy between the 2 junglers. 20 CS already for Shorter Ace. 5 minutes into the game on
I mean,
Rengar.
Shorter Ace is leading pretty much CS everywhere.
Yep.
And it's just because, as I said, Rengar is one of the few junglers at the moment because of the change to the Q that is able to pick up Raptors every single time. Takes no damage from it. You know, a Q into your W pretty much guarantees you full life. So it's just one of those many advantages the man currently has on Summoner's Rift.
On the mid lane, we can see back and forth trades coming out from Suman as well as Choo-Choos. Lands 2 nice poisons there to make sure you can threaten with the Twin Fang. Lots of pings on towards the mid lane though. Seems like Tom Kent even want to try and get the wrap around. Guts is waiting in the wings. He's going to go on forward.
There's a flash available.
Flashes on it, flashes away. Good flash from both players.
Yeah, but at the same time, you know, Rek'Sai flash for the Cassiopeia flash. You take that 9 out of 10 times, although now choose
turning around some aggression. Really nicely played, and Guts just needs to get his team through the early games. Because, you know, when you have an Orianna, when you have a Caitlyn, you hit 3-4 items. You're always going to be strong at that stage of the game, just due to range, which you can't hurt.
Short race now, jumping on top of T-Gun, takes a lot of damage, does have the great health, will pop it, gets the lash on towards the explosive satchel, but Shorter Ace looking to try and hunt him down. Guts doesn't block the ultimate coming out from the Rengar. Now he's in trouble, getting a jumped on. Rosie picks up a kill for himself.
Yeah, really nicely played there out of Shorter Race, and all of a sudden they're in behind the turret. It's pushed up already. They can look to use the Stand United as well. Crazy is in big trouble.
It's going to take quite a bit of damage from Rosie here already. Captain Vortia's not going to connect. He's trying to put down as many traps as possible. But here comes the Rengar, gets the slow down. Thunderlord's proc, and left, right, good night from Tainted Minds as they take down Crazy.
Yeah, and really nicely played out of Tainted Minds. I mean, there was nowhere Crazy could go, so that's the best he can play it. Tries to lock off one side of the map, one side of the lane. Unfortunately, the other side of the lane was still very available to come in from. So that's a good start for Tainted Minds, but a lot of this is just still snowballed over from the fact that they gave up 2 kills at level 1 on the side of Tainted Mind, on the side of XL5, and haven't really been able to get themselves back in this game.
We're about 7 minutes, 30 seconds in spawn, and Ori Choo-Choo's being jumped on here by Steelman. Gets some good damage down as Orianna. No flash available for Cassiopeia. Good turn back from Steelman. Ignores the ultimate from Choo-Choo's.
Yeah, I think it was Tally that said you should never get hit by a Cassiopeia roll. What you should do is you should turn your volume up as loud as possible, and there's a tell at the start of it. As soon as you hear that noise, you just turn around. So, you know, that's one of the things I learned from a good friend over at Legacy top lane. And you can see that it looked like Sweeman had it covered as well.
No turn speed in League of Legends, so it's instant to be able to turn your back if you want to. Guts now, deep inside the jungle, trying to farm up as many wolves as possible. Slowly trying to catch up in farm. He's picked up a Tiamat for himself on this Rek'Sai. We saw Sybil do the same thing in the first series of the day.
Yeah, however, Sybil did go to just having the Balmy Cinder in the second time around. So it is interesting to see Guts stick with this one. I'm always of 2 minds of whether you should go Tiamat or whether you should go Tendi, because you can see right now he is very squishy. However, he flies through the jungle. He needs to be able to make up that CS discrepancy to make it work.
Shorter Ace now is waiting in the wings in the bottom lane. There is a deep lane ward, but none inside the brush.
Has his ultimate available, I don't even think it's really going to matter. Actually comes back out, so they know exactly where he is. Not going for a turret dive. T-Gun's only level 4, so probably would have been able to pick up a kill there, you feel.
Cake as well. It's Rosie not timing to make it rain with the Captain Vortis very well, but here comes Guts. No flash available. There's a lot of damage coming down. Bullet time is going to land. T-Gun has to eat up his jungler as the Curticle's coming in. Submarine for Shorter Race. He's on top of all of them. The teleports are coming down to the bottom lane, but is it too little too late? T-Gun's the last member left. 528 comes out, but he's so low. Flash away from Cake. Captain Vortis does not connect. Brayden will flash away from the turret, and now T-Guns are sitting dark as Cake's going to be able to pick up the kill. Rosie even takes at the turret. What beautiful coordination from Tainted Minds.
And if you are a young team sitting at home and want to learn how to turret dive, rewind that one back, because the perfect turret juggling aggro there. Flying in is the Orianna looking for a kill, but not going to be able to pick one up.
Oh, he's even popped his ghost. Human really wants it. Gets Shorter Race at least.
Maybe
we'll
get
the shutdown.
I mean, Shorter Race should have been out of there by then. What were you doing? But yeah, go back and watch that replay, because they were just able to perfectly juggle the turret arrow. So let's have a look at it. Guts comes in, he wants a game. So he looks for a knock-up here. However, he knows eventually he's going to have to run through the make it rain, so he doesn't want to go too far. There it is, gets stunned up. The ultimate comes out, has to be eaten, because the eat is used so early. Shorter Race, as well as Praetor, use that Rengar Shen combo, pick up 2 quick kills at the start of it, and then Shorter Race flashes out. He's 1 turret shot from dead. Praetor Cake flashes out, 1 turret shot from dead. Praetor flashes out, 1 turret shot from dead, and all of a sudden Rosie's the last man standing, able to pick it up. They used a lot of summoner spells, but when you go 4 for 1 and are able to take down First Blood turret, that is so worth it, and just something that we see fumbled way too often in competitive play.
Immediately Tainted Minds, after taking down the bottom lane out of turret, move their AD carry and support to the top lane. Rosie and Cake looking to do the exact same thing that they did in game 1, which is switch up early and look to press their advantage.
And interestingly enough, the Jin's going with Berserker Greaves, which I like. Mathematically, still a good boost purchase. However, lots of people go with cooldown reduction or the Swifty Boots, just to run a little bit quicker. Of course, attack speed gives Jin AD. It actually gives him enough to make it viable as a part of an AD build. You can see very heavy in the AD right now.
It used to be one of the cheaper boots, but now a rather expensive item to purchase.
But the components are cheap, which
Yep.
I like. I mean, you're able to pick up a dagger for only 300 gold, boots for 300 gold, so the combined is pretty expensive. But you can see right now, he has slots of premium. Not really too far into his build where it becomes important to have slot efficiency, and we are able to pick it up.
We have seen a lot of AD carries prioritize their upgraded boots very early on.
Yeah, King did it as well on Ashe, now that you mention it. That was interesting. I don't know if I agreed with it then because it was his very first pickup. It's definitely worthwhile once you have a BF sword and pickaxe.
It used to be something we see very commonly on Caitlyn as their first item to abuse their range in lane, but
Ashe has a similar thing, you know. I mean, Ashe is still a very long-range AD carry, so maybe that's what King was going for. He's definitely a better AD carry player than me. So, I can tell you mathematically whether it works. He can tell you what it feels like.
He had a great performance earlier on. Cake's looking to try and do a similar thing here. Good side steps coming out from Crazy there. Not as great synergy with those bullet Make It Rain as well as the captive audience, but still zoning them out quite well. 5-8, taking a beating great at the end of bottom lane. Bullet time going to come out on the edge of the turret here. Crazy still putting on his blue suede shoes, trying to dodge every single bit of damage that comes out from these two. He's having a tough time though.
Yeah, he certainly is. I mean, that's what you expect out of a Misfortune. She just does so much damage, and maybe going for the ult T-Gun.
Can Cake bend the bullet? We've already seen one member do it. T-Gun's not even going to risk it. Does not want Crazy to take any of that damage. Flashbacks from Ray sniping off King a couple of times.
Yeah, it certainly is, and you can see that they just have priority written all over this top lane. They are hanging in there. They're still only 20 CS down, 13 minutes, with all the advantages that were accrued elsewhere. I mean, it's definitely not the bottom lane's fault that this game snowballed out of control. That was the level 1 on the top side. However, you can just see the class of Rosie and Cake starting to come out over what is a still relatively fresh bottom lane out of XL5.
Tainted Minds, they were the first ones to rotate the AD carry and support to the top lane. They've got shorter race up here as well, as they look to take down this turret. Nobody from the side of XL5 is ready to defend this. That should put them 2 turrets up to 1 and give them about a 6,000 gold lead just 30 minutes into this.
Yeah, certainly right. You can see that
Gonna go one-on-one here. Will does eventually get taken down. The poison's still ticking though. Silver will get out alive. Meanwhile, on the top lane, there's another fight going on here. Short Race already been able to take down Crazy. Guts is the next target. T-Gun tries to flash the fat part of the wall, but doesn't get there close enough or in time, and it's going to be 3 kills for Tainted Minds in the top lane.
Yeah, it certainly is. And that was kind of unfortunate for Choose as well, because Choose thought Praetus was coming to his lane. Instead, Praetus ulti top lane, and Choose is just left out to dry, gets 1v1. However, Tainted Minds definitely not going to be mad with that outcome, because they pick up a second turret in that top lane as well as 4 kills. However, Superstar Young mid laner, Suman has 2 kills, and let's check out the outplay again.
Oof. Goes for an aggressive play there, does get locked down by the ultimate. Choose tries to outplay him, but very calm and collected for Sealman. He has impressed me on his debut for X5.
Yeah, it certainly has. I mean, great Ari performance. Now he's 22 CS up in a game where his team's down 8,000 gold. And you know, Choo-Choo's, even if he's not near the turret, still gets some of the gold for it. So definitely would be up in gold if it wasn't for all these kills and, you know, added creep score. You can see he's still within 500. That would be much more. I mean, an extra kill, an extra 30 CS. Generally more than 500 gold.
And you're talking in the first series about how there's such a great pool of mid lane talent in the OPL right now. You've got Swiftly, you've got people like Claire, Wizard, Choo-Choo's even in amongst it. Even the rookies, so to speak, of Sealman stepping up to the plate here today, showing that they're a force to be reckoned with. It's good to see a lot of mid laners in the Oceania Pro League doing well.
It puts XL5 in really good stead, honestly, because, you know, you need a good mid laner to survive in the OPL. Everyone that's ever won a tournament over here has had one.
Oh, Choo-Choo's not going to connect with the ultimate, but does slow down Guts, who flashes over the wall. As we take a look at some champion stats before the fight continues. 5-8 now, the next target, Poppy. Going to take a lot of damage. Big ultimate coming out from Suman as the rest of the team just try to get back to safety. Tainted Minds won't get a kill, but now they push for another turret.
Yeah, we'll see whether they're able to secure it, because that was a great setup. However, nothing coming. And the Oriana's starting to get pretty big, able to deter the follow-up. They will grab themselves a dragon as well as all that farm in the top lane. However, X5 continue to fight through this one, and you have to go back to it. Their composition is so incredibly strong. As soon as this game hits, 3 items.
It certainly does. Shorter race, though, looking to try and get the jump onto someone. Finds Stillman. He flashes away, gets back to safety. Shorter race going to take a lot of damage for this one. Guts now looking to see if he can get anything done. Time Catch coming in amongst it. T-Gun does get the tongue lash down towards Choo Choo's, taking a lot of damage from the Twin Fangs. Does have great health available. Stillman's back into this fight, trying to lock people down. Fight away, it's going to get collapsed on. Make it rain, going to slow him down. Choo Choo's gets Twin Fang after Twin Fang. Left-right combo from the Cassiopeia. Tainted Minds get the first kill.
Yeah, really nicely done from Choose there. Didn't give up on the play, and now they're looking for a dive.
Shen looking to try and get into the back lines. Again, Rosie, great make it rain to separate the team and get lots of damage and slow down. Taunt comes out from Prey. The Crazy's going to get locked through. Cake flashes away from the ultimate. He's going to take turret aggro. Stand United comes out. Cake's going to live to fight another day, and Tainted Minds take down the turret.
Yeah, and Cake just lives on the back end of that, and that was on a knife's edge. What a good flash out of the AD carry of Tainted Minds to be able to avoid that Orianna ult. However, flirting with danger, they're 10,000 gold up, and X5 are still going with this team. Really, it's all on the back of Orianna. Orianna needs to carry 20 more minutes of play before anyone else on the team is remotely useful.
Let's see if XL5 can do just that, but Tainted Minds, again, turret dive after turret dive. Their communication is near flawless there, Spawn.
Yeah, they're executing well. I mean, they're executing really well. That was another turret dive that was survived on the skin of their knuckles. So, you know, when you have a look at this, they've certainly shown up to play. A couple of little individual mistakes. I mean, Chuchu's getting solo too, never looks good. But this is a team that, you know, honestly has huge promise within the OPL.
A lot of people have said that they will be top 4 heading into the gauntlet run of the OPL in about 11 weeks' time. It's a long way to go for these teams.
We're on day 1.
Yep.
Yeah, calm down. It's ages away.
As Rift Herald is going to get taken down for the second time today, actually. Prative's going to be able to pick that one up for himself.
I think the power of Rift Herald is because we're seeing so many tanks that it allows turret taking. I mean, that first, you know, glimpse of the void, empowered auto attack onto the turret really does help out. Also gives you a little bit more threat onto the AD carry. We used to see it picked up by junglers a lot in the past to increase the speed that they jungle. However, that's no longer really necessary because there's just not that many jungle camps to take, to be honest. You clear through them so quickly and the respawn time is a little bit longer.
See Rift Herald being ignored by a lot of teams. But 2 being picked up today, and we have seen the players who have picked up the Rift Herald use it quite effectively. Looking back towards Chippy's on his Poppy, using that one very effectively to poke down turrets against Swiper, who was playing Nautilus in the game. And so we'll have to see what Prative can do with the buff. Meanwhile, Tainted Minds rotating into players around the map. Cake and Rosie were on the top side of the map now, cutting in towards the mid lane. No outer turrets left. It's Guts. Ooh. Hello. Going to go deep into the mid lane there. Stillman now taking a lot of damage. Choo Choo's with a big ultimate. Gets Stillman and flashes out of that one. Guts down the next target. Double kill with the Twin Fangs for Choo Choo's. Flashing his veteran status there.
Yeah, and Choo Choo says, this isn't even my final form. You might have killed me once, but now I've got my eye in and I'm going to be able to show up and play. Really nicely done. Rosie looking for an ulti, maybe.
He flashes over the wall. Rosie, big bullet time going to come out. Tigo taking the brunt of the damage. 5 to 8, trying to get away. Big talk coming out from Prative, sorry. Is Rosie going to be able to assist in to pick up that kill? Tainted Minds so aggressive with these tower dives.
Yeah, they certainly are, but I feel like flashing a wall with MF isn't really necessary. I feel like you just walk up because no one's expecting you to do that anyway. That will be the first inhib turret of the game falling down. And TM, this is a much better effort in game 2.
It certainly is. X5 going to try and see if they can get anything while Tainted Minds retreat here. Crazy. He's going to be getting some good damage now.
Ultimate.
Time catch going in. T-Gun delivers Guts, but Tingle will fall straight away. Good flash away from Schulman's ultimate. Means Guts is going to fall once again. Schulman's been exhausted and slowed down by misfortune. He's trying to run away, but he can't as Cake picks up another kill.
Yeah, and that's just another turnaround fight. This is very T-Gun-esque shot calling. Don't be surprised by it. If they're losing a game, they would rather go out with a blaze of glory, at least trying to win it. It's much better for the mentality. And, you know, they were not able to get it done there, but another Orianna ult so close to nailing 2 members. Really good flashes coming out of the Tainted Minds squad.
It just feels like Tainted Minds in this game. They're playing so crisp. It's near perfection. The League of Legends plays that they're making so far. I mean, you look at their scores, 2-0-10 in the top lane. We've got a 4-0-10 Jin as well as a 2014 misfortune support.
Yeah, really impressive, and you have to say it's been a complete team effort. I mean, Aaron had the one misplay in the mid lane where he thought Praetus was coming to him but went top lane. But apart from that, it really has been concerted across the board, and you can see that they're just so far along into their builds right now. There's really nothing XL5 can do. I expect them to keep throwing the kitchen sink at this one, you know, keep looking for those global plays, but ultimately, after such a rough level 1, it's nigh impossible to be able to beat XL5.
T-Gun's going to get caught out again here. Pops the grey health, but Shorter Ace and K just deal way too much damage. T-Gun will be taken down for face checking, trying to get some wards down for Tainted Minds.
Well, he has to keep an eye on Baron. I mean, that's your job as a support. Generally, you want your jungler to go with you. However, you know, Titanic Hydra Rek'Sai isn't tanking enough at this stage of the game to really face check anything. So T-Gun falls down as a solo. If Guts was anywhere near him, probably would have been a double kill picked up there. And it just means that X5, unfortunately, are going to be bled out even further in this game.
Yeah, we were seeing if Suman could try and stall this game a bit longer with the plays he was making. Time might be running out here because Tainted Minds, they have been near perfect in their play so far. Now setting up to see if they can take down Baron.
I think they still just want to bait it. I mean, there's no point actually going for it. Guts in trouble.
Taking a lot of damage. T-Gun will be able to eat it up, saves his jungler.
That means they can start up Baron. As soon as they get rid of the Rek'Sai, they should go towards it. This is something that they can easily pick up. They've got the Cassiopeia running interference, which is interesting because Choo chooses the majority of their Baron damage, as you can see.
Shorter Ace going for a little bit more of a damage Rengar build, so has to be a bit careful. He's popped his ultimate, I think. Looking to see if he can get someone down here. Rosie gets the Stand United. This is the backdoor misfortune, getting right behind XL5, delivering Prey here. T-Gun's going to get stunned up, tries to eat up Guts. He gets taken down first as Shorter Ace goes on a rampage across the other side of the rift. Choo Choo's going to be able to take down Crazy No one-on-one. Will get taken down by the Oceania, but this should be Baron for Tainted Minds.
Yeah, it certainly should be. I mean, this has been a very one-sided affair. And you know, the 2 North American imports for Tainted Minds coming up massive. Make it the 3rd. I mean, Anero's drafts have been very solid. And you know, this one only 23 minutes in. Looks like it's all but over. Hate to call a game, but they're just so far ahead.
And certainly, Baron is going to be taken down. They have about 15,000 gold in their advantage. Tainted Minds are steamrolling through this game and have been playing phenomenally in Game 2 of this best-of-3 series. They want to take all 3 points and bring this one home.
Yeah, they certainly do. I mean, they're so close. They will head to the top of the ladder if they do. Take a look at the replay. This is just Choo Choo's running Crazy down. Actually burnt the ultimate, which maybe if he didn't, he would have had a chance against the Orianna. But a good shutdown coming out. I mean, if there is one positive for X5 to really take out of this game too, it is how good their mid laner is. Definitely stepping up.
Yeah, Schumann has been. I mean, we saw Mendrix speak very, very highly of him before this game started. In fact, now he's in trouble trying to ghost away. Will be eaten up by T-Gun. He's been doing everything he can to save the players on his team, eating them up one by one. Guts is trying to get around here, but Tainted Minds using this Baron buff effectively, trying to get towards the next inhibitor.
Yeah, and they're just using Praedyth on the opposite side of the map. I mean, he's 2 levels higher, still has that Glint of the Void buff coming out, so he's going to be able to shove into the turret, still has a teleport available, even if he doesn't have his ult right now, which is just seconds away from being on cooldown, and they're going to shove in here. Another turret falling down.
Final inhibitor turret will, inner turret will be falling for Tainted Minds as Crazy takes Captive Audience to the face, taking a ton of damage. Praedyth is still pushing in the top side of the map. As this turret will eventually fall. Cake just moving forward, one more auto attack would be enough. Rosie still zoning with the make it range. The turret finally falls. Inhibitor is open and Baron up minions are pushing in towards the base. Guts looking to go in with the Orianna ball on top of himself. Not even going to be able to get the ultimate down as Choo Choo splashes forward with a big ultimate. Doesn't get any stuns down, but lots of slows. They'll take down 2. T-Gun's the next target. Choo is being jumped on. It'll be a double kill for the Jin as Rengar gets a double as well. Meanwhile, the tanks are just fighting on the top side of the map. Brady is going to be able to get a solo kill to get the A's. Tainted Minds steamroll on towards the Nexus. They're going to bring home all 3 points tonight.
Yeah, they certainly are. That's the first 2-0 of the OPL season. You see Tainted Minds very happy there. Shorter Ace has a little bit of a grin. And that was decisive. That was a much better second game. I mean, from minute 1, it looks like they were really on the ball and just able to pick up what was an incredibly clean game.
It certainly was. Tainted Minds a bit of a shaky start in game 1. Game 2, though, right off the bat, delayed invade, gets 2 kills very early on, and then just press advantage after advantage. They had a clear plan coming into this match, and they executed almost flawlessly.
Yeah, they certainly did. And you can see T-Gun on your screen. He shook that one off pretty quickly. He knew that that was going to be a hard game to win. However, X5 really did stick with it, and I think there's promising sides.
They certainly have a lot of great players on the side of X5. They showed a great Game 1 performance. Hopefully we can see more from them. For now, though, let's throw it back to Hingers and the analyst desk.
Thank you, Fish and Spawn. Now, that is match 2 done. First bonus points we've seen of the OPL. Sybil, let me start with you. It's still impressive stuff from Suman, right?
Yes. So actually, Suman put up a pretty good performance there. Very respect to him for keeping his head in the game there and not just letting it go. But yeah, Rengar.
It's brutal,
Rengar.
right? It's brutal.
Yes.
I mean, as a jungler, you want to play Rengar, right? You want to get in on that?
All of the time. I pick it all the time, yeah.
Let me ask you, Mendrix, after seeing Tainted Minds we're seeing on your screen right now, how do you feel like the new players are fitting into their team?
Oh, definitely doing very well. And I really love the team composition that they actually put together.
Yeah.
Everything about it was just, it is all about that execution and about them being a team to make it work.
A lot of long-range ultimates as well.
Exactly. We've got the MF and the Jhin combination in the bot lane. And then also you had the extra synergy with the Rengar and the Shen as well, which was amazing. Basically, Rengar will jump in, get the Shen ultimate. You can't see the Shen ultimate coming in, and next thing you know, it's a 4-man party.
All right, well, let's take a look at this first replay that we have for that game that we just saw.
So this particular replay is just showing off how strong their team composition really is with that initial engage. It's just 2 ultimates flying everywhere from ranged attacks, and here it comes. The Rengar with the Shen ultimate on top of it. And then they do this amazing job of just juggling all of the extra power shots around to continue this dive and take the turret in the end. And it's just sort of set the pace for the game for the rest of it for Tainted Minds.
It's disgusting.
It really is. It was just clean. It was so clean.
Yep.
So, do you feel like that kind of drafting phase, now that, again, we keep coming back to 10 bans, with that kind of drafting, I mean, Inera's kind of nailed it there, right?
Well, I mean, I still think that other draft could have, won. But it was just that the draft that Tainted Minds had there, once they got a little bit ahead, if you played it right, it would just snowball way too hard. And so that's what happened. I think Inera did draft that quite well.
Yeah.
I really liked the draft with the Cassia, Rengar, Shen. And then that bot lane was strong too. So
also, 100% Poppy still happening. Still happening.
More Poppy.
5 games in, you guys. Let's see how long we can take this. Well, let's take a look at our player of this series for game 2. It's going to Cake. Any surprises there, gentlemen?
No.
No, but he performed really well across the board in both games. He did excellent. And in that other game with Jhin, he just put out damage. He did his job perfectly.
Yeah, real good stuff. Yeah, I mean, it's so hard to break this down, right? Because you see, but let's take a what positive takeaways can X5 take from this? Suman, obviously, mid lane. That outplay with Choo Choo's very good stuff.
Yeah, he's playing well. He's playing well. Pradith as well. Game 1, Pradith played very well.
Yeah.
I appreciated that.
Yeah, Mendrix.
Yeah, so it's just a learning experience for these guys coming out. And again, as they said, Suman's very strong. Perhaps play around that a bit more often. Probably the way to go, and perhaps from that point they can be a bit more careful and just not let things snowball out of control.
All right, well, let's hand it over to Jake Howe, who's standing with one of the Tainted Minds players. Thanks so much. Yes, I have, of course, joined here by Choo Choo's. That was a pretty convincing victory in the end, Aaron. Obviously, New Org moving away from Legacy. How does it feel to pick up the first win under the Tainted Mind banner?
It's a good start, I guess, starting off with a win. We were fortunate enough to have one of the easier teams, I guess. So a new team, new start to the season, it's a good way to start with a win.
And you call them the easier team, but I remember a certain play in that mid lane where you got 1v1 by their mid laner. How did that feel? Is Suman some god that I haven't known about, or was that a slight miscalculation of the damage?
This is his first season, I believe, so maybe he is, but I don't know. He got the better of me. Yeah, hats off to him then.
However, you did clean up the back end of that team fight. I want to ask you about TM, because obviously completely new org. You've only ever played under the Legacy/Avantgarde Ascension banner in the past. How are you finding, Rosie and Arrow and the 2 new imports and Pradith on your team? Are you found comfort in the new home?
It's a big change. It's definitely a big change playing on a different team for the first time. Yeah, it's been really comfortable. The guys are really easygoing. We have 3... including the coach, 3 NA imports, and they've all been terrific. So we're all sort of in the same position that this is a new team all coming together for the first time. And so far, it's been a really good start. So I thank them for that.
And I mean, you've done it before with a new team. Avant-Garde Ascension kind of came out of nowhere in 2014. You were able to clean up that tournament. Has this got a similar feeling about it? Do you guys think that, you know, this is a good enough team that you can get back towards that heights that you've had in the past?
Yeah, I wouldn't join a team unless I knew we could win. And I've been in the scene for nearly 4 years. And yeah, I wouldn't have joined this team if I didn't think they could win. I think we have a lot of room to grow, especially competing with Direwolves, Legacy, and Chiefs. But I know that we can eventually, over the season, improve and probably take it.
All right, well, congratulations on your first win, mate, and the 3 points picked up for Tainted Minds, putting them atop of the ladder. However, I am going to toss it back to Hingers and the rest of the desk to close out the day.
Thanks, Spawn, and thank you to Choo Choos for chatting to us just then. Guys, final thoughts on that series? I mean, they're feeling pretty strong. Tainted Minds going to only improve from that point, right?
Incremental improvements across the board. Yeah, these guys have got so much that can go ahead for them, and I can't wait to actually see what they pull out for the rest of the season.
Yeah, Tainted Minds looking good.
Yeah.
Good start.
All right,
looking
good start.
X5, I hope they can get it together. Well, not that it's fallen, not that
Sure,
it's all apart.
I know what you
but
mean. Yeah,
I know
yeah. You're not trying to throw shade.
Yes.
Yeah, exactly. All right. Well, if you, like I said, if you want to get some more chats from us, myself and Spawn, you'll be able to subscribe to our podcast, the OPL Show podcast. It's going to come out Fridays, so be across that. It's real good, I promise you. Let's take a look at the schedule for tomorrow's games as we bring that up on your screen. We're going to be seeing Abyss Esports take on Sin, and then tomorrow evening, Legacy v AV. Want to get some quick picks on that? No, let's leave it to tomorrow. You're going to have to stick around, come in tomorrow, watch us tomorrow, find out what we're going to think. I'd like to thank our guests today. This is Mendrix and Sybil. Thank you so much for joining us. My name is Michael Hingers, and it'll be enough from us. See you tomorrow.
Coming now, bullet time gonna land. Tegan has to eat up his jungler as the Curticles coming in. Submarine for shorter range. He's on top of all of them. The teleports are coming down to the bottom lane, but is it too little too late? Tegan's the last member left. 528 comes out, but he's so low. Flash away from Kate. Captain Audience does not connect. Radiant for flash away from the turret, and now Tegan's a sitting duck as Kate's gonna be able to pick up the kill. Rosie even takes at the turret. What beautiful coordination from Tainted Mind. Gonna go deep into the mid lane there. Human now taking a lot of damage. Choo Choos with a big ultimate. Gets Human and flashes out of that one. Guts down the next target. Double kill with the Twin Fangs for Choo Choos. Flashing his veteran status there. Tegan's gonna get stunned up, tries to eat up Guts. He gets taken down first as Shorter Ace goes on a rampage across the other side of the rift. Choo Choo's gonna be able to take down Crazy No one-on-one. Will get taken down by the Oriana himself. Not even gonna be able to get the ultimate down as Choo Choo splashes forward with a big ultimate. Doesn't get any stuns down, but lots of slows. They'll take down two. Tegan's the next target. Shu is being jumped on. It'll be a double kill for the Jin as Rengar gets a double as well. Meanwhile, the tanks are just fighting on the top side of the map. Grady is gonna be able to get a solo kill to get the ace. Tainted Minds steamroll on towards the Nexus. They're gonna bring home all 3 points tonight.